In Zheng City, inside a rented apartment in Jinghua community, Jason Liu sat in silence, doubting everything about his own life. In his hand was the hospital report he'd just gotten back, CT and MRI included. The doctor, Chun, wore glasses and spoke with that calm, professional tone that was supposed to reassure people. The results were normal. Nothing was wrong. But Jason Liu knew what he'd heard. That voice in his head hadn't stopped for days. Dr. Chun listened to his description with a sympathetic look and gave the safest answer. Overtime, too many late nights, too much pressure. Nerves worn thin. He told Jason to rest more, stop pushing himself so hard, and warned him that if he kept living like this, sudden death wasn't some faraway horror story. Karoshi. Collapse. Another headline that only made the fear dig deeper. Jason Liu was just 24. He came from Zhoushu, a small fourth-tier city. His parents were farmers, still working the land back home. After graduation, he didn't hesitate. He found a job immediately, endured 2 years of 996 like it was normal, and fought alone in the provincial capital. But Zheng City wasn't kind to people without a background. His monthly salary was a little over 5,000 yuan. After rent, utilities, meals, transport, and basic living costs, there was almost nothing left. 2 years of grinding, and he'd saved less than 30,000 yuan total. Buying a house, a car, settling down, not even close. He wasn't ugly. If anything, he was decent looking. But he was quiet, introverted, and during college he spent all his energy just trying to survive and pay fees. He never had a girlfriend. Not because he didn't want to, because he didn't dare. In this world, being broke didn't just mean you had less. It meant you had no confidence. That day, riding his small electric scooter through the city streets, Jason Liu felt like he was stuck in the worst kind of joke. He'd never even been in love, and now he might die from working too hard. When he finally returned to the cramped rental, he started to realize something. Maybe things weren't as hopeless as he thought. So he stayed inside for 2 full days. When he needed food, he ordered takeout. He didn't step out of the room even once. Manager Luo from work called, screamed at him, threatened him, said he'd be fired on the spot if he didn't show up. Jason Liu didn't even argue. He just hung up. Fire me, then. He'd sold 2 years of his life to that company. And what did he get? Still a low-level salesman with no future, watching his performance and credit get swallowed by that fat pig of a manager. The only reason he hadn't quit earlier was because he didn't want his family worrying. But now he had something else. Something far bigger. During those 2 days locked in his room, he finally understood what the blue, glowing door inside his mind actually was. Jason Liu gave it a name, the Time-Space Gate. The voice in his head had guided him piece by piece until the function became clear. That gate could connect 2 worlds, the modern world and the world of Game of Thrones. After hesitating for hours, his curiosity finally won. He checked his phone, then his computer. Both read the same time, 10:19, April 7th, 2020. Holding his phone tightly, Jason Liu focused, whispered in his heart, "Enter." A sharp swish, and he vanished from the room. When he reappeared, cold slammed into him like a wall. He was standing in open wilderness. A wide, empty stretch of land rolled out ahead, weeds scattered across burnt yellow ground. The air smelled of soil and grass, clean and alive, nothing like the polluted taste of modern cities. The temperature felt close to 0. For a second, it was almost refreshing. Then the wind hit. Jason Liu, dressed in a thin shirt and jeans, immediately wrapped his arms around himself and started shivering. Too cold. He glanced down at his phone. It still worked. No signal, but the screen was fine. He didn't waste time. Go back. He touched the gate in his mind again. Another swish. Jason Liu reappeared in his rental room, in the exact spot where he'd vanished. He raised his phone and looked at the time. 10:21. He checked his computer. Same. That meant the 2 worlds weren't running on separate timelines. They were synchronized. Then he looked at his shoes. Yellow mud clung to the soles. Jason Liu stared for 2 seconds, then slapped his own cheek hard. Pain. Real pain. His breath caught, eyes wide with shock. This is real. This wasn't a dream. A new thought hit him instantly. If I can go, can I bring things with me? How much can I carry? He threw open the closet, yanked out a down jacket, and wrapped himself up. Then his eyes landed on the table in front of him. He decided to test it. He focused on the gate, thinking about taking the table with him. Enter. Swish. Back in the wilderness again, cold air flooding his lungs. Jason Liu looked down. No table. What? He muttered, stunned. I was thinking about bringing it. Why didn't it come? He frowned, thinking fast. Do I need to touch it? Is thinking not enough? With that guess, he returned to the rental. This time, he placed his hand firmly on the table. He focused. Enter. Swish. And both Jason Liu and the table disappeared. When he reappeared in the wilderness, the table stood right in front of him. Jason Liu's face lit up. Ha ha ha. So that's it. If I want to bring something over, I have to think it and touch it. Excited, he brought the table back again and repeated the test multiple times until he was completely certain. The rule was clear. Physical contact plus intention equals transport. Once he understood that, he started pushing the limit. Bigger things. Bed. Wardrobe. Anything he could. During one experiment, he placed the table on top of the bed, then only put his hand on the table, not touching the bed at all. He activated the gate. Swish. When he arrived in the other world, both the table and the bed were there. Jason Liu froze, then laughed in disbelief. So it counts as one unit, like it recognizes connected objects as a whole. That was huge. It meant that later, he wouldn't have to move things one by one, back and forth like a fool. He could transport in sets. Of course, his room was too small and packed to properly test the maximum limit. That would have to wait. But one question was now impossible to ignore. The most important one. If he could bring objects, could he bring people? Jason Liu's expression tightened. Humans weren't something you could casually experiment on, and the time-space gate was his biggest secret. He couldn't let anyone find out. Jason Liu didn't even want to tell his parents or his younger sister. He understood this kind of secret. The moment you share it, it stops being a secret. One person knows, then two, then someone slips up, someone asks questions, and sooner or later it spreads beyond control. More importantly, he didn't want to drag his family into that pressure. If the burden had to exist, he'd rather carry it alone. Let them live normally, sleep peacefully, laugh freely, instead of spending every day worried about what might happen if the truth ever leaked. And he was certain of one thing. With this gate in his head, a better life for them was only a matter of time. So why make them suffer now? Once he decided the time-space gate would be his secret alone, Jason Liu started testing something more dangerous. Living creatures. Transporting people was too insane to try first, so he looked for something smaller. His eyes landed on the glass fish tank on the windowsill. Inside, two thumb-sized goldfish drifted around lazily. Jason Liu picked the tank up carefully. The fish immediately panicked, darting in circles as the water sloshed. He lowered his voice, almost apologetic. Jean. Xiao Jean. Help me out, okay? After this, I'll buy you better food. I'll even get you a bigger tank. Maybe a few more goldfish too, so you got friends. Then, holding the fish tank tightly, he activated the gate. Swish. The world changed. Cold air rushed in, wild and clean, and Jason Liu instantly looked down at the tank in his hands. His expression froze. Jean and Xiao Jean were belly up, floating. Still, Jason Liu's fingers trembled as he reached in and nudged one gently. No reaction. Both fish were dead. Dead. His brows tightened as he stared at them, disbelief turning into unease. Why? Is it impossible to bring living things across? He returned to the rental immediately. The fish were still dead. Jason Liu stood there, mind racing, trying to force logic onto something that shouldn't exist in the first place. It's probably killing anything alive except me during the transfer, he muttered. Not just fish. Bacteria, viruses, everything. The thought made his scalp prickle. If microorganisms from two completely different worlds mixed freely, it could trigger a disaster in either world overnight. Maybe this rule was a built-in safeguard. A cruel one, but effective. If that was true, then transporting people was impossible. Or worse, it was possible, but the result would be unthinkable. That idea alone made him shiver. Jason Liu sucked in a breath and shook his head hard, as if he could shake the thought out. Only then did he notice how ridiculous he looked, standing there with a fish tank that had turned into a tiny coffin. He'd imagined giving them a new home. Instead, he'd killed them. A moment later, he dumped the water into the toilet. Splash! With a blank face and stiff hands, he flushed the 2 test subjects away. People really could be terrifyingly ruthless. But the conclusion was clear now. He could travel between 2 worlds. He could carry supplies, and no one else could do it, meaning he didn't just have an advantage. He had a monopoly, and everyone knew the most profitable businesses on Earth were monopolies. What he held now wasn't a monopoly on one industry. It was a monopoly on 2 worlds' worth of resources. How much money could that become? Jason Liu felt like the future had slapped him across the face with a mountain of gold. Forget small goals. Even the title of richest man alive didn't feel unrealistic anymore. After the first wave of excitement passed, he forced himself to calm down. The world on the other side was Game of Thrones. A few years back, it had been insanely popular, practically HBO's flagship. Jason Liu had watched it too. At its core, it was a story of chaos and power. Great houses tearing each other apart, loyalty sold for coins, and lives crushed like weeds under boots. The TV version was adapted from a Song of Ice and Fire, but the plot diverged in plenty of places. And worse, the original novels still weren't finished. Only Martin himself knew the real ending. That old man really knew how to torture readers. So the TV ending could only be treated as a reference. Jason wasn't watching this world. He was stepping into a real one. To understand it better, he found a translated copy of the original novel online and read like his life depended on it. He also searched for guides on surviving in another world. Most of them were just web novels, but weirdly enough, they helped. They gave him structure when his mind was spinning. And the biggest takeaway was simple. Safety first. As long as he stayed alive, the resources of that world would keep waiting for him. There was no need to rush. Every step had to be taken with survival as the foundation. With that rule in mind, Jason Liu opened Taobao and started buying. Because the Game of Thrones world wasn't modern. It looked like the Western Middle Ages under feudal rule, and it was brutal. Robbers, bandits, wild tribes, pirates, and even noble knights could be deadly to an ordinary person from the safest country in the 21st century. He needed protection. First, stab-proof clothing. Ultra-high-strength fiber fabric. Anti-cut, anti-slice, anti-stab. Light, flexible, and made to protect the torso and vital organs from blades. A soft model weighed only about 0.7 kilograms. Comfortable enough to wear under other clothes. And in that world, with its backward steel-making, ordinary swords shouldn't be able to penetrate it, unless you ran into something truly exceptional, like Valyrian steel. Perfect. Jason Liu nodded. Buying. He chose a legitimate manufacturer, the kind that listed police cooperation and certifications. The price stung, around 1,000 yuan, but he paid anyway. Then, a pair of real hiking boots. Strong grip. Hard soles. Ankle support. Protection against rough terrain. Nearly 400 yuan, even after discount. Jason Liu stared at the total and clicked his tongue. This stuff is seriously expensive.
Hey everyone, welcome to our channel, and thank you for your support. If there's a favorite novel on the channel and you want the next part, you're just one step away. Become a Patreon member and I can make it depending on your tier. Thank you for your attention.
PP is almost done. Now it's time to buy some assault weapons. When it comes to assault weapons, the first thing that comes to many people's minds is a gun. However, it is illegal to possess this stuff, and no one dares to sell it in the Celestial Dynasty. Moreover, even if there are sales channels, it is not accessible to low-level people like Jason Liu. So gun pass. Then there is the electric baton, which can release ultra-high voltage in an instant and paralyze the enemy, which looks very good. However, when Jason Liu learned more about the restrictions on the use of electric batons, he lost interest. Because when the electric baton acts on the enemy, if the opponent is holding a conductor with good conductivity, such as an iron sword, then, After he shocks the opponent with the electric baton, if the opponent touches the iron sword, then he will also be attacked. Call. Don't let the enemy down when the enemy is not down, and let yourself down first. It will be funny. Therefore, the electric baton is not safe. Give it up. Since it's Game of Thrones in the age of cold weapons, it's not bad to get an alloy knife, right? Just take a look. Except for kitchen knives, dagger-shaped short knives, and large knives that can be sold online, they're all managed products and cannot be bought at all. Although I heard that some people sell control knives in private, but Jason Liu only heard about it and couldn't get it all. However, it is really unrealistic for him to do this as an ordinary person. Since the controlled ones can't be bought, let's take a look at the weapons that can be legally held, and the power is not small. Sure enough, Jason Liu quickly found a replacement, a stick. The full name of the tactical telescopic baton is the tactical telescopic baton. It is composed of several steel rods with different thicknesses. When not in use, it shrinks in. It is only 30 centimeters short. The tip of the swing stick is thinner and narrower than the grip end. When hitting the target, because the contact area is smaller, the pressure at the contact point is extremely large, and the destructive force is stronger. Jason Liu chose a tungsten manganese alloy steel swing stick and watched the video recorded by the store. A red brick was smashed into 2 pieces by the swing stick, and a cement pipe with a diameter of 30 centimeters was directly broken into several pieces. Such power is truly amazing. Jason Liu looked happy, looked at the thousands of comments below the store, and checked the qualifications of the other party. It was indeed a regular manufacturer, and he cooperated with the security department and the public security department. So he clicked to place an order directly. 280 Ocean tungsten manganese alloy steel sling stick, free shipping to home. You can receive it in 3 days. After getting the personal protective equipment, Jason Liu bought another field travel backpack online and spent another 300 yuan. After browsing the internet for a while, I found that there was nothing to buy, so I closed the website. Open Dunyang and start searching for standing medicines. This thing is very important. The medical technology of Game of Thrones is very backward. Jason Liu is worried that if he gets sick, at least he can give first aid. The network is really powerful, and soon there are search results listing the list of household medicines. Treatment of colds: Qingwen Lianhua capsule, Sanjiu Ganmao Ling, paracetamol, Gonkong, etc. Treatment of diarrhea: norfloxacin capsules, Smecta, Changjianing, Huaxiang Zinki water, etc. Stomach disease treatment: stomach biji, Jianwei, Shaoshi tablets, etc. Treatment of heart disease: Suxiao Jushin pill, nitroglycerin, etc. Treatment of allergies: chlorpheniramine, loratadine, etc. Treatment of bruises: Yunnan Baiyao aerosol, Shangshi pain relief cream, safflower oil, etc. Jason Liu took a photo with his mobile phone and was going to go to the nearby pharmacy to get all these medicines ready. Put on a mask, push the electric bicycle that has accompanied him for 2 years, and walk into the elevator. Riding on the little electric donkey, Jason Liu came to the pharmacy on Jinghua Road, Tongheng, which is an old brand that has been passed down for hundreds of years and has a very good reputation. As soon as I walked in the door, an auntie, a salesperson in a white coat behind the counter, greeted her with a smile. "Hello, sir. What kind of medicine do you want to buy?" Jason Liu looked at the densely packed medicine boxes on the transparent glass medicine cabinet all around, walked to the counter, and took out the list of common medicines that he had taken with his mobile phone. "I want to buy some common medicines for the family, which are listed in this photo. Please help me get 2 boxes of each." The pharmacy sales aunt took over the phone, glanced at the list above, nodded quickly, and said with a smile, "No problem. It's all household medicines. We have them all. I usually put some in the medicine cabinet at home. It will be very convenient when urgently needed. It is convenient, such as Suxiao Jushin pill. If there are elderly people with bad heart at home, you should always keep this medicine." While explaining enthusiastically, the aunt quickly picked up the various medicines on the list. In less than 10 minutes, all the medicines on the list were found, placed on the glass counter, and a large pile appeared. Looking at the pile of pill boxes in front of her, the sales aunt smiled more enthusiastically. "This is all the medicines on the list. Do you need anything else?" Jason Liu picked up a box of Lianhua Qingwen capsules, looked at him casually, and asked, "Is penicillin sold here?" The famous penicillin, Jason Liu will not forget. At that time, penicillin was regarded as a magic medicine and a panacea for curing diseases and saving lives. One shot for a fever and cold, one shot for headache, one shot for inflammation, one shot for bruises and sprains. Anyway, no matter what your illness, the doctor gave penicillin directly at that time. Because it is just used, the human body's resistance to penicillin is still very low, so the effect is simply outstanding. This led to the subsequent abuse of penicillin. Although there are now more effective and more types of antibiotics, penicillin is still the magic drug of the generation in many people's minds. Jason Liu was thinking about whether he could buy some. He must be able to reproduce the miracle of a generation of magical medicines when he heals and saves people in Game of Thrones. Aunt Sales gave him a surprised look. "Do you have a doctor's prescription?" "No." Jason Liu told the truth. "I'm sorry, penicillin is a prescription drug. It can only be purchased with a doctor's prescription or a certificate issued by a medical unit. It cannot be purchased privately." The salesman explained. Jason Liu nodded, but there was no surprise because he had long known that penicillin was a prescription drug, and he could not buy it at will. He just asked with the attitude of trying it out. "Bring me 5 more rolls of bandages, 2 packs of cotton swabs, 2 bottles of medical alcohol, a roll of tape." Jason Liu thought about what else he might use, and finally felt that it was enough, so he nodded. "Okay, that's it." According to the name of the Jason Liu newspaper, the pharmacy aunt picked up the things and finally saw that Jason Liu did not have any other medicines he needed and began to skillfully scan and settle the medicines one by one. The total cost is 529 yuan. Is it a scan code or cash? Annie handed the receipt to Jason Liu. Asterisk, Alipay, scan the code. Jason Liu opened the payment code and scanned the code to pay. All the medicines were filled in a large plastic bag, and Jason Liu walked out of the pharmacy carrying it. Putting this large bag of commonly used medicines back into the rental house, Jason Liu began to scan the goods in the Hualien supermarket in the community. 2 boxes of barrel noodles, 1 box of sauerkraut, and 1 box of spicy beef noodles. A box of ham, 2 bags of toast, 1 piece of Nongfu Spring, 2 bags of quick frozen dumplings and chaos, 2 big white rabbit toffee bags, and 2 big chocolate candies. Buy some more fresh vegetables and fill the refrigerator at home. With so many things, Jason Liu took 2 or 3 trips up and down the elevator before moving it. When passing by the Ma's clinic downstairs in the community, Jason Liu couldn't help but stop, thought about it, and walked towards the small clinic. In this Ma's clinic, there's only one doctor named Ma Minghua, who is in his 50s. It seems that the clinic has been open for more than 20 years. The clinic is not big, just 2 houses. In a small clinic like this, you can usually see a cold and fever, give fluids, measure your blood pressure, and no one comes here for serious illnesses. They all go to the city hospital. In the past 2 years, Jason Liu has also visited the small clinic several times because of a cold, and he and Dr. Ma can be considered as acquaintances. Pushing open the glass door, Jason Liu smiled and greeted Dr. Ma, sitting behind the medicine cabinet. "Uncle Ma, are you busy?" With this reading glasses on the bridge of his nose, Dr. Ma was wearing a white lab coat and short gray hair. He was sitting there looking at the medical book in his hand. There was no one else in the clinic at this time. Hearing Jason Liu's greeting, Dr. Ma looked up. "Oh, Xiao Liu." With that said, Dr. Ma put down the book in his hand, stood up, helped his reading glasses, and asked, "What's the matter? Is there anything uncomfortable?" "Hey, I didn't come to see you." Jason Liu walked to the medicine cabinet and sat across from Dr. Ma. "I just wanted to ask you something." "Oh, what are you talking about?" Dr. Ma nodded, sat down again, and looked at Jason Liu strangely. "I couldn't help but wonder what this little Liu could do when he found a doctor in his own clinic." In the past 2 years, Dr. Ma has a good impression of Jason Liu, a young man who goes out early and returns late every day and works diligently. He usually encounters him and asks this kid to help carry some medicines, and he never refuses. Jason Liu took a look and saw that there were only 2 of them in the clinic, so he lowered his voice and asked, "Uncle Ma, I don't know where you usually get your penicillin from. If you want a large amount, can you get it?" After hearing this, Dr. Ma was stunned for a moment, then looked at Jason Liu in surprise. Little Liu, aren't you doing sales in the company? When did you want to pick up medicines again? After speaking, Dr. Ma persuaded, Liu, don't think Uncle Ma's nagging. Your job is doing well. It's pretty good. If your brain gets hot and goes into an unfamiliar business, it's no joke. Yes, don't look at the huge profits of pharmaceutical sales, but this thing is also very particular. Without hospital channels and few doctors, your medicines can't be sold at a price. Dr. Ma frowned slightly and looked at Jason Liu, worried that the young man didn't know the inside story. So he rushed in and smashed his head into blood. The water in this industry is very deep, and generally there is no hard relationship. Do you mean? Jason Liu nodded dumbfoundedly. Of course, he understood what Dr. Ma meant, and he had heard how deep the pharmaceutical industry was. However, he did not want to go the way of pharmaceutical sales in modern times, but planned to sell medicines to another world to make huge profits. Therefore, what Dr. Ma said is not important to him at all. It's just that this kind of thing can't be explained to Dr. Ma. So Jason Liu pretended to listen, nodded in agreement, and then made his own request. Uncle Ma, see if you could sell me a few boxes of penicillin first. Let me try the water. I don't plan to try the medicines. I just want to try with penicillin. If it doesn't work, I'll give up. You young man. Dr. Ma thought Jason Liu was unwilling. However, he had no objection to Jason Liu's suggestion to test the water with a few boxes of penicillin. After all, only a few boxes of penicillin could not be sold. Not even a few dollars to lose. Okay, I'll get you a few boxes. Dr. Ma agreed that the young man might not give up without taking a few blows. Thank you, Uncle Ma. Jason Liu was very happy to be able to buy a few boxes of penicillin, but soon hesitated. Uncle Ma, penicillin is a prescription drug and cannot be sold to individuals. If you sell it to me, will there be anything? Trouble? Who knows? Hearing Jason Liu say this, Dr. Ma was completely indifferent. It's just a few boxes of penicillin. What can be wrong? I wonder which clinic did not rely on penicillin to cure countless patients. What are you doing now? Penicillin can't be abused. Which of those small clinics at the bottom really care? As he spoke, Dr. Ma took out 4 boxes of penicillin from the medicine cabinet, each box of 10 bottles, each bottle of 1.2 million units. I didn't expect to get penicillin so smoothly. Jason Liu was very excited. Uncle Ma, how much is this box? Dr. Ma glanced at the penicillin on the counter and said casually, this thing is very cheap. If you get it from a pharmaceutical factory, it will cost you 5 yuan a box at most, which is 50 cents a bottle. If you buy a 25 kilograms barrel of penicillin powder, a barrel costs about 150 yuan, and 1 g of raw powder has at least 1 million units. If you buy more, the price of a barrel can be negotiated again. Hearing what Dr. Ma said, Jason Liu couldn't help but stunned. It was too profitable. If you don't count the cost of drug research and development, the production cost of all finished drugs is so low that you can't believe it. The reason why many drugs are expensive is because the research and development fee is added to the cost, and the pharmaceutical factory also wants to make a profit. The pharmaceutical industry really makes money. Jason Liu sighed, slamming 4 boxes of penicillin into his pocket. Uncle Ma, give me 10 more syringes and 22 milliliters medical water for injection. Dr. Ma nodded, took the syringe and injection water again, and reminded seriously, before injecting penicillin, you must remember to do a skin test. Don't forget. Well, I remember. I've had injections before. Jason Liu hurriedly agreed. In the final settlement, there are 40 bottles of tetranuclear penicillin. Each bottle is 2 yuan. A 10 milliliters disposable syringe is 1 yuan each, a total of 10. A box of 2 milliliters medical injection water is 10 bottles, and 2 boxes are 4 yuan in total. Jason Liu spent 94 yuan at Drive Ma. Moreover, according to Dr. Ma, penicillin, disposable syringes, and medical sterilized water for injection are extremely low cost in pharmaceutical factories. If you can buy them in large quantities, the price is several times cheaper than buying them from him. Asterisk. Jason Liu secretly remembered that if there's a large need in the future, He can ask Dr. Ma to take the lead and do business with the pharmaceutical sales representative he knows. After leaving Ma's clinic, Jason Liu returned home with penicillin content. After eating the takeaway, I opened the novel A Song of Ice and Fire and read it again. Now waiting for delivery of stab suits, sticks, travel backpacks, hiking boots ordered online. After being free, Jason Liu began to think about what to sell in Game of Thrones world. First of all, it must be cheap and large in modern times, or Game of Thrones does not have it. After all, today's big purchase left him with more than 26,000 of his 30,000 yuan deposit, so he can only buy some cheap things next. To say that in modern times, the products that are cheap and large in quantity and sell well in the world of Game of Thrones seem to be quite a lot when you think about it. Paper, gel pens, soap, shampoo, salt, plastic bowls, plastic spoons, cheap clothes, shoes, including a lot of lucrative drugs that I bought before. Paper and gel pens should sell well. After all, parchment and quill pens are the most used in Game of Thrones. They're not very easy to use, and they are relatively expensive. Most people can't use them at all. Therefore, the market for paper and gel pens will be very large, even completely replacing parchment paper. Well, make a note. Stock up on a batch of paper and gel pens in bulk. Next are soaps and shampoos. These two common daily chemicals have super cleaning power. They are far from comparable to the products of Game of Thrones, and they're also very marketable. Salt. This is an important strategic resource for all countries, and the market is not small, but if you buy it in large quantities in modern times, some are not easy to buy, and the profits are not high, so they will be put on hold. Plastic bowls, plastic spoons, compared to the metal tableware of Game of Thrones, this advantage is not obvious. You can only take the cheap route. After opening the market, presumably the profit is not bad. Cheap clothes and shoes. Relying on the terrifying productivity of the world's factories, the cost of clothes and shoes is very low, and they can definitely blow up the original clothing industry when they are sold to the world of Thrones. After all, the synthetic fiber materials produced in modern times are far more durable than the natural textiles of Game of Thrones, and are superior in comfort, style, color, and quality. It is also a lucrative business. As for medicines with powerful curative effects, this thing can not only make a lot of money, but it can also play a big role in critical moments. Think about it. A doctor who is extremely skilled in medicine and can be called a genius doctor is popular with everyone at any age, which can ensure that he has a good foothold in the Game of Thrones world. Looking at the records in the book, Jason Liu thought about it and decided to purchase according to this in the early stage. Well, first buy a batch of paper and gel pens. First of all, this thing is cheap and large in quantity, and it takes up less space than other things. Although Jason Liu can go back and forth between the two worlds at any time to get things. But if he doesn't want to be discovered by his secrets, he can't really travel at any time, and some things must be brought with him. When can I find a foothold in the Game of Thrones world so that I can shuttle back and forth without any scruples? At the beginning, it is better to be cautious. After all, his ability to travel is too weird. If he is discovered by people who travel the world, the ghost knows whether they will kill him as a devil or something. After all, Game of Thrones is still in the age of ignorant beliefs. Half a step ahead is a genius, and one step ahead is a lunatic. Bruno was burned alive back then. Don't make yourself look too weird. Low-key, muffled making a fortune is the real thing. After thinking about it for a while, Jason Liu, who made up his mind to develop in a vulgar way, began to chat with various shopkeepers on the eve of the fight. A comfortable soap shop. Jason Liu. Boss, if you can buy more soap in your house, can you make it cheaper? The sales girl from the Shungue soap factory was sitting in front of the computer and playing with her mobile phone when suddenly the shop number rang. The girl immediately regained her spirits. Looking at the news from the store number, she couldn't help but get excited. Could be a big order? While thinking about it, the girl resumed the news. Dear, we are all factory direct sales. It's already very cheap. Jason Liu. If it's cheaper, I'll buy it. And it's a lot. Large quantities? How big can it be? The sales girl thought to herself and replied in a timely manner. Then how much do you want to buy? We need to see the quantity before we can decide the preferential price. Jason Liu. Come for 1,000 yuan first. If you use it well, there will be bigger orders in the future. $1,000. The order is really big. The sales girl is more focused. This is a large order. If you have 1,000 yuan, the price I can give you here is 1.5 yuan, which is 0.5 yuan cheaper than the listed price. What do you think, dear? In front of the computer, Jason Liu raised his eyebrows. He didn't expect to cut off a quarter at once, and it seemed that he could continue to cut. So, Jason Liu typed again. Can it be cheaper? Sales girl. This is already the lowest price, dear. Just as Jason Liu was considering the price, another message came from the other side. Sales girl. If you buy 5,000 yuan at a time, I can ship it at 1 yuan per piece, dear. Seeing this price, Jason Liu was refreshed. Sure enough, as long as he buys more, the price can be lowered. It's just that now he doesn't have a place to store too much soap. He can rent a warehouse to store in the future, and then buy a lot at that time. Now I had to give up. So, at 1.5 yuan each, Jason Liu ordered 1,000 bars of soap, of which 100 were soap for bathing, 900 were soaps, and spent 1,500 yuan. To be honest, even if it is soap for washing hands and clothes, it is fine to use it directly for bathing in Game of Thrones world. However, the fragrance of soap is more suitable for the noble class, which is another product that can be sold at a high price. Come to think of it, those ladies and gentlemen are happy to spend twice as much on soap. After buying soap and soap, Jason Liu found a company selling A4 paper on Pink Sixty. Like the previous Shungue, it is a small factory in Sanwu. The advantage is that the quantity is large and cheap. The size of white A4 paper is 21 cm * 29.7 cm, and each sheet weighs about 4.4 g. If you buy more than 10,000 sheets at a time, you only need 0.05 yuan for one sheet. So cheap, Jason Liu directly placed 10,000 orders, costing 500 yuan. So cheap. Then, I bought 1,000 black gel pens at a small gel pen manufacturer at 1 yuan each. I bought another 10,000 black refills at 0.05 yuan each, costing 1,500 yuan. All of this added up, and Jason Liu spent another 3,500 yuan. Asterisk. It has never been so fun to spend money. After paying, Jason Liu is still a little unfulfilled. Sure enough, spending money is cool for a while, and spending money is always cool. Hey, I finally understand the happiness of the rich. It's just so unpretentious. In 3 days, Jason Liu finally finished reading the original novel, and the online shopping also arrived one after another. Looking at the room filled with boxes of soap, boxes of gel pens and refills, and a large stack of A4 paper, Jason Liu felt a sense of accomplishment in his heart. I'm looking forward to tomorrow's tour of Thrones World Tour. In the evening, after dinner, Jason Liu was busy arranging his backpack, stuffed some bread, ham sausage, and mineral water into the bag. He also took 50 gel pens, 200 refills, and 100 sheets of A4 paper in a backpack. He intends to sell these things first to see the receptivity of people in the other world. Moreover, he still doesn't know much about the prices and currency exchange of Game of Thrones world. So he intends to make small-scale orders first, find out the situation, and then ship them on a large scale. Moreover, he has also tried to visit the world of Game of Thrones in the past few days. Based on the environment and the cold climate, he guessed that the place where he appeared should be the north, but he didn't know where it was, and he was far away from Winterfell. Just as I was thinking, the phone rang. Glancing at the caller, it was Mama Liu, and when she answered the call, Jason Liu was very happy. Hello, Mom. Jason, are you off work? Have you eaten dinner? Liu's mother's voice was also very happy. She hadn't called her son for a month, and just after saying a few words, she couldn't help but worry about her son's lack of food. I've eaten. Thinking that he had been fired by the company, Jason Liu decided not to tell his parents and family, and said vaguely, I got off work, I didn't work overtime tonight. Not wanting Mom to talk about work, Jason Liu first asked Dad Liu, Mom, where's my dad? Have you had dinner? We've eaten, and your dad went out to watch the dance in the village square. Liu Mama said with a smile. Thanks to the national new rural policy, the originally poor and messy villages have built flat and neat concrete roads, and a square has been built in the village. At night, rural people who have nothing to do will gather in the square to dance square dance. Everyone gets together to chat, dance, and lively, which is good. As far as Jason Liu knows, his mother also likes to dance with everyone in the square at night. In recent years, everyone's life has gotten better. The mother and son chatted for more than an hour. In addition to the trivial matters in life, Liu Ma started the marriage urging mode again. For example, whose child is the same age as you, and now the baby can play soy sauce, such as who has a blind date this year, getting ready to get married at the end of the year. Listening to his mother's side-by-side urging for marriage on the phone, Jason Liu couldn't help laughing and crying. He could only say that he was too busy with work, and he would definitely find a girlfriend when he had time. Don't forget, it's best to bring your girlfriend back for the new year when you go home this year. Before hanging up the phone, Liu's mother still spared no effort to urge her son to find someone to bring home. Jason Liu hung up the phone with a wry smile and understood his parents' thoughts. After all, compared to those who get married in their 30s in the city, they usually get married early in the countryside. Parents definitely don't want their sons to be in their 30s. Jason Liu, his sister Liu Wan, is 27 years old this year, 3 years older than him. Now his daughter Su Xin is 6 years old, and his son Su Hao is 4 years old. No wonder the family is worried. After taking a shower and lying on the bed, Jason Liu turned on his mobile phone. The university classmates in the WeChat group were still the activists in the water group. More than 2 years after stepping into the society, the once simple classmates have also become real Philistines due to the violence of the society. In the past, the discussion in the group was all about academic performance, games, and interesting things in school. Now, every day in the group, there are those who are well-behaved and change their tricks. For 2 years, Jason Liu rarely spoke in the group. As a student from Zheng University, it is very miserable for a student like him. If you don't get along well, you don't have a good opinion of acquaintances, let alone bubble up in the group. I can only silently dive into the screen and watch other people show there. However, after getting this adventure of being able to travel back and forth between two worlds, Jason Liu's previous embarrassment completely disappeared. Now, he is full of confidence in the future. After watching the screen silently for more than 10 minutes again, Jason Liu turned off his mobile phone, prepared to go to bed, and recharged his energy for the action of the day tomorrow. The next morning, before 7 o'clock, Jason Liu had already woken up, and he couldn't sleep well last night. After washing up and having breakfast, Jason Liu wore a stab-resistant suit, a black down jacket, and hiking boots. The backpack was filled with food and drink yesterday, as well as goods to be traded with the people of Westeros. Looking at the fully charged electric donkey, Jason Liu put on the travel bag, rode on the electric car, and started the shuttle directly. Swah! Woo! It was after 7 o'clock in the morning on the day of Game of Thrones in the north, and it was still a little dark, but it was enough to see the ground in the distance. Jason Liu rode an electric bike and looked around. There was no human beings, a large scorched yellow land with sparse green weeds growing on the ground in the distance. Where am I? Jason Liu looked at the exact same scenery all around and couldn't figure out where he was going. He took out the simple compass that he bought from his travel backpack, and he didn't even bother to consider whether the magnetic fields of Game of Thrones and the Earth were the same. So he rode the little electric donkey toward the south, according to the direction of the compass. As long as you keep going south, there will always be a place for people. Riding an electric bike all the way, Jason Liu endured the bumps on the road and rode all the way to the south. As we headed south, the scenery on the road finally changed. There is more and more green grass on the ground, and even a few bushes can be seen. This shows that he has indeed been heading south. That is to say, the compass can also be used in this world. After riding for more than 2 hours again, Jason Liu took out his mobile phone and checked the time. It was past 11 in the morning. This road, riding for more than 3 hours. Thanks to the fact that this wilderness is very hard, there is no resistance as imagined by the electric vehicle walking on it. However, just like that, the electric car's power has been almost consumed. No way, Jason Liu had no choice but to go back to Hyundai and even showed up in the rental house with a car. After charging the electric car, Jason Liu ate a bowl of hot instant noodles, rested for half an hour, and entered the Game of Thrones world again. This time, without the electric car, Jason Liu put his backpack in the rental house and walked easily in the northern wilderness. Continue south as the compass points. Finally, after walking for more than an hour, when Jason Liu was too tired to walk, he saw the shadow of another cottage in the distance. Asterisk. It was finally time to meet the aborigines of this world, and Jason Liu was a little excited for a while. Returned to the rental house again, put on the backpack, returned to the north, and strode towards the cottage. When he got closer, Jason Liu could see what the cottage looked like. The whole cottage is like a small fortress, surrounded by a stone wall more than 2 meters high, and the low wooden houses are crowded within the wall. The entrance to the cottage is a gate tied in rows of wood, with a small door next to it, just enough to allow one person to pass through. The cottages were built in this way, not only to defend against beasts attacking people, but also in the north, these villagers also had to defend against savages who ran over the Great Wall to rob them. As Jason Liu approached the gate of the cottage, a few children were originally dressed in tattered animal skins or sackcloth clothes. Their dirty faces were red from the cold, and the shoes on their feet had holes, revealing several children with red toes from the cold. Was immediately scared away. Like a frightened little beast, it nimbly slipped through the small door of the cottage and disappeared in front of Jason Liu. Looking at this scene, Jason Liu touched his nose embarrassedly. Am I so scary? Dang dang. Soon, the bell rang in the cottage, and the originally quiet cottage suddenly became noisy. I saw that dirty heads kept popping up behind the stone wall, and villagers holding wooden forks, axes, kitchen knives, etc. in their hands, looked over in panic. What's wrong? Jason Liu was also taken aback by the actions of the villagers in the cottage. He subconsciously pulled out his stick, and at the same time was ready to return to the modern age at any time, so as not to die before he succeeded and fall into the hands of these villagers. It would be too funny. Fortunately, the villagers crowded behind the gates and walls, buzzing in a mess. Perhaps seeing only Jason Liu alone, the panic on the faces of the villagers gradually dissipated. However, the eyes they looked over were still full of awe. Just when Jason Liu didn't know what to do next, the small door of the opposite cottage opened again, and an old man with gray hair and a lame leg, leaning on a wooden stick, walked towards Jason Liu step by step. The old man's face was full of wrinkles, and his cloudy eyes showed all that Jason Liu couldn't understand. I saw that he walked majestically 5 meters away from Jason Liu, and he no longer dared to move forward. His rough hands, full of cracks, clenched the wooden stick around him, and his whole body seemed to be leaning on it. Sir, I don't know why you came to the village of the little people. The old man looked in awe and said, This year, the poll tax of the little people has been handed over to the director of Winterfell. Originally thought that he would not understand the language of Westeros. Unexpectedly, Jason Liu only felt his head buzzing, and he was suddenly stuffed into the various languages of the entire Game of Thrones world, which was equivalent to the time and space door gang in his mind. He has mastered all the languages of this world. This time, there is no need to worry about the language gap between the two sides. Hearing the title of adult in the old man's words just now, Jason Liu knew that the other party regarded him as a nobleman. Thinking about it too, compared to the one in front of him, who was naked, his face was dirty, and his body exuded a strong sour odor, which could be smelled even from a few meters away. A cringe old man. Jason Liu was wearing clothes that looked noble. He was tall, his face was even more fair, and his temperament was even more incompatible with the commoners. No wonder he was directly identified by this old man as a nobleman. He didn't explain his identity. Since the other party misunderstood, let him misunderstand, so that it is more convenient for him to ask questions. So, Jason Liu regarded himself as a nobleman and asked directly, Who are you? What is your village called? How far is it from Winterfell? The old man looked carefully at Jason Liu, although he was surprised that this man was obviously different from Westeros, but he did not dare not to answer the question of the nobleman. Sir, this is the Sungshu village, and the villain is the village chief. Gina, the village chief, leaning on a wooden stick in both hands, dragged a lame foot on the ground, hunched over, and answered cautiously, "This place is far from winter. The city is more than 10 kilometers long, and you can go south along that road, and you will reach Winterfell." After asking about the direction of Winterfell, Jason Liu planned to leave, because he really couldn't bear to look at this old man and stood in front of him with a humble and awe. So, I took out a bag of bread from my backpack and gave it to the old man as a thank you to him. Then, ignoring the trembling thanks of the old man, Jason Liu walked along the path towards Winterfell. Blessed by the old god, old Jenny really met a kind adult today. I have never seen such a white and soft bread in my life, let alone eat it. Back in the cottage, looking at the surrounding villagers, village chief Gina held bread in his hands and shed tears of excitement. The other villagers all had green eyes, staring at the white bread in the hands of the village chief, and kept swallowing saliva. These people have been eating black bread mixed with sawdust and grass roots all their lives, hard like a stone, and they have never seen bread so white and soft. Those children were even more greedy, their eyes never leaving the bread in the village chief's hand, and their little heads kept fantasizing about how delicious such a soft bread is. Seeing this scene, the village chief of Gina's sighed and distributed a bag of bread to the villagers equally, so that everyone got a piece the size of their thumb. Some of the villagers who were given white bread immediately stuffed it into their mouths and devoured them. Some people put them into their mouths bit by bit, closed their eyes, and savored the sweetness of the white bread. The children moved even more quickly, swallowing the bread in their hands in the blink of an eye, and then looked at their parents eagerly. For a time, the entire Depinshu village enjoyed a handful of soft and sweet bread that could only be tasted by the nobles because of the gift of Jason Liu. Although there is only one point, this also makes the villagers very happy. Saying goodbye to Big Pine Village, Jason Liu went south along the path, and not long after, he saw the ancient city, Winterfell, sitting on a hill in the distance. The Winterfell city, which is located in the open field, is like a behemoth. From a distance, it gives people a sense of majesty. As we got closer to Winterfell, the roads leading to Winterfell became more and more pedestrians, mostly farmers from the north. Someone pushed a small cart with sacks of carrots and onions ready to be sold in the winter shelter market town outside Winterfell. Some people drove a few black-skinned pigs with tusks, which looked like wild boars, humming and chirping, occupying most of the road, and being driven forward by the owner with a whip. Asterisk. Some unkempt women, carrying baskets with some unknown wild fruits in them, holding their children in their hands, walked slowly forward. The small merchants drove the carriages, which were full of goods, and kept shouting for the people in front to make way. Some people are leading sheep, some are driving cattle, some are holding chickens and ducks, and they go in the same direction. Pigs humming, sheep bleating, cows bleating, chickens and ducks croaking, children laughing and crying, and merchants scolding. All of a sudden, the whole road was noisy and lively. Suddenly breaking into this noisy environment from the desolate wilderness, Jason Liu was in a good mood for a while. The wilderness used to give people the feeling of being empty and boring, but now he blends in with the crowd, as if he has come to another world. It's a wonderful feeling. Just when Jason Liu was full of emotion, because of his appearance that was obviously different from the Westeros, he was discovered by people on the road as soon as he walked into the crowd. For a time, the originally noisy road gradually became quiet. Jason Liu was embarrassed to find that because of his appearance, these northerners with tattered clothes and disheveled faces lowered their voices and turned their eyes to him from time to time. When Jason Liu looked at each other, those people withdrew their eyes in fear, which made him even more out of place. It seems that they also regard me as some nobleman, right? Jason Liu couldn't help but think. In Westeros, only those aristocratic lords from the ruling class who are able to eat and wear warmly and comfortably are the only noble lords from the ruling class. The commoners at the bottom are doing their best to eat a bite every day. So how can they pay attention to personal hygiene and clothing? Jason Liu, a person with a fair complexion, a tall and straight body, and an invisibly confident and high-spirited temperament, cannot be cultivated by the common people. It's no wonder that all the Westeros that Jason Liu met during this time will recognize him as a nobleman. Jason Liu couldn't help but feel uncomfortable being watched by these unkempt Northlanders with a strong body odor. Not wanting to be viewed as a monkey, he tightened the backpack behind him and walked quickly through the crowd on the road, wanting to enter the winter shelter market town outside Winterfell City as soon as possible. Seeing this tall man with a tall stature and noble clothes strode forward, the farmers and women in the north who were standing on the road ahead showed respectful expressions and took the initiative to step back to make way for Jason Liu. A man with a tattered straw hat was in a hurry to drive away his pigs to make way for the adult, but instead he was put on a horse by the pigs, making him embarrassed. Seeing the corners of his mouth twitch, he tried his best to hold back his smile. When Jason Liu passed by the peddler who was driving the carriage, the other side pulled the reins of the horse crampedly, took off the hat on his head, and with a respectful smile on his face, nodded and bowed his respects to him. Compared with the ignorant farmer who spends his whole life digging food in the land, and who has not necessarily left his lord's fief in his life, the small trader who travels from south to north obviously knows the dignity of a nobleman better. It is not uncommon for this small trader to be flogged, cut off a hand, a foot, or even lose his life in severe cases because he offended the dignity of the nobles. After all, for those aristocratic gentlemen at the top, the untouchables at the bottom are not as good as the cattle and sheep in the barn of the noble gentleman. Therefore, when seeing a nobleman passing by, the small trader immediately expressed his sincere respect to the other party, lest he would offend the majesty of the adults. Jason Liu watched the small merchants around him show a pleasing smile to him. He grew up in a free and equal society, although he was not used to the humility of these low-level people. But he still warned himself in the bottom of his heart. This is the world of power, a feudal society where life is like a must, and the nobles hold all power. It is best to adapt as soon as possible. The experience along the way has made Jason Liu deeply realize the power of aristocratic status in this world. It also made him start to think about what kind of identity he wants to face the rich and powerful in Westeros. After walking for more than 10 minutes, I finally entered the winter shelter market town outside Winterfell. The so-called winter shelter market town is the wooden houses built along the Stark family's Winterfell castle. Usually in winter, after the wheat and oats are harvested, the surrounding farmers bring their families into the winter shelter market town to avoid the severe cold weather and possible wildling attack. Because the number of people gathered here gradually increased, merchants and hawkers from all over Westeros also rushed over from King's Landing, West Territory, East Territory, Hygean Land, and other places. There are even merchants from the southernmost reach and Dorne in Westeros, who take boats along the narrow sea and land at the White Harbor of the Mandalay family in the north, and take their goods by land to come to Winter City to do business. The merchants transported summer red wine from Qingting Island, kippers from Dorne, weapons and armor from King's Landing, gold jewelry from the west, and grain from the east and riverlands to the north for sale and purchase. Bear skins, wolf skins, deer skins, and other furs are transported back to the south. Again and again, the profit is still very considerable. Of course, occasionally businessmen from the free trade city-states on the other side of the narrow sea came to the winter town to do business. However, because of the bitter cold in the north and the long journey, they seldom came here, and most of them went to the prosperous King's Landing. Jason Liu walked into the market, and a strong smell of mutton came to his face. So many people who don't take baths very much all of a sudden gather together, plus the feces and urine of animals in the market. This smell is really exciting. It took a while for Jason Liu to get used to the strong smell and join the crowd. On both sides of the road, there were stalls set up by the merchants spontaneously, and behind them were their carriages, which were full of goods, and the merchants stood in front of their stalls and shouted. Some farmers just find a place and spread something that is full of oil and dirty, and I don't know if it's animal skin or sackcloth. They put their own apples, carrots, onions, and wheat on the ground, waiting for customers to choose. Jason Liu watched the noisy market, walked carefully in it, tried to avoid the cow dung and horse urine on the ground, and from time to time chased the children who were running around and drilling. It comes from a master craftsman male of King's Landing, a perfect fine steel sword, only 30 silver deer. Only 30 silver deer dash. The high-quality wheat produced in Hudgin land is only 2 copper stars per pound. Come and see, this is the best wheat, full of grains, and definitely the lowest price. Kinneyed fish, kipper from White Harbor, salty kipper, only 10 copper stars apiece. Asterisk. Jason Liu looked at the hawkers with curiosity on his face, and when he walked to the salty fish stall that exuded salty, fishy, and stinky smells, he almost passed out, covered his nose, and walked away quickly. When he stopped beside a liquor dealer, the businessman who looked slightly darker but had shrewd eyes immediately raised his voice and shouted enthusiastically, trying to arouse the adult passing by in front of him. Attention! Summer Red, the summer red wine from Earl Redwind's house in Cheating Island in the River Bay. Even when His Majesty the King held a banquet, he used summer red wine to entertain nobles and important officials. Summer red wine, the best wine in the world. There are only 2 silver deer in a barrel. Come and see dash. Next to the liquor seller, a businessman from the West, who was selling gold jewelry, saw Jason Liu stop, and he immediately regained his senses. Holding a few beautifully crafted gold rings and necklaces in his hand, the Western businessman approached Jason Liu a little, with a humble smile on his face. Sir, do you want to see gold jewelry? This is from the Western region. Jewelry, as we all know, the underground of the Western region is full of gold, and even Her Majesty the Queen of the Red Fort likes jewelry in the Western region. That is to say, Jason Liu's clothes are very valuable. This Western businessman has determined which nobleman he is, and only noblemen can afford to buy his gold jewelry. Ordinary poor ghosts don't even look at them. Seeing that this Western businessman was going to grab business, the wine dealer next to him was unhappy and quickly greeted, Sir, buy some villain's bar. This is the wine from Cheating Island. Only the best wine to be worthy of your noble status as an adult. Seeing these 2 people are so attentive, Jason Liu immediately became interested, just as he also needed to find someone to understand the price level of the world. So, Jason Liu began chat with them. You should have seen it too, right? I'm not from Westeros, but Jason East from the Xena Empire in the Far East, crossing the endless sea of trembling before arriving here. Westeros. I don't know much about Westeros. Can you do me a little favor? Jason East, East is the East. This surname was made up by Jason Liu. In order to deal with the powerful in Westeros in the future, Jason Liu decided to make up a noble identity. He really found that Xena Empire he made up. Sure enough, when they heard that he was a foreigner from a distant Eastern Empire, the 2 merchants showed stunned expressions at the same time. After all, Jason Liu's completely different looks from those of Westeros were too easy to tell apart. With the idea that this might be a wealthy foreign nobleman who might buy some of his own goods, the 2 merchants kept working hard. Master East, the villain is Odover from the Golden Tooth City in the West. It is an honor for the villain to serve you. Odover, the merchant in the West, smiled. The wine dealer followed closely, expressing his goodwill. The villain is Cuncius of the High Court of the Reach, and I am happy to serve you, Lord East from the Xena Empire in the Far East. Thank you for your kindness, Odover and Quinzius. Jason Liu smiled at the 2, then asked his own question. I know Westeros has golden dragons, silver deers, and bronze stars, 3 currencies. What is the exchange ratio between these 3 currencies? Then how much can 1 copper star buy? I didn't expect it to be such a simple question, and Odover, a merchant from the Western region, was slightly taken aback. It seems that this adult is really new to the scene. As a result, Odover quickly reacted and replied immediately. My lord, in Westeros, 1 golden dragon can be exchanged for 100 silver deer, and 1 silver deer can be exchanged for 100 bronze stars. For a bronze star, you can almost buy 1 piece. Black bread mixed with sawdust. Listen, as the grain merchant over there shouted, 2 copper stars can buy a pound of good wheat." Quincius interrupted next to him. Then he didn't forget to pick up a barrel of summer red wine from his booth, which was half an introduction and half a sales pitch. Just like such a barrel of summer red wine from Chinting Island, you can buy it with only 2 silver deer. Good deal. Jason Liu glanced at the small wine barrel in the hands of the wine dealer. It was a cylindrical wine barrel about 20 centimeters high and 20 centimeters wide. It cost 2 silver deer for such a small barrel. It's not cheap. It really is a fine wine that only nobles can afford. Jason Liu is more concerned about the true value of Westeros currency than the luxury of summer red wine, which is obviously a consumption of the powerful. Whether it's modern or Game of Thrones, the truest way to measure a world's currency is to look at its food prices. And wheat is undoubtedly the common reference of these two worlds. The purchase price of a pound of modern wheat is about 1.2 yuan. A pound of wheat in Westeros costs 2 bronze stars. Considering the backward productivity of Westeros, food production is certainly not as good as modern times, so food prices will also be more expensive. If the analogy is not rigorous, about 1 bronze star in Westeros is equivalent to 1 renminbi in modern times. 1 silver deer is about 100 renminbi. 1 golden dragon is about 10,000 renminbi. That's about it. Forget it. Knowing the currency and prices of Westeros from these two businessmen, Jason Liu almost had a bottom line, so he began to take out the commodities he wanted to trade, gel pens and paper. Odover, Quincius, look at what I brought from my hometown. Jason Liu took out a gel pen and a piece of white A4 paper from his backpack and handed it to the two of them. Odover took the gel pen with a puzzled look on his face. "This is pen?" Quincius held the A4 paper in his hand and looked at the white and clean paper. He couldn't help but widen his eyes. He gently rubbed the paper with his fingers, showing a look of surprise. "Lord East, this is not parchment, is it? It's a gel pen from my hometown. Well, like a Westeros quill, it's for writing, but it's more dipped in ink than a quill to write a few words, even a letter. It is possible to stain clothes with ink, but this gel pen does not have such a problem. It is easy to hold, easy to write, does not lose ink and lasts for a long time." Jason Liu took the gel pen and gushed about its advantages to the two of them. Think about it. If such a pen was sold in Westeros, those nobles, priests, monks, bachelors, merchants absolutely will ditch the hard-to-use quill for a more convenient gel pen. After finishing speaking, Jason Liu took the A4 paper and wrote directly on it with a gel pen. In just 1 minute, he had written more than 50 words on the A4 paper. Needless to say, Odover and Quincius, who are Westeros, can easily see that this gel pen is much more convenient than a quill. Awesome. Lord Easter, this pen called a gel pen from your hometown is so good. The lords of Westeros would surely be happy to throw away their pesky quills and smelly ink bottle. Choose to buy this gel pen. Quincius blushed with excitement and couldn't help but exclaimed, "How much do you sell for such a gel pen?" "I want to buy 10, no 20. "Yes, I want to buy 20. "I want it too. "I want it too." As a businessman with a keen sense of smell, Odover also saw the market prospect of gel pens and shouted impatiently, "I want 22. The shouting here immediately attracted the attention of the people around, and several businessmen gathered around. When Jason Liu once again demonstrated the advantages of gel pens, such as convenient writing, easy holding, instant drying, no ink scattering, and long use time, they were all attracted and wanted to pay for it. "I want 2, give me 10. "That's great. I'm going to buy 5 of these pens. "Give me 15. For a time, Jason Liu was surrounded by businessmen, shouting so loudly that his ears hurt. "Quiet, everyone, quiet dash." Jason Liu raised his voice, shouted to silence the crowd, and waited for the merchants to shut their mouths before saying, "As you can see, this gel pen is so much better than a quill, and even better, as long as the refill ink in the pen barrel is used up, you can unscrew the pen head below, put on a new refill full of ink, and you can continue to use it." While talking, Jason Liu demonstrated how to replace the new refill. This time, the merchants couldn't sit still, and they all stared at the gel pen in Jason Liu's hand, eager to buy it immediately and take it back to sell. Lord East, please tell me, how much does such a gel pen cost? How much does a refill cost? Odover asked what everyone in the room was saying, and the scene fell silent, all staring at Jason Liu. Can anyone tell me how much a quill pen and a bottle of ink cost? Jason Liu didn't answer directly, because he didn't know how much it should sell for now, but he had an idea and was going to refer to Westeros' price of quill and ink. An ordinary quill pen and a bottle of ink need about 40 copper stars. Someone replied, "Is it that expensive?" Hearing this price, Jason Liu was surprised. After all, 40 copper stars can buy 20 caddies of wheat. However, considering the limited dissemination of knowledge in feudal society and the extremely high cost of education, this price does not seem too outrageous. After thinking about it quickly in my heart, I quickly set the price for the gel pen and refill. 1 silver deer for a gel pen, 50 bronze stars for a refill. Jason Liu shouted out the price. Hearing the price quoted by Jason Liu, the surrounding merchants suddenly fell silent. The price was indeed a bit expensive, and many people began to consider whether it was worth it. However, it didn't take long for someone to stand up and buy 10 gel pens and 50 refills. This is a businessman from King's Landing. He is brave enough to buy it before others, and wants to take it back to King's Landing and try it. With a smile on his lips, Jason Liu counted out 10 gel pens from his backpack and 50 refills for each other, and then received 35 silver deer. Seeing that someone was the first to buy it, Odover, a businessman from the western border, couldn't help but directly bought 10 gel pens and 30 refills. Jason Liu made another 25 silver deer. I want it too. I want it too. Give me 2. I want 2 gel pens and 10 refills. Give me 5 gel pens and 20 refills. Soon, all 50 gel pens and 200 refills in Jason Liu's backpack were sold out, and a total of 150 silver deer were received. Many merchants have not bought gel pens and refills and are clamoring to buy them. Jason Liu told them that they would still be here tomorrow, and more gel pens and refills would be sold to them, which finally appeased these hot-eyed businessmen. I'll buy a gel pen tomorrow, but look at this kind of white and smooth paper. Do you need it? After selling the pen, Jason Liu once again started to sell the A4 paper in his backpack. Seeing the white and smooth A4 paper, and seeing Jason Liu writing on A4 paper with a gel pen with his own eyes, businessmen are very interested in this paper. After asking about the high price of 30 copper stars for a piece of palm-sized parchment, Jason Liu decided to set the price of A4 paper at 10 copper stars. At such a low price, the only 100 sheets of A4 paper were snapped up, and even the one written by Jason Liu was bought. 100 sheets of A4 paper. Because of the small quantity, a total of 10 silver deer were sold. This time, a total of 160 silver deer were received. According to the conversion of 1 copper star equal to 1 yuan, a gel pen by Jason Liu was sold for 100 yuan, and the purchase price was 1 yuan, which was directly sold for 100 times the sky-high price. The purchase price of a pen refill is 0.05 yuan, and it is sold for 50 copper stars, which is equivalent to 50 yuan for a pen, a direct increase of 1,000 times. The purchase price of a piece of A4 paper is 0.05 yuan, and it is sold for 10 copper stars, which is equal to 10 yuan for a piece of paper, an increase of 200 times. Gel pens, refills, and A4 paper. If you buy more quantities at one time in the future, the purchase price can be cheaper. For such cheap things to be sold to Westeros, it is hundreds of times of huge profits, which made Jason Liu a little shocked for a while. The so-called businesses in modern times are all weak. How many industries can achieve hundreds of times the profits? Feeling that the heart was beating a little faster, it took Jason Liu a while to regain his composure. This is the beginning. I will earn more and more in the future, calm and calm. Seeing that Jason Liu had no more goods to sell, the merchants asked in detail when they could buy them tomorrow, and then slowly dispersed. Jason Liu sold a large amount of silver coins and was about to leave the market when he caught a glimpse of the gold jewelry on the stall of Odover, a merchant from the west border, and a thought suddenly flashed in his mind. Odover, do you know how much silver is in this silver deer coin? Jason Liu walked over to the merchant in the west and asked in a low voice, I just bought a gel pen and refill, and I was thinking of taking it back to Odover, who sold it to the great aristocracy and made a lot of money. I am more attentive to Jason Liu, the man who brought him wealth. Master Easter, silver deer like this usually contain about 20 G of silver, and the rest are copper and lead metals. 20 G silver? Jason Liu quickly calculated in his heart that according to the modern 1 G silver of about 4 yuan, a silver deer is about 80 yuan, which is less than the expected 100 yuan. It seems to be very disadvantageous if you directly sell silver. So, Jason Liu asked again, what about the golden dragon? How much gold does a golden dragon contain? A golden dragon contains about 30 G of gold. Odover replied casually, not feeling anything wrong at all. However, in Jason Liu's ears, this sentence has a different meaning. 30 G of gold, according to the modern 1 G of gold, is 300 yuan. A golden dragon is worth 9,000 yuan. One golden dragon is exchanged for 100 silver deer, which is a price difference of 1,000 yuan according to modern prices. So, obviously, it is more cost-effective to buy gold. After making a clear calculation, Jason Liu made a decisive move and bought Odover's gold jewelry with silver deer. 120 silver deer directly bought all the gold jewelry of the merchants in the West. The gold jewelry is estimated to be 33 G, and it should be able to sell for 9,900 yuan if you get it back in modern times. Feeling that this trip made a lot of money, Jason Liu was very happy. After saying hello to the merchants in the West, he quickly walked out of the winter market town and found a hidden corner. Jason Liu shuttled directly back to the rental house. Calm, lying down heavily on the bed, he let out a long breath. Jason Liu hurriedly took out gold jewelry and 40 silver deer. Looking at the gold and silver coins scattered on the bed, he couldn't help laughing. Ha ha, it's so profitable. Really, it's a blast. Forgetting to eat lunch, Jason Liu then took out his phone and started looking for the address of the Jindian in Zheng City. He wants to sell the gold and collect the funds. Because of gold controls, it is illegal to trade gold privately. However, nothing is absolute. As long as there is profit, regulation is just empty talk. Jason Liu is looking for the kind of gold shop that is not well known, and only such a shop will accept private gold. Of course, those big gold stores may also accept it, but they don't necessarily take care of small customers like him. If it doesn't matter, they don't want you at all for worrying about causing trouble. So, you can only find that kind of small gold shop. After dinner, Jason Liu put the gold rings and a gold necklace in his pocket and rode a small electric donkey to the gold shop he found. Hunley Gold Store has only 2 storefronts. Walking into the store, Jason Liu was a little nervous. After all, it was the first time he had done such a thing. Hello, sir. Do you want to buy gold jewelry? Seeing a customer coming in, the salesperson behind the counter came over and asked with a smile. Jason Liu glanced at this average-looking, good-looking young lady, just nodded, and asked calmly, Is your boss here? I have something to talk to your boss. The sales clerk looked at Jason Liu suspiciously. Maybe because Jason Liu was angry on Facebook, and he looked handsome. She said a moment and went to the backstage to find the boss. Soon, a fat man in a suit and tie, looking to be in his 40s with a general belly, walked over with a smile. Hello, I'm Wang Hunley, the owner of Hunley Gold Store. I don't know about you, little brother. What's the matter with me? Jason Liu didn't speak, just looked at the salesman beside Boss Wang. Boss Wang also noticed Jason Liu's gaze, so he nodded and asked the salesman beside him to work, and then looked at Jason Liu again. Jason Liu coughed lightly, still a little nervous, and said in a low voice, Boss Wang, do you accept gold here? Boss Wang nodded clearly and did not answer directly, but said with a smile, Little brother, come, let's talk later. Having said that, Boss Wang took Jason Liu into the small office at the back. What's the name of the little brother? Boss Wang asked Jason Liu to sit across from the sofa, poured a glass of water in the water dispenser, and handed it to Jason Liu. My name is Jason Liu. Thank you. Jason Liu took the water glass and thanked him. Boss Wang sat down opposite and then asked about the gold. I wonder how much gold do you have, Brother Liu? Jason Liu put down the water glass and didn't dare to drink water. He directly took out the gold jewelry in his pocket. That's all. Boss Wong, how much do you charge for 1 G of gold here? Glancing at a few gold rings and a gold necklace in Jason Liu's hands, Boss Wong was a little disappointed. However, Boss Wong still had a smile on his face. Although the price of gold has been rising in the world recently, it is impossible for us to charge at that price. Lie to you and charge it at 310. If you think the price is acceptable, you can sell it. If not, you can look elsewhere. 310 yuan per gram. The price is acceptable. Although the international gold price has soared recently, reaching 380 per gram, the low-end acquisition is definitely cheaper than that. Therefore, Jason Liu had no objection and agreed to sell it. Boss Wong took a look and saw that this old-fashioned gold ring and gold necklace did not look like modern fine jewelry at all. However, Boss Wong was just surprised and didn't think much about it. He directly measured the gold content with an instrument and weighed it. A total of 33.26 G, according to 310 yuan per gram. A total of 10,310.6 yuan. Except for the 6 corners of the back, Boss Wong directly transferred 10,310 yuan to Jason Liu. Jason Liu couldn't help but be overjoyed when he received the bank transfer information. Brother Liu, if there is anything else in the future, you must continue to take care of your brother's business, Boss Wong said casually. In fact, he didn't think this kid could get much gold. Certainly, definitely. Jason Liu also agreed casually. After leaving the Hungly Gold store, Jason Liu ate a big meal outside and rewarded himself. After eating and drinking, Jason Liu rode his electric bike back to the rental house slowly and leisurely, and then began to calculate the income of this trip to the north. First, the sold 50 gel pens, 200 refills, and 100 sheets of A4 paper cost 65 yuan in total. Total income, 33 G gold, 40 silver deer. Gold sold for 10,310 yuan, not counting the remaining 40 silver deer. The gold sold alone reached 158 times the cost, which is equivalent to making a profit of 157 times. Such huge profits have stimulated Jason Liu's eyes to turn red, and he is more and more looking forward to tomorrow's harvest. After checking the goods in the rental house, there are 950 gel pens, 9,800 refills, 9,900 sheets of A4 paper, 900 bars of soap, and 100 bars of soap. These are enough to sell. Pack 200 gel pens, 800 refills, and 900 sheets of A4 paper that need to be traded in Westeros tomorrow into a backpack. Jason Liu took a good shower, then lay on the bed and fell asleep. This day was really exciting. After relaxing, I was so tired that I couldn't help falling asleep. This night, he slept well until 5 p.m. Jason Liu washed his face and was ready to go out for a walk. It's just that the clothes on your body don't seem to match your handsome hairstyle. A person walked around the Wanda men's clothing store and changed Gucci's black coat, white shirt, pants, shoes from top to bottom. The new clothes are matched with the new hairstyle, and sure enough, it adds a little more handsomeness. Of course, the price of clothes is also very expensive, costing 10,000 yuan. That's all. He just bought the low-price version. The higher price, he can't afford it now, but I believe that soon he won't have to care about the money for clothes. And who says men don't like to go shopping? Being able to spend money lavishly, both men and women like it. At least, Jason Liu strolled around and spent his money quite happily. After buying clothes, I went to Mimi, a high-end seafood buffet restaurant, for a meal. The price of 598 yuan per person was nothing in the eyes of Jason Liu, who spent 10,000 yuan. Well, that's right, money is so inflated. After eating, I walked out of the cafeteria with a cone in hand. When he saw couples walking by, Jason Liu, who was enjoying the cones, suddenly felt that the cones in his mouth were not fragrant. Bah, it's an illusion. It must be an illusion. Licking the cones are still delicious, but they are just being smeared with dog food forcibly by those dog men and women. The world is sinister. This world is full of malice for single dogs. I originally planned to go to a movie by myself and have a good time, but I saw that the queues to buy tickets in pairs at the cinema were lined up far away. Jason Liu immediately turned around with a blank face, threw the cone in his mouth into the trash can, and left resolutely. What kind of ghost movie to watch? Just this broken movie theater. Lousy is not uncommon to watch. Desperately complaining in his heart, Jason Liu walked out unhappy. Liu Jason. Suddenly, a suspicious voice sounded from the front. Jason Liu subconsciously turned his head and looked forward. Meg, I met an acquaintance. It can't be said to be an acquaintance. Although the college is in the same class, he and others haven't spoken a few words in total for 4 years of college. So he's an acquaintance. It's really you. The girl opposite was surprised, but she quickly said with a smile, 2 years after graduating, I didn't expect you to be working in Jing City. What a coincidence. I met you here. Looking at the girl in front of her, or a goddess would be more appropriate. After all, people are different from his small and transparent university, with good grades, good looks, and a school flower. All the boys in the class had a crush on her, but it was obvious that they could not see the animals at work, at least during the university period. I never heard that Goddess Lin talked about a boyfriend. Or someone talked about it, but he, a little transparent, who was busy working part-time at the university, didn't know it at all. Before looking at 1 meter tall and 7, round oval face, fair complexion delicate, full of temperament Goddess Lin Xiaoan, Jason Liu in awkward time. What's with this damn panic? Well, he was also included in the animals who had a crush on Goddess Lin back then. It's just that Jason Liu, who has been single for 24 years, has no experience in chasing girls at all, and he didn't have the courage to confess to Lin Xiaohua. In a word, this is a once pure emotional sprouting of innocent teenagers. Oh, that what a coincidence. Classmate Lin Xiaoan. Being stared at by Lin Xiaohua's big eyes. Lin Jason suddenly felt uncomfortable and didn't dare to look at her at all. His eyes were even more serious. He glanced around in panic and answered vaguely in his mouth. Xiaoan, who is this little brother? Are you still not introducing me? The girl with Lin Xiaoan, holding Goddess Lin's arm, smiled teasingly. Well, what do you say? Friends who don't have girls are generally beautiful. If Goddess Lin's face value is 90 points, then this friend of hers has a face value of 80 points. After hitting his best friend secretly, Lin Xiaohan was not as restrained as Jason Liu and introduced them to the two generously. Jason Liu, my college classmate. Then he introduced the girlfriends around him. This is my girlfriend, Jiang Chu Chu. She is also from Zhengda, but she is a foreign language major, 1 year lower than us. Jason Liu nodded towards Jiang Chu Chu and said hello. Junior girl, hello. Jiang Chu Chu smiled and rolled her big eyes. Oh, little brother, who is still calling me a junior now. Jason Liu was just saying hello casually, but he didn't expect this kind of reaction from the schoolgirl and was stunned. Looking at the jaw-dropping Jason Liu, Jiang Chu Chu was very proud. She said with a smile, little brother, if you met a beautiful girl on the road, how would you say hello? Miss? Jason Liu blurted out subconsciously. That's right. Jiang Chu Chu nodded with a smile. Then his face changed, staring blankly at Jason Liu, and said coldly, where am I, young? Jason Liu's eyes widened suddenly. His face was stunned. He didn't understand how to be good, and his face changed all of a sudden. In the 24 years of his life, Jason Liu felt that this was the most embarrassing moment when he chatted with girls. At this time, his brain seemed to have stopped turning, and he couldn't think at all. Who am I? Where am I? Looking at Jason Liu, who seemed to be in a state of panic, Lin Xiaohan couldn't help laughing, even though he blamed his best friend for making jokes. Stop making trouble. Chu Chu. Look at you. Don't scare my classmates. Lin Xiaohan slapped her girlfriend on the shoulder lightly, but the corners of her mouth curved up, revealing her forcible smile. Haha dash. Jiang Chu Chu changed his face in an instant and laughed loudly. Looking at the two smiling faces, Jason Liu felt that his expression at this time must be a capital. I'm sorry, little brother. I was just joking with you, don't you mind? Jiang Chu Chu smiled, and even more so in his heart. What the hell is this man? Is there still such a simple little brother? Jason Liu pulled up the corners of his mouth, revealing a bitter face. He felt that he was unlucky today. Not only did the movie fail, He was also fed a mouthful of dog food. Now he has met a girl with an abnormal head. Hee nothing. Jason Liu shook his head with a dry smile. He didn't want to stay here for a moment. So he said directly, Lin Xiaohan, are you here to watch a movie? Well, if you have something else to do, just leave first so as not to disturb you guys to go to the movies. After that, Jason Liu moved his feet and was ready to flash. Little brother, did you plan to go to the movies by yourself just now? At this time, Jiang Chu stabbed Jason Liu's pain in his heart again with a smile. Asterisk, I'm not, don't talk nonsense. Jason Liu made 3 consecutive denials with a stern face and then left the sentence, I will contact you later when I have time, and left. It's just so neat. Hey, Jason Liu. Wait. Lin Xiaohan watched as Jason Liu quickly disappeared from the door of the cinema and had to swallow the remaining words in his mouth. Jiang Chu's eyes widened, looking at Jason Liu's disappearing back. Couldn't help but complain, Xiaohan, what kind of superb man do you know? We both are young and beautiful beauties, right? Why did this guy run away like a ghost? Jiang Chu, you are too embarrassed to say such a thing. It's not that you're joking and scaring people away. Lin Xiaohan rolled her eyes at her best friend. I originally planned to add a WeChat account with him. Forget it. There's one in the class group, and I will add it later. Go to the movies. Could that guy be your former crush, too? Jiang Chu walked to the cinema while walking to the cinema, gossiping. He didn't even dare to look at you when he talked to you just now. It's definitely a guilty conscience. Should it be? Anyway, the boys in our class back then were all hormonal guys, and I was very troubled at the time. Recalling that when I was in college, I would receive love letters and flowers every day, and Lin Xiaohan couldn't help but smile. TSK, worthy of being the school flower of Zheng University, it seems that all the boys in your class have fallen under your pomegranate skirt. Even the little brother, just now. Jiang Chu laughed. By the way, you didn't have one back then. Did you catch your eye? At that time, I was mainly thinking about studying. How can I think about it? Lin Xiaohan shook his head and then urged, hurry up and wait in line. There will be more people waiting for you. While chatting and laughing in a low voice, the two lined up at the back of the line, waiting to buy tickets to enter the venue. On the other side, Jason Liu, who fled in embarrassment, finally walked out of Wanda. Looking at the bustling crowd under the colorful lights, he was stunned for a while and then turned to go home. After taking off his clothes and taking a shower, Jason Liu lay on the bed. It's only 8 p.m., and it's too early to go to bed. Being bored, Jason Liu clicked on Douyin, swiped a few interesting short videos, then watched the anchors he followed, and found that the other party was live broadcast, and immediately clicked in. Welcome! 24K single dog brother dash. The anchor Kiki Jiang's soft, lowly sounded, and the blow Jason Liu suffered from Jiang Chu not long ago was finally relieved a little. What kind of girls in reality? How can there be a good-speaking, talented anchor girl? Watching Chi-Chi's sexy dance and beautiful face in the live broadcast, Jason Liu watched the screen silently for more than an hour. When the girl was tired and sat down, Jason Liu remembered that he seemed to deserve a reward. At least the girl danced so hard. It was much better than the others who just talked about it. Moreover, just for the tall figure of the Chi-Chi girl, with a full 97 points, the appearance of a thief can be played. Jason Liu, who was originally not a penny, has always been a white girl, is too embarrassed to continue to look at it for nothing. Open Alipay, charge 100 yuan first, and get 1,000 diamonds. 1,000 flowers were ordered and sent out one by one, and it took a few minutes to send. The original level 0 whiteboard, 24K single dog, suddenly rose to LV5. It's that simple and straightforward. Thank you, 24K single dog brother, for the flowers. Wow, a lot of flowers. Thank you, single dog brother dash. Seeing 1,000 flowers swiping the screen for a few minutes, Chi-Chi Zhang's delicate face flushed with joy, which made her even more attractive. Thank you, 24K single dog, for the 1,000 flowers. Thank you, brother, for your support. I love you, ah. By XN, by XN. Chi-Chi Jiang kept comparing her heart to the camera with both hands. 24K single dog. Well, I got it. One in the waves. Catch the big guy upstairs alive. Chi-Chi's Angel. Thank you for your support. I hope you all support my family, Chi-Chi. Indifferent Pig. The wallet is empty. La la la. The workers have done their best. / come on. Beautiful street. It's only 100 yuan. Sprinkle water. Beautiful street. Send Ferrari *1. Beautiful street. Send Ferrari *1. 2 sport cars worth 120 yuan were given away, and Chi-Chi Jiang immediately sent a stack of thanks. Thank you, Liang Zai E Street. Brother sports car? Thank you, brother. You don't need to buy gifts as long as you can watch Chi-Chi Jiang dance. It's gone. And Meg, is this being despised by that beautiful street? I can't stand it. Jason Liu, who was thinking of continuing to rush for 1,000 and slap the opponent hard in the face, looked at the time. It was almost 10 o'clock. Time flies. Sure enough, the good time is always so short. Just after watching the girls' live broadcast for a while, almost 2 hours have passed. Thinking of going to Westeros tomorrow to make money, Jason Liu just turned off his phone, went to the toilet, and then went to sleep. The next morning, I went down to have breakfast and checked the time. It was just right at 8:13 in the morning. Jason Liu put on a stab-proof suit, put on hiking boots, and was re-entered the world of Game of Thrones with this backpack. Yesterday, he sold gel pens and white A4 paper in Bidon Market Town, and most people in Bidon Market Town have heard of him. A foreign aristocrat who came to Westeros from the Far East, across the endless trembling sea, brought the magical pen and paper of the Far East. In the boring winter market town, everyone is very interested in such mysterious rumors. So, when Jason Liu appeared at the market again with a big backpack, he was immediately surrounded by the group of merchants who didn't buy gel pens and A4 paper yesterday. Master East, did you bring that magical pen? Do you still have that white paper? I want to buy 100. My lord, I want to buy that magical pen from the Far East. I want to buy dash. The crowd was noisily surrounding Jason Liu, and not far away, many farmers and women gathered to watch. Even the female branch girl from the female branch hospital, not far away, stuck her head out from the second floor, exposing most of her chest, giggling and looking over, watching the excitement. Jason Liu was surrounded by everyone, and a strong smell mixed with sweat, which could not be said to be disgusting, almost vomited him. He had to shout loudly, "Everyone, don't squeeze anymore. I have a lot of the magic gel pens and white paper you want, and I will definitely let you all buy them. Don't squeeze anymore. Let's get out of the way. Start selling now." Hearing Jason Liu's shouts, the merchants finally quieted down and looked at him eagerly one by one. Asterisk. Some of them didn't buy it yesterday, and most of them were merchants from all over Westeros. They heard about this magical paper and pen and wanted to see it for themselves, or buy some and ship it back to try to sell it. Look, finally, these businessmen who smelled money, like sharks smelling blood, quieted down. Jason Liu quickly opened his backpack and started selling the gel pens, refills, and A4 paper he brought. I want 50 gel pens, 200 refills, and 100 pieces of white paper. This is my money. A businessman from Haji Andy who didn't buy it yesterday, leaning on his plump body, squeezed the first place. I bought a lot with one mouth. Jason Liu accepted the 1 golden dragon and 60 silver deers handed by the other party, counted out 50 gel pens, 200 refills, and 100 sheets of A4 paper for him. Seeing that someone bought such a large sum of money immediately, other merchants couldn't help it, worried that they would not be able to buy it today, and hurriedly called out the amount they needed. While busy collecting money, Jason Liu counted out the corresponding amount to the other party, and was very busy. After nearly 3 hours of work, I finally sold out all the 200 gel pens, 800 refills, and 900 sheets of A4 paper that I brought this time. There is none left? How can there be no more? This is too little, isn't it? Master East, do you still have that kind of pen and paper? I want 100 sheets of white paper. Damn, I should have squeezed it further, but I didn't buy it now. Master East, do you have any more? Please bring some more for sale. Lord East, when will you sell this magical pen and paper? I want a lot. I have the money ready dash. Some people sighed in disappointment. Some regretted that they should have shot faster. and some held up their wallets, hoping to buy this magical paper and pen. Now the goods in my hand are sold out. If you still want to buy them, then you have to wait until the afternoon. Jason Liu opened his mouth to reassure everyone. Yes, this afternoon, I will ship more gel pens and white paper now. Everyone, please leave. When the people were almost dispersed, Jason Liu began to count his gains. 200 gel pens sold for 200 silver deers, 800 refills sold for 400 silver deers, and 900 sheets of A4 paper sold for 90 silver deers. The total is 690 silver deer. That is 3 golden dragons and 390 silver deer in hand. With the remaining 40 silver deer from last time, Jason Liu now has a total of 3 golden dragons and 430 silver deer in his hands. Such silver coins make the backpack heavy. Seeing that it was already noon, Jason Liu rubbed his hungry stomach, turned his head to take a look, and then went to a tavern not far from Stark's Castle Papa Rodel's tavern, ready to have a meal Westeros local lunch. The tavern near Winterfell Castle was chosen because Jason Liu was worried that he would be targeted by bad guys because he was carrying a lot of money. And the castle near Stark's house is a little safer. As for the direct visit to Winterfell, ever since he had a deep understanding of Westeros' strict social hierarchy, Jason Liu had no hope that he would be able to be guarded by the North and meet the Stark family, Duke of Winterfell. After all, this is reality, not fiction. How could the most aristocratic noble in the North care about a businessman from the far East doing business? The biggest possibility is to be stopped by the guards at the door of the other party and driven away. Therefore, Jason Liu does not plan to contact the Stark family for the time being. This needs a suitable time, and I have to work hard to develop a low profile for a while. Thinking of this, Jason Liu just glanced at the closed door of Winterfell from a distance, then turned around and walked into Father Lord's tavern. The tavern is not small. There are more than 10 tables in it. 7 or 8 are already full of guests. These guests range from rowdy mercenaries to ragged peasants to knights in armor. Those knights had trout patterns on their chest armors, and they seemed to be knights of the Tully family, the Lord of the River. When Jason Liu walked in, the people in the tavern looked at him in amazement, and they all heard that there has been a visit to the Winterfell market town of Winterfell in the past 2 days. It is said that a noble from the far east brought some magical item. These had nothing to do with them, and they were just a little curious about how Jason Liu looked different from the Westeros, then stopped paying attention, drank each other, and continued to talk and laugh loudly. Jason Liu didn't want to attract too much attention, so he silently walked to a table by the window and sat down, putting his backpack beside him. Master East from the far east, right? An old man with a fur hat and a red nose came over, and the moment he opened his mouth was full of alcohol. Sir, Old Road asks you salute. I don't know what you need. Jason Liu knew that this Old Road should be the owner of Father Road's tavern, so he straightened his body without a trace, avoiding the smell of wine in his mouth, and nodded slightly. Boss Road, give me some of you. The best food in the store, no wine. Don't drink. Seeming to have heard something very strange, Old Rhodes looked at Jason Liu with brown eyes, then mumbled a few words in a low voice, and said casually, "Yes, my lord, I wrote it down. You want the best food, no alcohol." After finishing speaking, Old Road rubbed his big red nose, turned around, and walked towards the back kitchen. As he walked, he muttered, "No wine, no wine." Jason Liu shrugged, not caring. Presumably in the eyes of alcoholics, not drinking is really unimaginable. Not long after, a wide and fat woman came over with steaming toasted bread in her left hand and a plate of barbecued meat in her right hand. "My lord, this is the wild deer caught by the nearby villagers today. Carol's roast venison is very famous in the winter market town." The chubby ant introduced Jason Liu respectfully and enthusiastically. "Carol, it should be the chef of this tavern." "Thank you, I'll enjoy it." Jason Liu nodded with a slight smile. "Please take your time." The fat ant looked very happy, perhaps because she felt honored that her small shop was able to entertain the nobles. Jason Liu picked up the toasted bread with the aroma of chun mai and took a bite. "Well, it tastes pretty good, although it's a bit rough and stuck, but it tastes pretty good." Because there were no chopsticks and no forks, Jason Liu had no choice but to follow the local customs and eat barbecue with his hands. Well, this kind of barbecue, how to say it? The cook must have caught the spice and put it hard, and the spice flavor in his mouth covered the original venison flavor, and it didn't feel very tasty. Asterisk. PP is almost done. Now it's time to buy some assault weapons. When it comes to assault weapons, the first thing that comes to many people's minds is a gun. However, it is illegal to possess this stuff, and no one dares to sell it in the Celestial Dynasty. Moreover, even if there are sales channels, it is not accessible to low-level people like Jason Liu. So gun pass. Then there is the electric baton, which can release ultra-high voltage in an instant and paralyze the enemy, which looks very good. However, when Jason Liu learned more about the restrictions on the use of electric batons, he lost interest. Because when the electric baton acts on the enemy, if the opponent is holding a conductor with good conductivity, such as an iron sword, then, after he shocks the opponent with the electric baton, if the opponent touches the iron sword, then he will also be attacked. Call. Don't let the enemy down when the enemy is not down, and let yourself down first. It will be funny. Therefore, the electric baton is not safe. Give it up. Since it's Game of Thrones in the age of cold weapons, it's not bad to get an alloy knife, right? Just take a look. Except for kitchen knives, dagger-shaped short knives, and large knives that can be sold online, they're all managed products and cannot be bought at all. Although I heard that some people sell control knives in private, but Jason Liu only heard about it and couldn't get it all. However, it is really unrealistic for him to do this as an ordinary person. Since the controlled ones can't be bought, let's take a look at the weapons that can be legally held, and the power is not small. Sure enough, Jason Liu quickly found a replacement, a stick. The full name of the tactical telescopic baton is the tactical telescopic baton. It is composed of several steel rods with different thicknesses. When not in use, it shrinks in. It is only 30 centimeters short. The tip of the swing stick is thinner and narrower than the grip end. When hitting the target, because the contact area is smaller, the pressure at the contact point is extremely large, and the destructive force is stronger. Jason Liu chose a tungsten manganese alloy steel swing stick and watched the video recorded by the store. A red brick was smashed into 2 pieces by the swing stick, and a cement pipe with a diameter of 30 centimeters was directly broken into several pieces. Such power is truly amazing. Jason Liu looked happy, looked at the thousands of comments below the store, and checked the qualifications of the other party. It was indeed a regular manufacturer, and he cooperated with the security department and the public security department. So he clicked to place an order directly. 280 Ocean tungsten manganese alloy steel sling stick, free shipping to home. You can receive it in 3 days. After getting the personal protective equipment, Jason Liu bought another field travel backpack online and spent another 300 yuan. After browsing the internet for a while, I found that there was nothing to buy, so I closed the website. Open Dunyang and start searching for standing medicines. This thing is very important. The medical technology of Game of Thrones is very backward. Jason Liu is worried that if he gets sick, at least he can give first aid. The network is really powerful, and soon there are search results listing the list of household medicines. Treatment of colds: Qingwen Lianhua capsule, Sanjiu Ganmao Ling, paracetamol, Gonkong, etc. Treatment of diarrhea: norfloxacin capsules, Smecta, Changjianing, Huaxiang Zinki water, etc. Stomach disease treatment: stomach biji, Jianwei, Shaoshi tablets, etc. Treatment of heart disease: Suxiao Jushin pill, nitroglycerin, etc. Treatment of allergies: chlorpheniramine, loratadine, etc. Treatment of bruises: Yunnan Baiyao aerosol, Shangshi pain relief cream, safflower oil, etc. Jason Liu took a photo with his mobile phone and was going to go to the nearby pharmacy to get all these medicines ready. Put on a mask, push the electric bicycle that has accompanied him for 2 years, and walk into the elevator. Riding on the little electric donkey, Jason Liu came to the pharmacy on Jinghua Road, Tongheng, which is an old brand that has been passed down for hundreds of years and has a very good reputation. As soon as I walked in the door, an auntie, a salesperson in a white coat behind the counter, greeted her with a smile. "Hello, sir. What kind of medicine do you want to buy? Jason Liu looked at the densely packed medicine boxes on the transparent glass medicine cabinet all around, walked to the counter, and took out the list of common medicines that he had taken with his mobile phone. I want to buy some common medicines for the family, which are listed in this photo. Please help me get 2 boxes of each. The pharmacy sales aunt took over the phone, glanced at the list above, nodded quickly, and said with a smile, "No problem. It's all household medicines. We have them all. I usually put some in the medicine cabinet at home. It will be very convenient when urgently needed. It is convenient, such as Su Xiao Jushin pill. If there are elderly people with bad heart at home, you should always keep this medicine." While explaining enthusiastically, the aunt quickly picked up the various medicines on the list. In less than 10 minutes, all the medicines on the list were found, placed on the glass counter, and a large pile appeared. Looking at the pile of pill boxes in front of her, the sales aunt smiled more enthusiastically. "This is all the medicines on the list. Do you need anything else?" Jason Liu picked up a box of Lianhua Qingwen capsules, looked at him casually, and asked, "Is penicillin sold here?" The famous penicillin, Jason Liu will not forget. At that time, penicillin was regarded as a magic medicine and a panacea for curing diseases and saving lives. 1 shot for a fever and cold, 1 shot for headache, 1 shot for inflammation, 1 shot for bruises and sprains. Anyway, no matter what your illness, the doctor gave penicillin directly at that time. Because it is just used, the human body's resistance to penicillin is still very low, so the effect is simply outstanding. This led to the subsequent abuse of penicillin. Although there are now more effective and more types of antibiotics, penicillin is still the magic drug of the generation in many people's minds. Jason Liu was thinking about whether he could buy some. He must be able to reproduce the miracle of a generation of magical medicines when he heals and saves people in Game of Thrones. Aunt Sales gave him a surprised look. "Do you have a doctor's prescription?" "No." Jason Liu told the truth. "I'm sorry, penicillin is a prescription drug. It can only be purchased with a doctor's prescription or a certificate issued by a medical unit. It cannot be purchased privately," the salesman explained. Jason Liu nodded, but there was no surprise because he had long known that penicillin was a prescription drug, and he could not buy it at will. He just asked with the attitude of trying it out. "Bring me 5 more rolls of bandages, 2 packs of cotton swabs, 2 bottles of medical alcohol, a roll of tape." Jason Liu thought about what else he might use, and finally felt that it was enough, so he nodded. "Okay, that's it." According to the name of the Jason Liu newspaper, the pharmacy aunt picked up the things and finally saw that Jason Liu did not have any other medicines he needed and began to skillfully scan and settle the medicines one by one. The total cost is 529 yuan. Fortunately, he was really hungry now, so he ate most of it. After half a long loaf and half a plate of roasted venison, Jason Liu was finally full. Old Road brought a glass of water with a wink, and Jason Liu was ready to settle the bill. This meal cost 55 bronze stars. Jason Liu gave Old Lord 1 silver deer and got back 45 bronze stars with Greasy. "Rod, do you know where to buy a house here in the Winter Market town?" Jason Liu called out to Old Road, who was about to leave, and asked. "That's right. Jason Liu plans to buy a house in the Winter Market town first, so he has a foothold. With your own house, you don't have to worry about being discovered every time you travel." And as he brought more and more things each time, he also needed a place to store them. Old Road looked at Jason Liu unexpectedly. "Sir, do you want to buy a house in the Winter Market town?" Jason Liu nodded. "Yes, I'm going to buy a house here to facilitate business." "Oh, that's great. I happen to know that there's a family on the street who wants to sell their house and move to Hejian." So Old Rhodes raised his right hand slightly, his thumb kept in his hand stroking on the silver deer. "The meaning is obvious. This service is not for nothing, and you have to charge an intermediary fee." Jason Liu understood the meaning of the other party almost instantly, smiled lightly, put a silver deer and the 45 bronze stars covered with oil stars on the table, and looked at Old Road. "As long as you help me buy it down that house, these are all yours." Old Road's eyes suddenly lit up, looking greedily at the shiny silver deer and bronze star on the table, and repeatedly agreed. "No problem, my lord. Just leave it to me. I will definitely let you buy that house." After finalizing the benefit fee, Old Road was obviously motivated. Greeting his wife, the fat aunt, Old Road led Jason Liu through a narrow alley and quickly stopped in front of a two-story wooden house. "Hey, Richard, is your old guy still alive?" Old Road raised his voice and slammed hard on the wooden door, shouting constantly, "Come out, old guy. There a nobleman has taken a fancy to your house. Hurry up and open the door, you damn slacker." "Be careful, Luo. You killed this day. My door is about to be smashed by you dash." The wooden door was opened, and a gray-haired old man came out from the door. He squinted and looked at this side. "You said that some noble adults want to buy my house? Is it true?" When he saw Jason Liu standing behind Lao Luo, his face immediately showed a trace of respect, which was the subconscious reaction of the commoners of Westeros when facing the nobles. "Sir, please come in." Old Road ignored the other party, but turned around and invited Jason Liu eagerly. "Please come in and have a look. Although Richard is a slacker, but his family's the house is the largest in the neighborhood. Come in quickly." My lord, the owner, the old man Richard, also smiled ingratiatingly and invited Jason Liu to come in and have a look. Jason Liu followed Old Roads to take a look inside the house. There was a two-story wooden house in front of it, about 200 square meters, and there was a small yard at the back of the house. This house should have been inhabited by not many people for a period of time. The house was a little messy and had a musty smell. The store on the first floor facing the street can be directly used as a storefront in the future, and the second floor of the wooden house can be used as a warehouse and housing. Looking through the windows on the second floor, Jason Liu looked at the houses on both sides and found that, as Old Road said, this house is the largest in the neighborhood. Other houses are generally 1 or 2 rooms, with an area of less than 100 square meters. Other than a little messy, the rest is okay. Deciding to buy the house, Jason Liu asked owner Richard the price. 220 silver deer. That is 2 golden dragons and 20 silver deer. The whole house is sold. After all, this is a winter market town, and generally no one will buy a house here, and those who live here cannot afford it. According to Old Roads, Richard was lucky to meet Jason Liu. Otherwise, he would not have thought that he could sell it so easily. This price is not too expensive in Jason Liu's opinion, so he didn't bargain and paid 220 silver deer directly to Richard. The happy Richard promised again and again that he would pack up and leave immediately and head to the Riverland. After the transaction was completed, Jason Liu generously gave the other party the benefit he promised to Old Road, and then gave him a silver deer and asked him to find some people to clean the house inside and out. Old Roads promised that he would find someone to clean the house now, so that Lord Easter could live in before night. Richard, who got the money, simply packed up a few clothes and left. Old Road, who got the money, quickly found 4 stout women, and in less than 2 hours, he cleaned the whole house. Well, the main thing was that the house was empty, and everything that could be taken was taken away by the Richards. So it's quick to clean up too. After sending Old Road and the women away, Jason Liu closed the door, came to the second floor, and returned directly to the rental house. Throwing away his backpack, Jason Liu started to carry gel pens, refills, A4 paper, 100 bars of soap, and 900 bars of soap piled up in the rental house. Because he plans to continue selling pens and paper in the winter market town in the afternoon, and even plans to launch a new product, soap. After moving all the things in the rental house to the house in the winter market town, Jason Liu moved all 750 gel pens, 4,000 refills, 4,000 sheets of paper, and 100 bars of soap downstairs. Soap, this is going to try the water to see how everyone reacts. After finishing this, Jason Liu locked the door and went to the market not far away. As soon as he arrived, the merchants who had been waiting for him to show up flocked again. This time, more merchants gathered because some people heard that after someone bought a gel pen yesterday, they sold it directly to Winterfell. It is said that Miss Sansa Stark, the daughter of Lord Eddard of Winterfell, used this magical gel pen and liked it very much. This unconfirmed piece of news quickly spread among the merchants in the winter market town. In the end, it was even said that Duke Eddard personally used this gel pen and was full of praise. In any case, the businessmen who were originally in a wait-and-see state were really excited now. As soon as Jason Liu appeared, they immediately scrambled to gather. "Everyone, come with me." Jason Liu didn't talk nonsense. He took the merchants directly to his store and put the paper and pen on the counter. "Master East, I want 50 gel pens, 300 refills, and 200 sheets of white paper. I want 100 gel pens, 500 refills, and 500 sheets of white paper." When the merchants saw the paper and pens placed on the counter, they were immediately excited, and they reported the amount they needed. 50 for this, 100 for that. Pen and paper again. Jason Liu was sweating profusely. All afternoon, all the gel pens and refills that Jason Liu removed were sold out, and there were 2,000 A4 sheets left. It seems that the price of A4 paper is indeed a bit expensive, and there is no pen to sell. Jason Liu is already thinking about reducing the price of A4 paper. Most of them were bought, but some merchants had to buy some white paper when they saw that they were out of gel pens. Just as they were about to leave, Jason Liu took out the 100 bars of soap he had prepared. "Wait a minute, everyone. I have another item from the Far East here. Make sure everyone likes it dash," Jason Liu said, taking out the prepared water basin and a bar of soap. Hearing what Jason Liu said, the businessmen who were planning to leave immediately stopped and looked at Jason Liu curiously. Jason Liu held the soap in his hand and introduced, "This is soap. It can be used to wash clothes, wash your hands, wash your face, and even take a bath. No matter what kind of oily soil it is, just put a little soap on it, and you can wash it clean." Saying that, Jason Liu motioned to a businessman next to him to use the soap. After the other party washed his hands, the water in the basin turned black obviously, but the businessman's own hands were much cleaner. The businessman put his hand under his nose and sniffed and said in amazement, "It's amazing. The oil on my hands is not only clean, but there is a faint fragrance on my hands after washing." The so-called light fragrance should be the chemical smell of soap. Of course, compared to the sour smell of sweat on the businessman's oily hands, the soap smell is really fragrant. Then, Jason Liu tried washing dirty clothes in front of everyone, and the effect was really good, much better than the soap clips commonly used in Westeros. The merchants suddenly became interested in the soap and asked about the price. This time, Jason Liu was well prepared and quoted a price of 50 copper stars. This price is very expensive for the common people, but it is really nothing for the rich and powerful. So, without much effort, the 100 bars of soap were all sold. It was announced that today's goods were all sold out, and the merchants happily took the goods they bought and left. Jason Liu closed the door and started calculating today's earnings. "It's not that I don't know, but I was shocked. I sold so many this afternoon, and I suddenly earned 3,000 silver deers, which is 23 gold dragons and 700 silver deers. Apart from the 220 silver deer that bought the house and the 3 silver deer paid to Old Roads, Jason Liu now has a total of 26 gold dragons and 907 silver deers in his hands. In terms of gold alone, 26 golden dragons have at least 780 G of gold, which is 241,800 yuan at 310 yuan per gram. Earned 240,000 a day. This number shocked Jason Liu. Excited, Jason Liu took all the golden dragons and silver deer directly and shuttled back to the rental house. Now Jason Liu's only thought is to sell the 26 golden dragons in his hand as soon as possible. After all, the money that has been credited into the bank card can make him feel at ease. So, Jason Liu, who returned to the rental house, rode on his little electric donkey with 26 golden dragon coins in his arms, and rushed to Boss Wong's Hungly Gold store like a lightning bolt. No way, he knew about the channel to sell gold, and the two sides had a deal yesterday and initially established trust. Therefore, when Jason Liu entered Boss Wong's office again and took out the 26 gold dragon coins in his hand, Boss Wong's chubby face was full of astonishment. "Look away. I didn't expect this young man to be so secretive. He just sold a little gold yesterday and got so much today. Moreover, this is a gold coin with collectible value." Boss Wong looked at the golden dragon coin carefully and said subconsciously, "Is this the golden dragon coin from the American TV series that caught fire last year?" Jason Liu nodded. "Yes, I bought it from a friend. This is a commemorative coin specially made by them." Jason Liu babbled casually. Boss Wong nodded in agreement. Even if he wanted to break his head, he never thought that this was brought directly from Game of Thrones world by Jason Liu. Well, although the production process is rough, it is very collectible among Game of Thrones fans. Boss Wong played one by one. Boss Wong, look, how do you get this gold dragon coin here? You can't just come at the price of gold, right? Jason Liu tried to speak. When it comes to business, Boss Wong has a kind smile on his face again. Since Brother Liu you said so, then Brother will tell me the purchase price. Jason Liu looked at him. Cough, Brother Liu. First of all, I don't do collections. The collection value of this kind of commemorative coins doesn't mean much to me. However, since you take care of my business, my brother is in charge. Golden dragon coins, not counting gold content, are directly weighed according to the price of pure gold. Boss Wong smiled, looked at Jason Liu and asked, Brother Liu, what do you think? Jason Liu doesn't believe the bullshit that the other party's collection value doesn't mean much to me. If it doesn't make sense, you will directly buy the whole golden dragon coin as pure gold? What to say depends on friendship. What kind of friendship does a ghost have with you? However, Jason Liu himself has no other channels, and he does not want to attract the attention of the police department because of the frequent change of sellers. So when he proposed the purchase price of 330 yuan per gram of gold, Boss Wong immediately shook his head. The two people bargained for a long time and finally decided to pay 320 yuan per gram. Although he knew he was at a loss, Jason Liu didn't care too much. After all, after he developed, he might have the opportunity to sell golden dragon coins. 26 golden dragon coins, with a total weight of 908.71 g, are worth 290,787.2 yuan at 320 yuan per gram. Boss Wong finally rounded it up, a total of 291,000 yuan. Bank transfer. Jason Liu received the account information shortly after. At this time, the balance in his bank card reached 300,000. Under the hospitality of Boss Wong, the two exchanged mobile phone numbers and added WeChat IDs. Then, Jason Liu took brisk steps, rode a small electric donkey, and returned home with a gust of wind. The gel pens have been sold out, and another batch needs to be added. There are 5,000 refills left, and another batch needs to be added. There are still 7,000 sheets of A4 paper, and he plans to sell it at a reduced price, or he can add another 10,000 sheets. For soap, sell the ones you have in your hand first. Find a merchant and contact the purchase. 10,000 gel pens, each 0.5 yuan, a total of 5,000 yuan. 100,000 refills, each 0.05 yuan, a total of 5,000 yuan. 10,000 sheets of A4 paper, 0.05 yuan each, a total of 500 yuan. This time, I spent 10,500 yuan. If I could sell all of them, I could earn more than 100 times the profit. Jason Liu can make millions in one fell swoop. Asterisk. Dispatch, so that businesses can receive the goods within 3 days. However, this one room, rented himself a little too small, Jason Liu intends to find a warehouse rented down on the outskirts of the city of Zheng. As a result, a large place can store more goods. Secondly, remoteness is not easy to attract attention. Think of To-Do, Jason Liu board rental agency website. We found a direct intermediary to their own requirements. Said it will soon find, the caller said. To meet the requirements of the warehouse, will call to the contact. Although the sum to be paid intermediary fees, however, save himself a lot of time, a good deal. At night, not 2 hours, the agency phone call came saying that high-tech zone Zheng City's west end, close to the ring road of the suburbs, there's a rental of warehouses. Asked him what free time to go and see. Promised to ring road high-tech zone together tomorrow morning. Look over there. Order to take away, get rid dinner. Nothing to do. Hard days. Jason Liu does not intend to go out of the waves, take baths, lie down, play with the phone. Micro-channel group in the class that entered the domestic several well-known real estate company with me, began bragging B. Although in recent years the real estate industry is not very boom, but for those of the best domestic large room, the day instead of better. Therefore, the group is always a friend to see them made real estate sales information. Xin Jiawei. You want to buy, friends, hurry up. line the city's house early morning to Bayern. I bought last year in Jinling a level of 20,008. This year rose to 30,000. Buy is to make Simon at Chunjoe, Viagra said, well, we recommend you to buy a bigger, employees have the internal price. This year, just to pay the down payment / real estate license.jpg. Chunjoe at least Simon. Get out, call home Viagra. Lee every evening. Boyfriend recently, and considering to buy a house, have a magic recommend? Add at Chunjoe Lee Simon. Chunjia. The magic are able to buy a house yet? / envy.jpg. Chunjoe at Lee every evening. Thompson Riviera. You deserve. / smile. Luo Shaoling. Not to say that speculation is not room to live. Prices are regulated yet? Chunjoe at Luo Shaoling. Innocent. Big cities are always very sought after house. Early morning to buy earn. Simon at Luo Shaoling. To buy early, certainly earn. Sundong. Cannot afford. / upstairs are the chiefs. .jpg. Ma Qian Kun. Bigwigs have already started to engage in real estate investment yet? I waited workers who cannot afford to pay even the rent, almost crying / Group which looked at a few people were talking real estate. Jason Liu back out, point into the vibrato. Anchor see little sister go dancing. Chi-Chi sauce between live. Anchor Chi-Chi sister dressed in huxia clothes. Dance classical dance, beautiful. Jason Liu directly charged 1,000 yuan. Then an aircraft 300 brush out. From LV5 level rise, LV12. Single dog, 24K. Send aircraft *1. A plane flew on the live screen. Immediately attracted the attention of Chi-Chi sauce is dancing. Chi-Chi sauce quickly thanks. Thank, 24K, brothers airplane single dog. Love you oh? Refills. Single dog, 24K. The clothes very good, very beautiful little sister costume. Flower, sand sculpture. Love Chi-Chi sauce Han Huxia clothing. Huxia clothing / higher than the heart race. I'm Chi-Chi, his brother. If this was in ancient times, is a femme fatale / drooling.jpg. Angel, Chi-Chi. Is not it my best Chi-Chi. Cold, pig at 24K single dog gangster. Yesterday someone at, to find you handsome street competition brush gift, not counseling, is doing / do something.jpg. Luo Loga, how? And have a lively Reddit? Expect. Brother, cover you. Eat melon. Handsome street. Send flowers gift box *1. Beautiful boy street. I seem to hear someone at Indifferent Pig saying I'm handsome. Indifferent Pig. Handsome boss. Worship. When Chi-Chi Jiang saw the flower gift box sent by the live broadcast room, she immediately thanked her with a smile. Thank you, Liang Zai E Street. Brother for the gift. Thank you, Iya. Beautiful street. At 24K single dog. Are you coming to PK? I don't care, just so happens that I have some pocket money in my hand this month. / I'm proud. Octopus boss. Are you here? Are you coming? Touching your dog's head. Don't fight. Touch your dog's head. Don't fight. Touch your dog's head. Don't fight. Touch your dog's head. Don't hit. Touch your dog's head. 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 Hit. Indifferent Pig. Sweat 1 / is the devil upstairs? Luo Gu. The more you hit me, the more excited I get. Pick up the small bench and wait for the big guy to tear it apart. Watching the live broadcast barrage is full of joy, and a group of idle animals are waiting to watch the show. The anchor Kiki Jiang just glanced at the barrage and then continued to dance slowly. For her, the big brothers in the live broadcast room competed against each other, and the gifts were all hers, and the fool stopped it. Jason Liu took a look at the remaining 7,000 diamonds in the account, took a little bit, and sent it directly to a 500 yuan Lamborghini, and then sent 2 romantic fireworks. After the gift was delivered, the level went up to LV18. 24K single dog, send Lamborghini *1. 24K single dog, send out romantic fireworks *2. The special effects on the screen are sparkling and colorful. Just a little expensive. Thank you, brother Single Dog, for the sports car and fireworks. Thank you, brother. Hee hee. Chi Sauce is so happy. 24K Single Dog. Come on, I will always support you. Indifferent Piggy, Big Brother Pretty Boy, Chi is about to be abducted by Big Brother Single Dog. Where's your gift? / squinting. Beautiful street. Send Lamborghini *1. 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 10 cool Lamborghini sports cars that directly dominate the screen. $5,000 down. The effect is also very obvious. Even the anchor lady lost her voice in excitement. Thank you, Brother Liangzai, for his 10 sports cars. Thank you, Brother Liangzai. I love you. On the other side of the screen, beautiful Boy Street really enjoyed Chi Jiang's soft voice and felt that his bones were a little crisp, and he felt that a week's pocket money was not in vain. Below is a piece of rainbow fart. Since the development of live broadcast, there are so many beautiful anchors, and the audience is already tired of aesthetics, and usually no one wants to give rewards. Now, someone threw 5,000 oceans all at once, of course. The group of hangings in the live broadcast room paid their respects. 24K Single Dog. Sister Chi, I'll see you dance next time. Down, sleep. Seeing the newly added barrage of the audience willing to spend money, Chi Sauce was more attentive and immediately said sweetly, "Okay, Brother Single Dog, Chi will wait for you to come back next time. Rest early." Satisfied, Jason Liu turned off his phone and went to sleep. After all, he has to go to the warehouse tomorrow, which is the real business. As for the sand sculpture in the live broadcast room, he is already a mature adult, but he will not be angry with a sand sculpture. In the live broadcast room, watching 24K Single Dog ignored him and went offline, making Liangzai Ija annoyed for a while. "I have taken off the rabbit, so you will play this for me? Young people don't talk about martial arts. Mouse tail juice." The next morning, Jason Liu had breakfast, got into the agent's car, and went to see the warehouse. Sitting in the car, Jason Liu also began to consider that he should buy a car after a while. After all, in such a big city, it is really inconvenient to not have a car. However, if you want to buy a car, you still need to buy a good car. After a while, you will be worth tens of millions. I'm still too poor now. To make money, well, try to make money. After more than half an hour, the car stopped at the entrance of an abandoned factory building next to the outer ring road of the high-tech zone. Then he drove straight in through the door that had no gate and got off the car in front of a warehouse transformed from the original workshop. "Mr. Liu, come, let me go in and have a look." The brokerage brother in a business suit opened the door of the warehouse with the key in his hand and led Jason Liu inside. Jason Liu took a closer look. This warehouse is not small. According to the introduction of the intermediary brother, the warehouse has 500 square meters. It was previously rented to the Express Company as a transfer station. However, the Express Company has built a smart warehousing and logistics center in Zheng City, and this transfer station is no longer needed. Looking at the several parcels of express wrapping paper scattered on the ground, Jason Liu took a careful look at the structure of the warehouse. There was no problem of water leakage. Overall, it looked good enough for him to store the goods. Satisfied, Jason Liu didn't want to bother to look for it anymore and planned to rent the warehouse directly. How much is the monthly rent? The brokerage brother heard that Jason Liu was willing to rent and immediately came to the spirit. "Mr. Liu, the monthly rent of this warehouse is 20,000 yuan, but the rent starts at least half a year, and if the rental is suspended in the middle, even if the time is less than half a year, the money will not be refunded." After finishing speaking, the brokerage brother looked at Jason Liu worriedly, for fear that he would refuse. This warehouse has been under the pressure of their intermediary company for several months, and they also want to get rid of it as soon as possible. Therefore, in terms of quotations, there is absolutely no need to go higher. Jason Liu secretly calculated that in the suburbs of first-tier cities, renting a warehouse of more than 500 square meters per month for 20,000 yuan is not expensive, and it is completely acceptable. Without much thought, Jason Liu agreed. That's great, Mr. Liu. We'll go back to the company to sign the contract. The brokerage brother is very happy. He can get a lot of commission after completing the transaction. By the way, is there a neighborhood with a better environment? Jason Liu asked suddenly because he wanted to live closer to the warehouse, so that it would be easier to come to the warehouse to deliver goods to Westeros. The environment is better. The agent was stunned for a moment. This place is already outside the third ring road. How can there be a high-rise residential area with a good environment? However, the villa area has a good environment. After thinking about it, the brokerage brother tried to recommend, Mr. Liu, there are no good high-rise residential areas here, but another villa area is very good. Our company also has ready-made houses for rent. What do you think? Villa. Jason Liu was stunned. You want to find a big house with 3 bedrooms and 1 living room, but never thought of renting a villa. However, after being reminded by the agent, Jason Liu's eyes were opened. Or rent a villa directly. The half-year rent for the warehouse costs 120,000 yuan. After paying the money, there will be about 200,000 yuan left. Combined with the money earned from trading in Westeros every day, let alone renting a villa, even buying a villa would not take long. With no pressure, Jason Liu immediately agreed to the proposal of the brokerage brother and planned to rent a villa here. Unexpectedly, another big deal was made suddenly. The broker's face was flushed with excitement, and the service was even more warm and thoughtful. Mr. Liu, I'll take you to the nearby Forest Peninsula Villa area to see the house, and I'll call the contract directly. Colleagues brought it. Jason Liu nodded, satisfied with the attentive service. The car turned a corner and drove for less than 10 minutes before arriving at the villa area on the Forest Peninsula. After registering at the gate, the agent's younger brother drove Jason Liu into the villa area. Along the way, there are shady trees, elegant environment, golf course, clear island lake, newly mowed lawn, and even the air is much fresher than in the city. Jason Liu is very satisfied with the environment here. Sure enough, this is the enjoyment of the rich. The car stopped at Villa 7 in Peninsula Forest. Before Jason Liu opened the car door and got out of the car, the agent's colleague who had been waiting at the door of the villa was already trotting and opened the car door for Jason Liu. Such warm and attentive service made Jason Liu a little uncomfortable. Mr. Liu, please come in. The broker's brother led the way and took Jason Liu to walk around the entire villa. The entire villa number 7 covers an area of 512 square meters, with 3 floors, 9 rooms, and 3 halls, its own home theater, and a fitness room. On the first floor is a large living room, 2 bedrooms, kitchen, laundry, and garage. For bedrooms on the second floor, large living room, balcony. 2 bedrooms on 3 floors, rooftop pool. The decoration is full of Western style, with complete appliances, ready to move in at any time. Mr. Liu, what do you think of this villa number 7? The brokerage brother held a stack of contracts in his hand and looked at Jason Liu expectantly. Jason Liu sat on the sofa, looked at the luxurious living room, and nodded with satisfaction. Yes, if the rent is right, I will choose this one. Is the rent right? The broker's little brother raised his eyebrows slightly. He originally planned to bid at high price, but it seemed that it would not work. After calculating in his mind the commission that can be obtained from completing the warehouse and the villa transaction, the intermediary brother gritted his teeth and gave a price that is not too high, 25,000 yuan per month. Deposit 1 and pay 3. Mr. Liu, this is the lowest price I can give you. You see asterisk. Jason Liu automatically ignored the so-called lowest offer in the other's mouth and looked around the living room. He liked the decoration style of this villa. Of course I like it. Compared with the kennel he lives in now, it is 100 times more luxurious and comfortable. Okay, I've rented it. No nonsense. He directly agreed to sign the contract. It was the first time that the brokerage brother met such a wealthy client, and he immediately took out the warehouse lease contract and the villa lease management contract brought by his colleagues. Signed the contract and pay. The bank card swiped out $220,000, and the 6-month period of the warehouse and the 3-month right to use the villa are now his. The brokerage brother was also very excited. This time the commission was very generous. Therefore, in order to have a good relationship with this cool customer, he offered to contact the cleaning company and clean the whole villa for him for free. Of course, Jason Liu will not refuse this. After being driven back to the community where the rental house was located by the agent's younger brother, Jason Liu casually packed some clothes and called the landlord to check out. The landlord returned 1 month's deposit, and the rent for another month was not refunded. Jason Liu didn't care about the rent, so he put on his bag and rode the little electric donkey that had accompanied him for more than 2 years to Villa 7 in the Forest Peninsula. Even if there was no traffic jam, Jason Liu rode his electric bike for more than an hour before arriving at Villa 7 in Forest Peninsula. The doorman has been notified that Jason Liu is now a resident of Forest Peninsula, so he doesn't need to register and rides his electric bike indirectly. When I came to Villa number 7, the cleaning company contacted by the intermediary brother had already sent someone to start cleaning the villa. Jason Liu put down his backpack at the villa, then took a taxi to the mall in the city to buy a brand new quilt. I don't buy kitchen utensils or anything. He doesn't know how to cook anyway, so he can just order takeout. After the villa was cleaned, the cleaning company left. Jason Liu sat alone in the luxurious and spacious living room, looking at the exquisite decoration, and was a little ecstatic for a while. Not long ago, he was working hard to save money to buy a house and a car. Now it's all within reach. Knowing how it all came about, Jason Liu, full of energy, grabbed a casual lunch and headed into Westeros with a backpack. Back in the house in the winter market town, Jason Liu moved 800 pieces of soap, 100 pieces of soap, and the remaining 7,000 pieces of A4 paper to the shop on the first floor, ready to continue selling in the afternoon. The A4 paper with 10 bronze stars is not well sold, mainly because it is too expensive. He plans to sell it at a reduced price. Well, just follow the 5 bronze stars. Paper is a mass product, and it is mainly based on volume. It would be wrong to sell it as a luxury product. Even if it is a 5 bronze star, it has a huge profit of 100 times. What is there not to be satisfied with? The last time a piece of soap sold for 50 bronze stars, he planned to sell a piece of silver deer. After all, soap is aimed at the aristocrats and wealthy people of Westeros, and it is understandable that it is expensive. While Jason Liu was busy in the store, in the house next to him, he suddenly remembered the miserable cry of a baby, the sad cry of a woman, and the hum of the chaotic crowd. There is nothing to do right now. Jason Liu is a little curious about what happened to the neighbor's house. Hearing the howl of a baby and the sad cry of a woman next to him, it sounded so miserable that he couldn't help feeling sad. Walking out of the door, I saw a lot of people crowded at the door of the neighbor's house next door. It wasn't the crowd watching as he imagined. These people were both men and women, and they were all residents of Bidon Market Town. There was sympathy and lament on everyone's face, and some women even cried in a low voice. The men also looked sad, and their eyes were full of helplessness. Jason Liu couldn't help but get closer, and the people around saw him coming and quickly made way for him. So he easily passed through the crowd of neighbors and saw the situation in the house. A pale-faced woman, holding a crying baby in her arms, sat there crying sadly, a pair of rough and red hands constantly caressing and comforting the crying baby in her arms. However, the baby's face was an abnormal red color, and the cry gradually became hoarse, as if there was something stuck in the throat. A 5- or 6-year-old boy next to him was holding a young girl beside him with a terrified face. His small, dirty face and big brown eyes were full of fear and confusion. The young girl hugged by the boy was wearing patched, greasy sackcloth clothes. Her face was covered in kitchen soot from somewhere, and she looked sloppy. At this time, the girl was also full of tears, hugging the boy tightly, looking sadly at the baby who was being held by the woman next to her, crying all the time. An atmosphere of sadness filled the room, extremely depressing. "Martha, look at it. All this is the will of the old gods. Even Maester Lewin can't do anything. Let's feed this poor little thing some poppy milk and end the pain quickly." Old Rhodes' face was full of wrinkles. He looked sadly at the little baby in the arms of the woman and persuaded. At this time, Jason Liu also understood what happened from the whispered discussions of the people next to him. The woman who cried bitterly was called Martha. She was the nurse of young Master Rickon from Winterfell. Because her daughter had been having a fever and crying nonstop these past few days, her body was even hotter. Martha asked Maester Lewin of Winterfell to save her daughter. Maester Lewin dispensed medicine for the baby girl, but the condition did not improve at all, but worsened. A disease that even Maester Lewin can't cure. In this era of extremely poor medical conditions, it is equivalent to proclaiming the death of this baby girl. There was no other way but to watch the poor daughter in her arms howling in pain until she stopped breathing. This is too cruel for a mother. Although Jason Liu has always regarded Westeros as a place to make money and has no feelings for the people here, he really couldn't bear to see the baby girl who was crying weakly and blushing in his mother's arms. After all, this is a small life. He felt he should do something. Gritting his teeth, Jason Liu walked towards the baby girl. Old Road found Jason Liu coming. Not only looked up at him, but his eyes were filled with surprise. "Lord East, why are you here?" Jason Liu looked back at the baby girl, hesitated, and then said, "Well, in fact, in addition to selling goods from the Far East to Westeros, I also brought medicines from the Far East. Maybe I might have a way to treat this poor little girl." "Is what you said true?" Old Rhodes suddenly wide-widened his eyes, looking excited, and the big red nose on his face even more reddened. Asterisk. Thump. Hearing Jason Liu's words, Masha, who was crying with her child in her arms, knelt directly in front of him and cried out with a sad expression, "My lord, woo-woo-woo, please be merciful. Save my poor child. Please, please, my lord." The young girl next to him also dragged the little boy to his knees, looking at Jason Liu with tears in his big brown eyes. "My lord, please save poor Lillian, in the name of the old and new gods. As long as you to keep Lillian alive, I am willing to serve you and your family for the rest of my life. I beg your mercy, my lord." In the past 2 days, the girl has also heard about Jason Liu and learned that this nobleman, who is said to be from the Far East, bought the house next to their house. However, today was the first time she saw it. Don't kneel, get up." Seeing the other person kneeling directly in front of him, Jason Liu suddenly panicked and wanted to reach out to help, but felt embarrassed, so he had to say, "I promise to try to use the medicine I brought to treat this child, but I can't guarantee that I will be able to save her. Do you agree to let me try?" Jason Liu made it clear first. He didn't say that he would be able to cure the baby girl. He just tried it, and it was up to the mother of the baby girl to agree or not. "Since you have a way, then try it quickly. I hope the old god blesses. Maybe the magical medicine you brought can save poor Lillian." Before the baby girl wooden tool could speak, Old Rhodes had already agreed. Although you try it. I cannot just watch my poor Lillian die in pain. You try to approach it with the desperate and helpless mother, suddenly saw a glimmer of hope, absolutely reluctant to give up, and agreed with Jason Liu to try treatment. "Let me take a look first." Jason Liu didn't rush back to get the medicine, but walked over to the baby girl whose eyes were closed. Her face was red and hot, and the crying was getting lower and lower, and observed carefully. Reached out and touched the baby girl's forehead and body. The temperature was terrifyingly high. There could be no longer any delay. Otherwise, such persistent high fever will soon kill this little baby girl. Jason Liu said that he was going to get the medicine, and quickly ran back to the second floor of the house, bringing the entire backpack with the medicine. "Put the baby on the bed and take off all the clothes." Jason Liu turned on the medical alcohol, took out the gauze, and instructed the baby girl's mother, Martha, to wipe the baby girl with alcohol and cool the baby first. The young girl also came to help Martha and wiped the baby girl with alcohol. Jason Liu himself began to mix penicillin, ready to give the baby girl the first shot. Jason Liu doesn't know what disease the baby girl has, but he knows that high fever will definitely cause inflammation. Penicillin is definitely the best anti-inflammatory drug in the whole Westeros. Of course, the first step is the skin test, which Jason Liu did not forget. Carefully inject a little penicillin into the back of the baby girl's emaciated hand, awaiting the results of the skin test. Everyone present held their breath and watched with wide-eyed curiosity as Jason Liu treated the baby girl. 10 minutes later, the skin test was good and the baby girl had no allergic reaction. So, Jason Liu only injected 0.5 milliliters or 300,000 units of penicillin to the baby girl. After all, it was the first time for a baby girl to use penicillin. Unlike modern people who abuse antibiotics, Jason Liu did not dare to use too much, so he had to use a small amount first. The penicillin in the remaining syringe, Jason Liu wrapped in alcohol gauze to prevent contamination. And if such operations are in modern times, they must be accused of not handling them strictly. However, in Westeros, it is already very good to have such processing conditions. Don't ask too much, just use it, right? Well, mainly because Jason Liu doesn't know much about medical matters, he also bites the bullet on his own. After injecting the baby girl with penicillin, Jason Liu found a random stool and sat by the bed. He wanted to take care of the baby girl, no problem. In the end, penicillin is useful or not, he has no idea. The room was crowded with onlookers. Their eyes widened curiously, wanting to know whether this nobleman from the far east could save the doomed little Lillian to life. Because there were too many people squeezed into the room, the whole room was filled with a strong smell of sweat and an indescribable mixture, which made Jason Liu want to vomit. Therefore, he had to open his mouth and let people disperse to keep the air in the room circulating. The onlookers did not dare to disobey his words and left the house, but gathered around the door of Martha's house, waiting curiously and expectantly. After all, there are no entertainment activities in this era. This time, the medical treatment methods shown by Jason Liu were invisibly taken by the people of the winter shelter town as a fun time to pass the time. After all, watching this kind of thing, regardless of the country or the world, is the nature engraved in the bones of human beings. As soon as the people in the house left, the air immediately became much fresher. As for the people who didn't want to leave, Jason Liu didn't pay any attention. They just looked at it. Time passed slowly. Watching the baby girl gradually stop crying, the painful little face gradually healed, the breathing became stable, and she began to fall asleep. Jason Liu finally breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that penicillin really worked. Reaching out and touching the baby girl's forehead and body, the temperature dropped significantly. Let Martha and the young girl stop wiping down the alcohol and get the baby girl dressed and covered with a blanket. Fortunately, it is early summer. Even in the north, the temperature is not too low during the day, and a blanket is enough. Well, it seems that the medicine I brought has already worked. As long as tonight is passed safely, this child will survive. Jason Liu told the child's mother happily. Thank you, my lord. You saved my little Lillian. I can't express my gratitude to you. Martha's pale face flushed with excitement, and she knelt down again. At Jason Liu's feet, he kept saying thanks. Even the young girl and the little boy looked at him gratefully. Please get up. You don't have to kneel down here with us. Get up quickly. We don't like others to kneel down. Jason Liu helped the thin young mother up through his clothes. Hearing Jason Liu's words, Masha didn't dare to kneel anymore. She quickly stood up, turned around, and walked into the house. After a while, she saw a dozen silver deer in her hand, which should be all her belongings. Come over. Sir, please accept this money, asterisk. The young mother had a look of embarrassment on her face. Although I know that the magic medicine you gave Lillian must be extremely expensive, this is all the money I can spend. Jason Liu glanced at the dozen silver coins held by Martha's rough and cracked hands, and sighed softly, knowing that it must be very difficult for their family to save these silver deer, so he refused. After all, he has no shortage of money at all. After shirking for a while, Masha saw that the nobleman from the far east really didn't want her money, and Masha wanted to kneel again gratefully. Jason Liu stopped her with a headache. People surrounding the house, learning that Jason Liu's treatment was really effective, walked in one after another and confirmed it with their own eyes. It was also learned that this noble man from the far east did not even receive money to treat Shao Lillian for free, which made the people in Bidong Market Town appreciate his kindness and kindness. Originally, everyone, including Old Rhodes who made a fortune from Jason Liu, was only afraid and alienated from him, and had no respect for him. However, what happened today has given the townspeople a heartfelt respect for this benevolent young adult. In this era, when the hierarchy was strict, the nobles were high above, and the commoners at the bottom were regarded as grass and livestock. A noble who showed kindness to the commoners and was more willing to spend extremely expensive medicines to save the life of a poor little girl was very rare. These low-level civilians in the north may have little knowledge or even stupidity, but they can tell who is good and who is bad. Lord East, thank you for saving little Lillian. If you come to my tavern to drink, Old Rhodes rubbed his hands. His expression was excited. His mouth was still full of alcohol. Hiccup, almost forget you don't drink, but it doesn't matter. If you just eat, I will only charge half of your money. Ha ha ha, Old Rhodes, you are really stingy. I thought you would say it's free. Someone laughed and made fun of Old Rhodes. If it's free, my tavern won't be able to open, Old Rhodes muttered while wiping his red nose. After the others heard it, they all burst into laughter. The sad and dull atmosphere before was swept away. Looking at the simple smiles of the people in Bidong Market Town, Jason Liu couldn't help but be infected. A smile from the bottom of his heart appeared on his face. Compared with the indifferent human relationships in modern society, people in this backward and poor world are more simple. After staying at Martha's house for a while, I saw that little Lillian on the bed had fallen asleep. Her face returned to normal rosy, and her body temperature was normal. Instructed Martha and the others to call themselves next door, and Jason Liu went back to his house. Martha sent Jason Liu out of the house. When she came back, she saw her eldest son, Michael, who was only 5 years old, lying on the side of the bed, looking at her sister nervously. Hug your son lightly. Michael hugged his mother tightly. What happened today scared him, and his small body trembled slightly. Mother, Lillian is all right now, right? Michael, with black hair, looking up at his dirty little face, finally had a bit of energy in his big eyes. I don't want my sister to die like my father. I want my sister. My Michael. Martha couldn't help crying, hugging her son's head tightly with both hands, kissing his forehead and comforting him repeatedly. Darling, don't worry. The Easter, just now people have cured your sister. Lillian won't die. Sister, seeing Masha crying with her nephew, the young girl next to her, that is Masha's younger sister, stroked her sister's shoulder, tears running across her black and gray cheeks. It's great. I thought poor Lillian would really leave us like brother-in-law Vic. It's so nice, woo-woo. Thank you, Lena, my sister. I'm lucky to have you and Michael with me. Martha wiped away the tears on her face, and a smile appeared on her face. All thanks to the Honorable Lord East, who saved our little Lillian. May the old God bless such a benevolent and kind Lord. Thinking of Jason Liu, who had just left, Martha looked at her sister and begged, Lena, dear sister, just leave it to me to take care of it. If you can, go to Lord Easter next door to see if it's okay. Is there anything you can do to help? I heard that Lord Easter came to Westeros from the far east alone, without a maid by his side. It would be inconvenient to live alone. Speaking of Jason Liu, Lena thought of what she had said before, that if the other party could cure Lillian, she would rather serve him and his family for a lifetime, and if Lord Easter agreed, she would be willing to serve him as a maid. After all, it is not easy to meet a benevolent nobleman. Thinking like this, Lena nodded and got up to go to the next door to see if there was anything she could do to help. Wait a minute, Lena. Martha stopped her sister and pointed to the black ash on her face. I made you smear the black ash on your face before. Now, go wash your face and change into clean clothes. Go past. Lena was stunned for a moment, and she didn't understand what her sister meant. Deliberately smearing black and gray on her face to cover her beautiful face and make herself look ugly. This is also the way to live here to ensure your own safety. After all, since her brother-in-law Vic died of illness 2 years ago, there have been only women and children left in their family. Lena, who was originally just a little girl, has become more and more beautiful over the past 2 years. Lena, who is already 16 years old, had already reached the age of marriage in the north, but was delayed by her husband's death. And such a beautiful face is born in a family like theirs. It is easy to bring danger to this weak family. After all, many of the people who come and go here are rude farmers, drunken mercenaries, rude soldiers, and knights who treat civilians like livestock. If they were shown Lena's pretty face, God knows what terrible things would happen. Therefore, Masha usually asks her sister to smear black ash on her face, cover her face, wear dirty clothes, and dress herself up like a country girl, all for safety. Thanks to the old god, my sister has been staying in the kitchen of Winterfell to help cook. So far, no one has seen her true face and caused any trouble. Seeing her sister's confused eyes, Masha helped her find clothes and said softly, "Lena, it's impossible for my sister to stay by your side all the time, and I can't protect you. If you can, give it to EC. It is also a good job to be a maid. It is better than helping a cook in the kitchen. What do you think? That Lord East is a real good man, better than the noble lords I've seen in Winterfell. I can feel that. If I can follow such a kind master, is really blessed by the old gods." While speaking in a low voice, Martha took the clothes. It was a clean, long, white, coarse dress, which she wore when she got married. Lena washed off the dirty black ashes on her face, revealing the beautiful face of a 16-year-old girl. "Master Easter will agree to let me be a maid for him? I'm worried that the master will not look down on me." Lena took off her dirty clothes and put on the long white dress handed over by her sister. "You are so beautiful, my dear sister," Martha said with a smile, looking at her fair-skinned sister with soft black hair, big eyes, small lips, a raised nose, and fair skin. "My sister is so beautiful. Lord Easter should agree. If he does not agree, you say that it is to fulfill your promise and voluntarily serve him and his family, so that he cannot refuse you. Is this okay?" Lena said shyly with a blush on her fair face. But he couldn't help but come to his mind the tall and handsome foreign appearance of that Lord East. Of course, what impresses the girl even more is the noble temperament, gentle tone, and kind smile that the other party exudes anytime, anywhere. Thinking of this, Lena's pale face turned even redder. Martha hugged her sister and kissed her on the forehead lightly. "Go on, dear, be brave. That lord is a real good person. Even if you offend a little, that kind lord shouldn't blame you." Lena reported to her sister, kissed the cheek of her little nephew, who was snuggling up beside her mother, and walked out of the house lightly. At this time, the crowd outside their house had long since dispersed, and the sky had already darkened outside. Lena carefully avoided the stagnant water on the road, walked to the door of Jason Liu's house a few steps away, and knocked gently on the door. While sorting the goods on the counter in the room, Jason Liu spent the whole afternoon treating the neighbor's baby girl, and he didn't care about doing business. Hearing the knock on the door, Jason Liu thought there was something wrong with the neighbor's baby and hurried downstairs to open the door. Looking at a pretty Western-looking girl standing at the door, Jason Liu was stunned. With doubts in his eyes, he asked, "Hello, what's the matter with you?" Lena outside the door was also stunned. Looking at the puzzled look in the eyes of the young adult in front of her, she suddenly understood something. Her fair face flushed slightly, and the girl whispered, "Lord East, I'm from Martha next door." "Sister Lena, we met just now." "Martha's sister? Have we met?" Jason Liu recalled that at Martha's house just now, he didn't seem to see such a beautiful girl. Through the large brown eyes of the other party, Jason Liu finally connected this girl with a young girl with a dirty, black and gray face. Obviously, the girl washed the black and ashes off her face and changed her clothes, but she didn't expect that there was such a pretty girl under that dirty little face. "Oh, I remember you were the girl standing next to Martha just now, but you look so beautiful." Jason Liu blurted out subconsciously. Lena's little face was immediately flushed red, like a ripe apple. She lowered her head slightly, not daring to look into Jason Liu's eyes. Looking at the girl's shy appearance, Jason Liu's expression froze, and he almost forgot that this is not modern. In the conservative northern region, It is easy to be regarded as a hooligan by saying so bluntly that people are beautiful. A little embarrassed, Jason Liu's eyes were erratic, and then he realized that he had been standing at the door, blocking other girls from the door. Bar. Lena followed Jason Liu into the house, and when she heard Jason Liu's name, Miss, she shook her head in fright. Sir, I'm not a lady. I'm just a farm girl. When I heard it suddenly, I thought that the other party was blaming me for cursing. After all, in modern times, the word miss has a derogatory meaning. However, he quickly reacted. His face was not blaming himself for scolding her, but was really frightened and did not dare to be called miss. Because in Westeros, where the hierarchy is strict, only unmarried women from noble families can be called young ladies. Like Miss Sansa from the Stark family, Miss Arya. This is an exclusive title for noble girls. Civilians do not dare to overstep. Impersonating a noble is a capital offense in Westeros. No wonder the girl was so scared. Making another mistake, Jason Liu touched his nose embarrassedly and forcibly changed the subject. Lena, what's the matter with you? Could it be that something happened to little Lillian? No, my lord, after being treated by you, Lillian is much better. She is still sleeping. Lena shook her head quickly, then lowered her head and said shyly, It's just that my elder sister said that you live here alone and there is no servant to take care of you. Let me see what I can do for you. Only then did Jason Liu remember that the girl seemed to have said before that she would serve him and his family for the rest of her life. Of course, Jason Liu thought it was a joke, but now that this girl has come over, it doesn't seem to be a joke. Thinking of this, Jason Liu suddenly showed a look of crying and laughing, and immediately explained, Lena, I treated little Lillian because I couldn't bear to watch such a small child die in pain, and I didn't want anything in return. In our place, both nobles and commoners attach great importance to the health of children, and even other people will help when they encounter such a thing. You don't have to thank me too much, and you don't have to think about how to repay, Do you understand what I said? You don't have to do this. Jason Liu stared at the girl's big eyes and tried to explain that there is no thought of looking for a maid or something. Sir, I beg you, let me serve you as a maid by your side. Please don't reject me. Seeing that this young and handsome adult rejected her, Lena's eyes suddenly turned red, tears welling in her eyes. She completely forgot her sister's previous orders and said the truth. Sister said that you are a good person. If I can follow you, is my luck. Since the death of my brother-in-law Vic, my sister and I have been living in unrest with our 2 children. As she said that, Lena seemed to remember what happened in the past 2 years, and the tears could not stop flowing. Jason Liu was at a loss when he saw the girl cry. Before, my sister asked me to deliberately smear my face and wear dirty clothes to protect me. My sister said that if a girl like me is targeted by bad people, no one can protect us, so please don't reject me. Let me all be by your side, will? The girl covered her face with her hands, tears streaming down her cheeks. Seeing this girl who was only a high school student crying so sadly, Jason Liu couldn't bear it. In the past few days in the winter market town, I told Jason Liu that everything the girl said was true. It's a brutal and cruel world, especially for women. With such an outstanding appearance as Lena, there is no one to protect her. If she is targeted by others, she will either be our ****D by Q, or she will be captured and sold into the women's branch. And the final outcome must be very miserable. Looking at the crying girl and thinking about her tragic fate, Jason Liu scratched his head and finally came up with a solution. Okay, Lena, I promise to let you follow me. When Lena heard Jason Liu agree, she raised a small face full of tears. Really? Yes, but instead of making you a maid, I'm going to hire you as an employee of my store, which is to help me sell goods. Jason Liu explained. Although she's not a maid, Lena is also very happy to be able to be protected by Isama's side. Jason Liu looked at the girl who stopped crying and started talking about the treatment of the employees. If you help me with my work, you will take care of the meals every day, and you will be paid 10 silver deer a month. What do you think? After finishing speaking, Jason Liu looked at the girl with a bit of blushing and scolded himself for being a black-hearted capitalist. The salary of 10 silver deer a month is only 1,000 yuan in RMB. You can't find such cheap employees in modern times. Ah, 10 silver deer. Lena opened her mouth slightly in surprise and widened her beautiful brown eyes. That's too much. Jason Liu thought the other party would say too little, but he didn't expect too much. A lot. Jason Liu asked suspiciously, who didn't know much about Westeros wages. Lena nodded again and again. A lot. I helped cook in the kitchen of Winterfell, and I only got 3 silver deer in a month, which is already very generous of Mrs. Stark. 3 silver deer? That means 10 bronze stars a day, 5 pounds of wheat. And it seems that Mrs. Stark is much more exploitative than herself. When Jason Liu secretly complained about Lady Catelyn's dark heart, he actually didn't understand the situation in Westeros. The backward productivity cannot absorb so many people at all, so the labor cost is very low. The kitchen helper earns 3 silver deer per month, which is not low in the north. Ignoring the girl's refusal, Jason Liu officially hired his first employee in Westeros at a monthly salary of 10 silver deer. Getting a good-paying job with Mr. Jason East, the 16-year-old girl was very happy, wiped the tears from her face, and immediately got busy cleaning Jason Liu's room. Jason Liu is also very happy to be able to help a poor girl avoid a tragic fate in the future. To celebrate the first employee to join, Jason Liu went to the room on the second floor and took out the modern food that was thrown in the corner: bread, instant noodles, and ham. Lena stared at the bag of white bread that Jason Liu took out, and her eyes widened. This was the first time she had seen bread so white and fluffy. As for the barrels of instant noodles and ham, she didn't know that. When she learned that Lord Easter was going to invite her to have dinner together, the girl quickly shook her head and refused. No, sir, this kind of food is too precious. Not something that people like me can eat. You can eat it by yourself. You don't have to worry about me. I'll go back and eat with my sister, Michael. Oh, I almost forgot. Your sister Martha and that little boy didn't eat today, right? Jason Liu patted his forehead, then ran back to the room on the second floor again, took 2 buckets of instant noodles, and brought Lena walk to her house. Let's go, even if my boss invites you and your sister's family to dinner tonight. Jason Liu closed the door and walked next door with Lena. But Lena was moved and disturbed. This is the boss's order. Don't refuse. Jason Liu emphasized his tone, and the girl didn't dare to refuse. Seeing her sister and Lord Easter coming together, Martha was surprised. She quickly put down her sleeping son and walked over with a reserved face. Sir, I hope Lena doesn't cause you any trouble. What are you doing? Just tell Lena to do it. Martha, I have hired Lena as an employee in the store, and I will ask her to help me to sell the good from China in the future. Let me tell you first. Jason Liu put the things in his hand in the only one in the room. On a dark table, he said with a smile. Staff? Selling goods. Martha was surprised. It was completely different from what she thought. Lena was happily beside her sister and told her sister that Jason Liu promised her 10 silver deer wages per month. 10 silver deer. Martha's expression changed, and she said, terrified, No, my lord. You saved my Lillian. How can we ask you for so much money? Let Lena follow you can help you by your side. Just take care of her food and don't need any wages at all. You don't have to worry, Masha. This is what I said to Lena, Jason Liu reassured, looking at the uneasy Masha. And 10 silver deer a month. It doesn't mean anything to me at all. What? Compared to my hometown, this salary is already very small. That's it. To not let the other party refuse anymore, Jason Liu continued. If you don't agree, then I'll find someone else. Martha pursed the corners of her mouth and finally no longer refused. To celebrate my first hire in Westeros, I'll treat you to food from my hometown tonight. Jason Liu was busy at the table, tearing off the packaging of the instant noodle bucket, and ordered Lena goes to boil water. Although she didn't know what to do with boiling water, Lena obediently went to the kitchen to boil water. Martha covered her son and daughter on the bed with blankets, went to the kitchen to help, and asked her sister in a low voice, why did she end up being an employee hired by Lord Easter instead of being a maid? The 2 sisters whispered while boiling water in the kitchen. Jason Liu opened 4 buckets of instant noodles and put 2 ham sausages into each bucket. Asterisk, After thinking about it, she was worried that maybe Sister Martha, who had been hungry all day, would not have enough to eat, so she put 4 ham sausages into the other 3 buckets. With a big bag of bread on the table, it must be enough. He only eats a bucket of instant noodles. When the hot water boiled, Jason Liu instructed Lena to pour the boiling water into the instant noodle bucket, then cover it, wait a few minutes, and then eat. Sniff! The aroma of instant noodles permeated the air, causing Sisters Martha and Lena to twitch their noses. So fragrant. Of course, Jason Liu had already had enough of the instant noodle smell, and he didn't feel any fragrance at all. Mother, Aunt Lena, the 5-year-old Michael, who was asleep, was also awakened by the aroma of instant noodles. He carefully got up from the bed. Seeing that Jason Liu was also there, he could only look timidly at Martha and Lena. Martha walked over and took her son down. Michael, come here quickly. This is Lord Jason Easter, who healed your sister Lillian today, and now Lord Easter has graciously invited us to have dinner. Thank Easter-sama quickly. Lord East, thank you. The little boy hid in his mother's arms, his eyes cowardly. Jason Liu smiled gently at the little boy. Your name is Michael, right? Come on, lad, and try the food from my hometown. The high-fat and salty instant noodles are indeed a rare delicacy for the Lena family, whose main food is black bread as hard as bricks all day long. Looking at the gentle-faced Jason Liu, knowing that it was the young adult who cured his sister's illness and saved her from the god of death, the little boy bravely left his mother's arms, walked to Jason Liu, and raised his voice. Small face, eyes weak like a small beast. Thank you, Lord East. Thank you for saving my sister Lillian. The little boy wringed his hands uneasily. After expressing his gratitude, he immediately lowered his head, not daring to look up again. Jason Liu stroked the little guy's head lightly behind him, smiled, and said, Okay, I accept your thanks, little guy. Now hurry up and try some delicious instant noodles. At Jason Liu's insistence, Lena's family sat restrainedly at the same table with him and began to enjoy the modern instant noodles. Fizz, Michael ate too fast, sticking out his tongue. Lena's eyes widened, and she couldn't help but praise, It's so delicious. This is the best food I've ever eaten in my life. Martha also ate in big gulps, completely ignoring the hot noodles. She hadn't eaten for a day, and she was extremely hungry now. Hearing Lena's praise for the deliciousness of instant noodles, Martha nodded repeatedly and kept thanking Jason Liu. She sighed in her heart that their family was really lucky to have met such a kind-hearted aristocrat as Mr. Jason East. Jason Liu looked at the 3 people who were having a good time and felt that the instant noodles in his mouth seemed to taste pretty good. When they ate the ham sausage, the 3 exclaimed again. After all, they didn't remember how long they hadn't eaten meat. Tonight, thanks to the grace of Lord East, they had a full meal. Before half of the instant noodles in Jason Liu's bowl were eaten, Lena and Martha had already drank all the soup in the bowl, and even the little guy Michael had almost finished the whole bucket of instant noodles. Looking at Lena and Martha, who were still in the mood, Jason Liu pushed the bread on the table to them. Let's have some more bread. The 2 looked at Jason Liu embarrassedly, and Sister Martha swallowed subconsciously while watching the white bread, but in the end she shook her head. We're already full. Save the bread for tomorrow. Lena also shook her head, determined not to eat anymore. Seeing this, Jason Liu no longer persuaded him. It seems that it is not good to eat too much at night. After a dinner, Jason Liu feels closer to the Lena family tomorrow. When he checked Lillian for the last time, he found that the penicillin was very effective. After Lillian was breathing evenly and fell asleep, he told Martha and Lena to go to him if there was anything at night, then said goodbye and left. Back in his room on the 2nd floor of his wooden house, Jason Liu looked at the empty bedboard and smiled wryly, then directly teleported back to the villa and moved all the newly bought quilts to the room on the Westeros side. Because he was worried that little Lillian's condition would change at night, he planned to spend the night in Westeros. Speaking of which, this was his first time staying in Otherworld. He took out the money box from under the bed, and there were the remaining 907 silver deer. He sold the 26 golden dragons for more than 290,000 yuan, and now there's a total of so much money left. He was already planning to exchange the silver deer for a golden dragon or gold. After all, gold was more expensive, and it was easier to carry in smaller quantities. As for other valuables that could be brought back from Westeros to modern times, he couldn't really think of anything other than gold. Wood? There's indeed a lot of wood in Westeros. Outside Winterfell is the vast wolf forest. The wood is very cheap, but it belongs to the Stark family, the guardian of the North. He was caught and locked in the Winterfell dungeon. Even if he could buy wood from Stark's house, he had only hired one employee in Westeros, and there were simply not enough people, not to mention that there were not many people in Hyundai, and it was quite troublesome to find a channel to sell wood. Anyway, the timber business will be more staffed in the future, so it can be done, but not yet. What he needs now is to accumulate a large amount of funds as soon as possible for things of small quantity and high value, in order to start the Westeros dumping plan. Modern cheap clothes, daily chemicals, plastic products, etc., these are all things that he can't handle alone. So at present, he can only find a way to convert all the money into gold here. When it comes to gold, there is no more Westeros in all of Westeros. Isn't there a widely circulated joke that there are gold mines everywhere in the West, and the toilet used by Tywin Lannister, the Duke of Casterly Rock, the Guardian of the West, is gold, and the shit he pulls is also gold? Although the joke is vulgar, it is enough to see that the amount of gold in the Western region is really huge. Otherwise, how could the old lion of Tywin have the confidence to directly lend the Iron Throne millions of golden dragons, which is equivalent to 1/3 of the money lent to King Robert by the Iron Treasury of the Free City State on the other side of the Narrow Sea? It shows the wealth of the Western border. It would be great if we could trade gold with the Western border. When it comes to the Western border, Jason Liu thinks of the businessman in the Western border, Odover. He wonders how his gel pens and A4 paper are sold in the Western border. If it's not bad, then you can try to contact more Western businessmen through him and let them bring gold transactions, even if you give them a discounted price. Well, this method is good. Presumably the other party will also be happy. Sitting on the bed thinking for a while, the knock on the door downstairs rang again. Jason Liu went downstairs to open the door and saw Lena standing outside the door with a pot of hot water in her hand. What's wrong? Is there something wrong with Lillian? Jason Liu wondered. No, my lord. The girl shook her head, her fair face flushed a little by the rising steam. I boiled some hot water to wash your feet. No, I can wash it myself. Jason Liu quickly refused and took the tub. He didn't want to let a girl wash his feet for him. No one else had washed his feet in his life except his mother when he was a child. What pedicure shop, sauna, Jason Liu has never been to. Lena wanted to wash his feet, but Jason Liu refused. No way. Lena had to follow Jason Liu to his room on the second floor. Seeing that Jason Liu's bed was not yet made, the girl who found something to do immediately stepped forward to help. Jason Liu opened his mouth, wanting to say that he had done it, but seeing that the girl had already started to do it, he had to close it. Sitting next to him and washing his feet, Jason Liu listened to the girl constantly complimenting his quilt fabric for dense, soft, bright colors and beautiful patterns. I'll give you a bed in the future, which is a very common thing on our side, Jason Liu said casually. Lena's face was full of longing, but she quickly blushed and shook her head in rejection. After washing his feet, Jason Liu also planned to rest. After all, there is no entertainment except dim oil lamps, so he can only sleep. However, looking at Lena standing beside the bed with her head bowed and blushing, Jason Liu couldn't help but start chasing people. Lena, it's late. It's time to go to bed. Hearing the word sleep, the girl seemed startled. Her shoulders trembled suddenly, then blushed and lowered her head silently. Jason Liu scratched his head, looked at the other person suspiciously, and felt that his words were too euphemistic, and the girl probably didn't understand that she meant to chase people away. So, Jason Liu said again, Lena, it's very late. Go home and sleep. I'm going to rest too. After urging 3 times in a row, Lena blushed, her eyes flashed like a fawn. Her face was flushed, and her voice was like a mosquito Sir, you will be cold when you sleep alone at night." After saying this, Lena's face was even bigger and blood was dripping red, and her head was desperately down, as if she was going to hide in the crevice. He casually took a towel from his backpack and wiped his feet. Jason Liu heard Lena's low voice, his face full of confusion. "Why is it cold? This is a brand-name quilt I just bought, and it's summer in the north now." "Well, although the temperature is lower than in the south, it won't be cold at all with a quilt." Feeling that the girl was overly concerned, Jason Liu reached out and patted his chest. "Don't worry. I'm in good health, and I'm not afraid of the cold at all." Originally, because of the previous words, Lena, who was too shy, didn't know what to do when she heard Jason Liu's answer. She is 16 years old this year, and she can get married at the age of 13 in Westeros. In a sense, Lena is now an old girl. In addition, people in Westeros are generally precocious, and when it comes to men and women, Lena has also heard a lot. After all, the women in the kitchen were no worse than the soldiers at Winterfell when they told dirty jokes. Lena also understood a lot under the influence of her ears and eyes. Not to mention, it was her sister Martha's idea that she came here tonight. Of course, in Lena's heart, she is also full of admiration for such a tall, handsome, polite, and benevolent aristocratic young Master Jason East. After all, the Cinderella version of the story of the knight and the princess, the daughter of the noble and the commoner, is also the most talked about story in Westeros. Although simple girls don't know, the reason why such stories are widely circulated and sought after by many civilians is precisely because such Cinderella stories are too few and too rare in reality, and can only be things in a beautiful fantasy. That's why everyone is so enthusiastic. Lena's head was a little cloudy at this time, which was completely different from the good night she imagined. When she was sent to the door by Lord East, she didn't realize how she got back. Seeing that Lena came back alone, Martha's eyes darkened and she sighed, thinking that her sister was rejected by Lord Easter. But think about it. As a handsome, noble, and benevolent noble like Lord Easter, he will definitely marry a young lady from a big noble family in the future. A country girl with only a pretty face like her sister is not worthy of Lord Easter at all. In order not to hurt her sister's self-esteem, Martha didn't say much. After washing her feet, the family lay on the bed. At this time, Lena gradually came to understand it, as if she was rejected by Lord East, right? Although a little sad, she originally felt that she was not worthy of Lord East, and she was expected to be rejected, but she was not as sad as she imagined. On the first night in Westeros, I couldn't sleep as expected. After tossing around for an afternoon today, Jason Liu slept soundly. The next morning, he was woken up by Lena's knock on the door. After washing his face and brushing his teeth, Jason Liu had breakfast at Lena's house. Well, there are fried eggs, yesterday's bread, and carrot and onion bisque. Jason Liu handed over all the instant noodles, ham, and bread in the room to Lena, and the future cooking will be Lena's. Well, in this way, 10 silver deer a month, hiring a clerk, cook, cleaner, and half a servant is really a big profit. Although I couldn't bear it in my heart, I said no, but my body was very honest. It's so cool to have someone help with cleaning the room, cooking, etc., just waiting to eat. Sure enough, it was corrupted by the aftermath of feudalism. After breakfast, Jason Liu looked at the little Lillian who had woken up and knew from Lena that Lillian was 1 year old. I measured Lillian with a thermometer. It was more than 36 degrees. Well, the temperature is normal. The little girl now does not cry or make trouble, and looks at him curiously with wide eyes. Jason Liu touched the little girl's thin face, and in order to ensure complete anti-inflammatory, he injected the penicillin left in the syringe yesterday into her. It seems that little Lillian has been completely out of danger and will recover in a few days. After checking little Lillian, Jason Liu returned to his store next to him. Yesterday, I didn't do business for 1 day. After having dinner today, Jason Liu opened the store and prepared to sell the remaining soap, 7,000 sheets of A4 paper, and 5,000 refills, as much as possible. Lena first went to Winterfell, quit her job as a kitchen steward, and started selling goods in the store with Jason Liu. Because yesterday he cured little Lillian, who was determined to be unsaved by Maester Luwin from Winterfell, and this incident spread throughout the entire Winterfell market town outside Winterfell in just one night. The penicillin he took out and the injection method he used made his reputation even louder after the publicity of the townspeople present yesterday. Before, everyone regarded him as a small noble merchant who came from a far and unknown place and sold some exotic items. Today, everyone says that he is a great noble of the Great East family from the Far East, because the magic medicine called penicillin that rescued little Lillian from the god of death was only available to the top nobles. So, of course, Jason Liu is considered to be a great noble from the Far East. There's a magic medicine. It is a great noble, This reason is very good and powerful. Jason Liu is happy to be identified as a great noble. After all, his status is high, and he will be better able to deal with the powerful in Westeros in the future. Today's business is not bad. Those merchants who have bought back soap and tried it, this time finally dare to buy in large quantities. Let Lena collect the money, while Jason Liu picks up the goods at the counter. Sold 300 bars of soap, and 100 bars of soap was unexpectedly better than soap. 100 soaps were bought directly by a merchant from King's Landing. A 4-paper sold 2,000 sheets at a time due to the half-price reduction, each with 5 bronze stars. The refills also sold 1,000 PCS. Although it is not very comfortable to use without a barrel, it is still much more convenient than a quill. 50 bronze stars for a piece of soap, 300 for 150 silver deer. 1 silver deer piece of soap, 100 sold for 100 silver deer, that is 1 golden dragon. 5 bronze stars, 2,000 sheets of A4 paper, sold for 100 silver deer. A refill of 50 copper stars sold for 500 silver deers for 1,000 pieces. That is 3 gold dragons and 200 silver deers. In the morning, for golden dragons and 450 silver deer were earned. Lena looked at the big money box, full of silver coins, and opened her mouth in surprise. It was the first time she had seen so much money in such a big age. Jason Liu closed the door and put all the money together. A total of 4 golden dragons, 1350, 7 silver deer. There are too many silver deer, and if you want to get it back for sale in modern times, it is more convenient to replace it with golden dragons. It's just such a large amount of money, which is not easy to exchange in this Westeros, where there are no banks and banks. After learning about Jason Liu's distress, Lena proposed to find Maester Luwin of Winterfell to help exchange it into a golden dragon. Because Winterfell needs to pay the servant salaries every month, they usually use silver deer, so they will change them. Hearing Lena's proposal, Jason Liu's eyes lit up. Maester Luwin holds the 3 important positions of consultant, doctor, and tutor in Winterfell. It can even be said that he is Duke Eddard's right-hand man, and his status is very high. Such a big man is not something he can see casually. Lena, do you have a way to meet Maester Luwin? Jason Liu looked at her curiously. Lena blushed and shook her head. My sister used to be Master Rickon's nurse. She was in charge of taking care of Master Rickon and had the opportunity to see Master Luwin. The last time Lillian was seriously ill, it was her sister who went to ask Master Luwin for treatment. Then asked your sister to help you find Bachelor Luwin, and said. Jason Liu patted his forehead, took out 10 refills, and handed them to Lena. These 10 refills are given to Bachelor Luwin. I'm sure he'll love this gift. Coming from a modern society, he knows the unspoken rules of etiquette, and Jason Liu also uses it. 10 refills. If Maester Luwin can help, it will be a good deal. Lena took 10 refills and told her about it at noon when her sister Martha was back. Martha thought for a while, then nodded, "Leave this to me." In the afternoon, Martha took the child and talked to Hilly, who was also the maid of Master Rickon, and asked her to help take care of Master Rickon for a while she went to the Bachelor Tower to find Master Luwin. In the Maester's Tower, Maester Luwin is not there. Only Maester's assistant Boris is feeding the crows in the crow house. Martha, I heard that little Lillian's illness was cured by the nobleman from a foreign country in the winter town. Is this true? Seeing Martha coming, Boris put down the corn in his hand and came over in surprise. Looking at little Lillian being held in Martha's arms, Boris personally tested the little girl's body temperature. Looking at the ruddy little Lillian, he finally believed the rumors when he passed by the stable today. Seeing her little daughter who was slowly recovering to health, Martha couldn't help but smile. Yes, it's all thanks to the kindness of Lord Jason East. My little Lillian was able to recover from the god of death. Escape from the scythe. It's unbelievable. I was there when Master Lewin treated little Lillian. Obviously, little Lillian's condition is extremely serious, and no one in the whole Westeros can cure it. It is absolutely hopeless. Saying that, Boris also realized that he had said something wrong and quickly apologized. I'm sorry, I didn't mean that I was just too surprised. You know, this kind of treatment from that foreign nobleman, if it is really confirmed to be effective, this incident will definitely shock the Shuetching. Martha didn't care about the Shuetching. She came here to help exchange golden dragons for Lord Easter. 1,000 silver deer to be exchanged for golden dragon. Boris was surprised when he learned that Martha came here. It is said that the foreign nobleman brought strange goods and made a lot of money. It seems that these rumors, it's all real. The old and new gods are above. 1,000 silver deer, really too many. The bachelor's assistant Boris sighed subconsciously and then said, although Mr. Lewin is not here, I can take you to ask the manager of Weigh-In Pool. After all, a lot of silver deer are needed to pay wages every month. I think the manager of Weigh-In won't mind. Do the Lord Easter a favor. Really? Thank you so much, Boris, said Martha happily. After speaking, he took out 10 pen refills and gave them to Boris. This is a gift from Lord East to Master Lewin and you. It is a kind of pen from Lord East's hometown. I heard that many merchants buy it. It's easy to write a little bit. Boris took the refill in surprise. I've heard of this kind of pen, but I haven't used it yet. Let me try it. With that said, Boris took out a small piece of parchment and wrote on the parchment with the refill in his hand. Asterisk. Excellent. Boris exclaimed happily. This pen is much better than a quill. Thank you, Martha, and thank you for the generous Easter. I think Master Lewin will love this kind of pen. After receiving such a gift, Bachelor's assistant Boris couldn't help laughing. It would be great to make Maester Lewin like it. Martha complimented with a smile, and then reminded the assistant of Maester Lewin that it was time to take her to Director Weigh-In. Boris put the refills in place, and then took Martha to find manager Weigh-In outside the glass greenhouse. Weigh-In Pool is the director of Winterfell and has served the Stark family for nearly 3 decades. The nearly 50-year-old manager of Weigh-In, wearing silk clothes, his hair, chin, and beard on his lips was very neatly groomed, and he looked like a manager of a big noble family. After listening to the news conveyed by Boris, Director Weigh-In first congratulated little Lillian on her recovery, and then readily agreed to the request of the silver deer to exchange for the golden dragon. Please bring that Lord East to wait for me outside the gate of Winterfell. I'll get the money, and I'll find you soon. Director Weigh-In was called by the servants in the glass flower room after he finished speaking. After Martha got the assurance from the manager of Weigh-In, she immediately came to Jason Liu's store and told him all this. Thank you, Martha. I'll take the money and go with you. Jason Liu happily took the 1,000 silver deer he had prepared. As for the remaining 357 silver deer, he does not plan to exchange it. Let Lena stay to watch the shop and take care of Michael by the way. Jason Liu brought another 10 bars of soap and was going to give it to the manager of Weigh-In, so he could try it out. It was comfortable to use, and he would buy in the future. Follow Martha to wait outside the gates of Winterfell. The walls of Winterfell are thick and stacked with huge stones. No wonder it can exist for thousands of years in the cold winter. Only stones in the world can exist for thousands of years without changing their appearance. Stark's castle. The gate alone is 5 meters high. It is made of thick and sturdy oak. The gate is painted with black paint. Judging from the mottled color above, this gate should have been around for a long time. 2 soldiers in full armor, armed with shields and spears, guarded both sides of the gate, watching Jason Liu with arrogance and vigilance. There are more soldiers guarding the gate. Jason Liu didn't care about the vigilant eyes of the soldiers and looked at the ancient castle with thousands of years of history in front of him. Winterfell is said to have been built by Brandon Stark, the builder, thousands of years ago with the help of giants. In recorded history, Winterfell was the home of the Stark family, the kings of the North, and the North after King Torrhen Stark bowed the knee to Aegon the Conqueror and his dragons. The power center of the guardian of the environment. Winterfell is built around an ancient godswood and a hot spring. Hot water is piped through the walls to warm the rooms, making Winterfell more comfortable than other castles during the harsh northern winters. Inside the city walls, the castle consists of the first fortress, the guest room, the remnant tower, the glass greenhouse, the mausoleum, the godswood, the guard room, the weapons storehouse, the kennel, the stable, the bachelor's tower, the kitchen, the school field, the bell tower, the library tower, the sanctuary, and the hall. It consists of a large number of courtyards and small open spaces, such as a blacksmith shop. This is an enormously complex castle spanning several acres. Only such an ancient and majestic castle can be worthy of the honor of guarding the North. After sighing for a while, Jason Lew saw a man with slightly gray hair coming out of the castle, but he looked very smart, well-dressed, and neatly dressed. This should be the director of Winterfell, the young man behind the director, who is supposed to be his assistant. Jason Lew was sure that this Winterfell chief was the cleanest person he had ever seen in Winterfell. Clean, yes, literally. After all, the people he had come into contact with most before were the poor townspeople at the bottom of Bidon Market Town, as well as the sloppy and pot-bellied businessmen. These people were either unkempt or covered in stains and had a strong body odor. My lord, this is Lord Wayan Poole, the director of Winterfell. Beside him, Martha gave a slightly respectful introduction, pulling Jason Lew's thoughts back. I'm not an adult, just a commoner who faithfully serves the Stark family. The general manager of Wayan Poole behaved very decently, speaking in a slow and soft voice, showing the good qualities of the general manager of a big noble family. He first rejected Martha's complimenting adult title, and then nodded slightly to Jason Lew. If I'm not mistaken, you should be the Jason who crossed the endless trembling sea and came from the Far East. Lord East, right? This polite way of speaking made Jason Lew, who was used to hearing the foul language of the businessmen and townspeople these days, feel comfortable. He also nodded at Director Wayan, trying his best to make himself look like a good nobleman, and said with a smile, "Good day, Director Wayan Poole. It is an honor to meet you here. Please give my respect to the glorious Stark family. Heartfelt respect." Just now, when he saw this tall, fair-faced young man with outstanding temperament in front of him from a distance at first glance, Director Wayan decided in his heart the identity of the other party's aristocrat. After all, in Westeros, where productivity is backward, apart from the aristocrats, the commoners simply cannot raise young people with such clean faces who don't seem to have had a hard life. Pushing himself and others, wanting to come to the hometown of Lord Easter should be the same as Westeros. Now, seeing the other party's dignified response and the inadvertently revealing noble temperament, it makes Director Wayan conclude that the young Jason East in front of him is not only a nobleman, but may also be a real nobleman. I just don't know how the other party ran so far and came to Westeros through the endless trembling sea full of danger. In just a split second, Director Wayan had countless thoughts in his mind, but the smile on his face was still the same. On behalf of the Stark family, I also pay tribute to you and your family. It was already determined in his heart that the other party might be a great nobleman, and the attitude of Wayan became more friendly. Seeing that the manager of the largest noble family in the North was so polite, Jason Lew couldn't help but relax, and handed the 10 bars of soap in his hand to the manager of Wayan. This is a gift for me to the manager of Wayan, soap from my hometown, very effective for cleaning oily stains from the body and clothes. Asterisk. Soap? Although it is not clear what the strange name is, the purpose of the soap mentioned by Jason Lew still intrigues Director Wayan. As the general manager of Winterfell, I manage so many servants and chores, and the laundry room needs to be cleaned every day. There are several big pots of clothes. If this thing called soap is really as effective as this young adult said, then it was so good. asking his assistant to take the gift. Director Wei Yong quickly thanked him, and then happily expressed that he could help him exchange the silver deer in his hand into a golden dragon. Things are going so well, and Jason Liu is happy too. The assistant counted the entire 1,000 silver deer several times. After confirming that it was correct, Director Wei Yong took out 10 golden dragons from the purse and handed them to Jason Liu. This time the exchange is complete. When the two sides said goodbye to each other, Director Wei Yong, who was very fond of this handsome and noble young nobleman, said, "Master Jason, welcome you to visit Winter City next time. If Lord Ed learns that there is a young man from the far east, promising nobles come to visit, and they will surely be willing to take the time to meet you. Of course, I will, after all preparations are made, I will visit the glorious Stark family in person." Jason Liu responded with a smile. A visit is a must visit. To put it in a nasty way, he is now doing business on other people's turf and having a good relationship with the local snakes. This is a must-have ability for every businessman. It's just that his current business in Bidong Market Town is still small, and he can't get into the eyes of the Stark family, the largest noble in the north. Instead of rushing to visit and not necessarily getting an interview, Jason Liu would rather wait for his business to expand and more people to support the scene before making a grand visit to Winterfell. This can also be regarded as a marketing of one's own big nobility status. Great nobles. The pomp of travel must be grand, so as to reflect the nobility of their status, and they will also be valued by the wealthy in Westeros. Respect Luo E first, and then respect people. In the past, the first impression others had of you was the strength you showed on the outside, not the person you were. This thing he understands. After all, even in modern society, when it comes to business, people can judge your net worth from the car you drive, the clothes you wear, and the watch you wear. Basically the same meaning as this. Looking at the majestic and ancient Winterfell again, Jason, Liu, and Martha said goodbye and returned to the store. Martha took her young daughter and returned to Winterfell again to take care of Master Rickon. Walking in the door, the only employee, Lena, was carrying a soapbox with sweat on her face, and then collected money and sold the goods. While I was away, it seemed that another merchant came to buy goods. All the hawkers and businessmen from the various territories of Westeros who entered his shop would not come here at all, because his goods were too expensive for the townspeople and farmers. After helping Lena deal with the last merchant, the girl happily told him that she had just sold more than 100 bars of soap and more than 300 pieces of paper. Looking at the dozens of silver deer and some bronze stars in the money box, Jason Liu smiled and praised the girl for doing a good job. "My lord, have you exchanged for a golden dragon with Maester Luwin at Winterfell?" Lena asked with concern as she wiped the wooden counter with a rag. "It has already been exchanged, but not with Maester Luwin, but with Director Wei Yong of Winterfell," Jason Liu said as he walked upstairs. "Lena, look at the store first. I want to go back to your room and rest for a while. Don't call me." Seeing Jason Liu hurriedly returning to the room, Lena scratched her long black hair suspiciously, but she replied, "Yes, sir, don't worry. I will take good care of the store." Jason Liu returned to the room, closed the door, and teleported back to the villa. I turned on my mobile phone and looked at the logistics on my mobile phone until I arrived in Jung City this afternoon, so I was not in a hurry to go to the warehouse. Jason Liu washed his face, left the villa, took a taxi, and went straight to the nearby shopping mall. First, I bought 2 brand new beddings for Lena and Martha's family, as well as some women's clothes. The linen clothes that Lena and Martha were wearing were very clean, but in Jason Liu's opinion, they were too shabby and shabby. As his own employee, Jason Liu felt that he should provide work clothes for Lena and the others. Well, he didn't know much about women's clothes. He just briefly described the approximate heights and figures of Lena and Martha to the salesperson in the store. Totally recommended by the clerk. Black cotton coat, tight thermal clothing, blue jeans, leather boots, socks, underwear, etc. are all selected by the clerk, and Jason Liu is embarrassed to look at it. After paying the money, he walked out of the women's clothing store carrying several large bags. When passing the children's clothing area, Jason Liu thought of Martha's son Michael and young daughter, and bought them some clothes. Anyway, it was recommended by the clerk based on his description, and Jason Liu didn't understand it, so just pay. After buying bedding, clothes, and shoes, Jason Liu couldn't carry in his hands, so he found a manager of the mall, and the other party said that he consumed a lot and could deliver the things to his home. In this case, Jason Liu let go and bought it. In the supermarket on the first floor, Jason Liu bought 10 bags of 25 kg flour, 2 barrels of olive oil, 50 bags of salt, several bags of seasonings, 100 pounds of frozen pork, 10 frozen chickens, a large bag of apples, a large bag of pears, a big bag of grapes, 10 boxes of instant noodles, 10 boxes of ham, 10 stainless steel bowls, chopsticks, spoons, soap, shampoo. With so many things, a van sent by the mall for delivery was filled to the brim. After returning to the villa with the car, the van driver helped move everything into the villa and then left with a strange look. Also, living in a villa, I haven't seen anyone buying this kind of food all at once. Are you planning to stock up on food for refuge? The van driver complained bitterly in his heart, and it finally boiled down to the eccentricities of the rich. Jason Liu doesn't care what the van driver thinks. He delivers it all to his room on the other side of Westeros. I bought so much because Jason Liu was going to make some big moves in Westeros. If you want to make a big move, you must first have someone to help you. He and Lena alone can't do it. So he plans to hire a few more employees in Westeros, as well as security personnel. His current pen and paper business, which has made so much money, must have attracted the attention of those wandering knights, mercenaries, and even thieves and robbers in the winter market town. In a feudal and backward world like Westeros, in addition to simple farmers, there are also many bad people. In order to protect his own goods and personal safety, Jason Liu decided to recruit some dutiful farmers and arm them to deal with possible threats. He decided to ask sisters Martha and Lena to help him choose the dutiful peasant boy he knew. Now, all Jason Liu can trust is the Lena family. There are too few people, and many businesses cannot be opened. After all, the warehouse he just rented in Hyundai couldn't just be left empty. It must be used for bulk purchases. After moving everything into Westeros' room, Jason Liu went downstairs and notified Lena to come up and move things. The quilt he promised to buy for her, as well as her and Martha's clothes and shoes, as well as the clothes of the 2 little guys, Michael and Lillian. 10 bags of flour, 2 buckets of olive oil, salt, seasonings, pork and chicken, apples, pears, grapes. These will also be moved to Lena's house. The old gods are above. The girl saw a lot of things in Jason Liu's room, covered her mouth with her hands, and screamed in surprise. Jason Liu looked at Lena, whose beautiful brown eyes were widened in shock, patted 2 new sets of quilts with his hands, and said proudly, "Lena, look, this is the new quilt I promised you last night. No matter how cold the weather is, you won't be able to freeze. You gave this to me." Lena was even more surprised when she heard that it was only for herself. "Of course." Jason Liu pointed to the clothes beside the quilt. "And these clothes are all from my hometown. I bought some for you, Martha, Michael, and little Lillian." "Sir, you are too expensive." The girl was moved and disturbed. Her mouth squeaked and speechless. "Come on, move the quilt and clothes first. There is so much food here." Jason Liu took the lead in picking up 2 sets of quilts. Lena picked up the bag of clothes in a daze and followed Jason Liu back to their house. In Lena's house, Michael, who just came back from a crazy play outside, was holding a bowl and drinking water. When he saw Jason Liu and Aunt Lena, who came in with a lot of things, Michael's face was nervous. "Some are at a loss. Michael, come and help move things." Lena ordered naturally when she saw her 5-year-old nephew. Michael obediently took the bag from Aunt Lena's hand and put on the bed. The children of poor families have been in charge early, and Michael, who is only 5 years old, can already help with many things. Putting things down and returning to the room again, Jason Liu picked up a big red apple and stuffed it into Michael's hand. "Eat it, little guy." Looking at the big red apple in his hand, Michael couldn't help swallowing. Resisting the temptation to take a bite, Michael shook his head, put the apple back, then laboriously carried the bag and followed Aunt Lena down. Jason Liu was taken aback for a moment, But he didn't expect this little guy to be able to hold back. Shaking his head and smiling, Jason Liu picked up 2 bags of flour and followed him to the next door. After going back and forth several times, I finally emptied the things in the room. Sitting on the rough wooden bench at Lena's house, Jason Liu drank mineral water brought over from Hyundai. Michael was holding the big apple just now and nibbled at it. Under the persuasion of Jason Liu, Lena also ate purple plum grapes. Lena's family had never eaten such fruit. That is to say, I have occasionally seen it in Winterfell, but I can't eat it. Too expensive. After eating several sweet and sour grapes with satisfaction, Lena then remembered what she wanted to ask before. Sir, why do you buy so much food? When will we all eat it? It's not just us. I plan to recruit some people next, and I will need more food in the future. Jason Liu took a sip of water and explained, there are too few people and I can't sell a lot of goods, so I have to do more. Hire some people, except for the employees who help sell the goods. I also plan to recruit some honest and reliable young people to act as my bodyguards and protect us. Lena looked at Jason Liu in surprise. She didn't expect Lord Easter to have such a purpose. Although she didn't understand, Lena nodded repeatedly, saying that she would help as long as the Lord ordered her. Seeing Lena and Michael enjoying their meal, Jason Liu smiled lightly, feeling inexplicably relaxed and happy. At noon, Lena baked bread and fried pork and chicken under the direction of Jason Liu. Because of the modern seasonings, the fried dishes are much more delicious than the popular stew in Westeros. At noon, Martha took time to come back and was startled when she saw a lot of food in the house. After Jason Liu told Masha about his previous idea of recruiting people, Masha said that he was very familiar with the nearby neighbors and could help him find some reliable young people. Martha, like Lena, you quit your job at Winterfell. Come and help me. Jason Liu thinks that Martha is quite knowledgeable. She should have been taking care of Rickon Stark in Winterfell. See, many big figures naturally gained their knowledge and were much stronger than ordinary peasant women. Martha was very excited. After all, she was able to stay at home and work with high wages and taking care of Michael. The young mother was very willing. Of course you can. Jason Liu decided. I'm going to quit my job at Winterfell this afternoon and help me recruit. I'm going to have a big job in Winterfell Market. Although it's not clear how big business Jason East is going to do, Martha secretly decided that she must work hard for Jason and repay him. Now that the decision has been made, Martha returns to Winterfell, finds Director Wei Yin, and quits her job of taking care of Master Rickon. Director Wei Yang asked the reason casually, and after learning that she was going to hire the Lord Jason East, he agreed with Martha to leave and settle the wages for these days. In the afternoon, Jason Liu temporarily stopped doing business, and his shop was crowded with townspeople who heard the wind. Martha released the news that he was recruiting and immediately caused a sensation in the Winter Market town. One is because people in Bidong Market Town know that the young adult has made a lot of money in business, and because the other party has a magical medicine, he treated little Lillian for free, which made everyone respect him. The salary given by Jason Liu is also very high. The employees in the store are provided with room and board, and the monthly salary is 6 silver deer, which is 20 bronze stars a day, which is very high in the north. That's right, food and lodging and clothes. Considering that the shop needs guards and the guards recruited will live here, Jason Liu directly bought several houses nearby. Those families didn't want to sell them at first, but Lord Jason Easter gave too much. Therefore, these families, who were regarded as lucky by the townspeople, happily moved out of their original houses and planned to build new houses by themselves outside the Winter Market town. After buying several nearby houses and adding the small courtyard behind the house, Jason Liu's house covers an area of more than 2,000 square meters. It's just that these houses are all made of wood. For too long, some of the roofs are leaking. Jason Liu intends to tear down and rebuild all of them. Of course, the first is the warehouse for storing modern goods, and then the tall wall that surrounds the entire 2,000 square meter. Storefront, main house, staff room, kitchen. If possible, he also wants to build a small school field. The young men recruited just put down the farm tools, but can't hold swords well, so they need training. The townspeople who came to apply for the application crowded the store on the first floor. The dirty children, laughing and scrambling, dipped through the crowd, and from time to time, the adults shouted and scolded. The crowd was noisily, as if entering a tent filled with thousands of ducks. Finally, unable to bear it anymore, Jason Liu asked Old Rhodes, who came to help to maintain order. Old Rhodes did not come to help in vain. His youngest son, D***K, was also on the list of guards to be recruited. Looking at the 16-year-old boy with a height of 1.9 meters and a sturdy physique, but with a simple, honest, and timid expression, Jason Liu was very satisfied. Although Old Rhodes kept scolding himself that this young son was a useless person, and that he had grown such a big man. In fact, his brain was a little bit insane, and his courage and stature were completely reversed. But Jason Liu likes simple and honest, even some simple big man D***K. Assuring Old Rhodes that he would recruit D***K into his bodyguards. Old Rhodes became happy. Therefore, at this time, the loud voice of Old Rhodes resounded in the whole room. Old God is above. God damn it. Hurry up and shut up, you idiots who croak like ducks. Be quiet. And then if the fuss goes on, Lord Jason will stop recruiting your sons and daughters to help in the store. So for the sake of the old gods, shut up your damn stinky mouth. Harrison, hurry up and shut up for me. I can't hear your idiot's loud voice from such a distance. Old Rhodes cursed at a thin farmer at the door. Shut up your stinky mouth, and I'll let you taste Father Rhodes' fist later. You brainless idiot. The farmer named Harrison was scolded by Old Rhodes and did not dare to refute. He shrank his neck, muttered a few words in a low voice, spit on the ground, closed his mouth but led himself. The family squeezed forward again. Old Rhodes glared at him, but said nothing. Reaching out and grabbing a little boy who ran by, Old Rhodes stared at him and said intimidatingly, "And you little bastards, get lousy back to your father and run around again. Be careful of me. Let D***K grab you and throw you into the wolf forest outside to feed the wolves." After being frightened by Old Rhodes for a while, those little guys didn't dare to run around and scream and returned to their family obediently. Soon after, Father Rhodes greeted everyone present with a series of rude words such as F***K, F***K, etc. The room finally became quiet. After listening to Old Rhodes for more than 10 minutes, he swears in different ways, and Jason Liu can't help but sweat. It turns out that this old guy was extremely polite when he talked to him before. After a few casual sighs, Jason Liu took advantage of the moment when everyone was quiet and immediately started recruiting jobs. Martha stood beside him with little Lillian in her arms, introduced him to young men and women, and from time to time whispered beside him briefly about her evaluation of this person. Jason Liu doesn't know this young and mature face at all, so he decides whether to hire or not based on Martha's evaluation. This is Dillian and his wife Vamida. Martha pointed to the bowed farmer in front of her, with a pleasing smile on his face and a tattered hat on his head, and then pointed to the 3 young men standing cramped behind their parents. This is Dillian's. The eldest son Barlow, the second son Baron, the younger son Bard. Then Martha whispered in Jason Liu's ear, Dillian's 3 sons are all honest peasant children, but because the family is too poor, all 3 sons are of marriageable age, but they can't get a wife. Jason Liu nodded secretly, asked a few simple questions, and asked them to wait outside the room. Then Jason Liu met several more people with the help of Martha. After a few hours of work, I finally finished watching all the applicants. In the end, he recruited 5 teenagers and a pair of sisters. Old Lord's youngest son D***K tall, 16. Farmer Dillian's 3 sons are Barlow, 17, Baron, 16, and Bud, 15. Both parents, with a younger sister, a 16-year-old blonde teenager McCann, who is struggling to survive. Farmer Hogg's 2 daughters, the eldest, Susan, 19, were abandoned by her husband and returned to their parents' home. The youngest daughter, Vanessa, is 15 years old. In Jason Liu's view, These are just children of junior high school and high school age. In Westeros, where the average life expectancy is more than 30 years old, 16 years old is already an adult. The teenagers who were selected were very happy, and those who were not selected, Jason Liu comforted them, and next time they recruited people, they would continue to choose from them. This is how to calm down and let everyone disperse. According to what was agreed before, in order to stabilize the hearts of these young parents, Jason Liu directly handed over the first month's wages, 6 silver deers per person, to their parents. These selected teenagers blushed with excitement when they saw their parents accepting their wages. This was the first time they had seen so much money when they were so grown up. Old Rode and his wife Roma, Dillian and his wife Vamida, Hogg and his wife Shula accepted the money, thanked them repeatedly, and kept telling their children that they must be loyal to Lord Jason East and earnestly serve Lord Jason, do something or break their legs. After sending the parents of these teenagers away, Jason Liu turned to look at the 7 people standing in front of him cautiously. Thump! Before Jason Liu could say anything, the blond boy named McCann knelt directly in front of him. Lord East, please let me take my sister with me. Asterisk. McCann looked at Jason Liu pleadingly. I will definitely work hard. As long as my sister can stay with you, Bella. She's very obedient and won't add to you. Please now. Merciful Lord East. Bella. Jason Liu was stunned and quickly realized that this should be the name of McCann's sister. Thinking of the tragic life of this 16-year-old boy who lived with his sister after the death of his parents, Jason Liu couldn't help but secretly admired. So, he nodded and said to McCann gently, Get up, I promise you. You can ask your sister to help in the store. Just let her follow Martha, Lena, Susan, and Vanessa bar. Thank you, my lord. May the old God bless you and your family, McCann thanked excitedly. Get up quickly, remember, McCann, and all of you. Jason Liu looked at the others. There is no kneeling in my hometown, and you must not kneel again in the future. Otherwise, I will resign you. Yes, my lord. We remembered it. These honest peasant children are trained like domestic cattle and horses, and they dare not object at all. McCann got up from the ground, looked out the door hesitantly, and hesitated. What's the matter, McCann? Jason Liu noticed the blond boy's strangeness and couldn't help asking. My lord, my sister is still hiding behind the haystack outside. I want to bring her in, McCann said uneasily. Jason Liu agreed immediately. McCann thanked him happily and ran out of the store. Martha, Lena, take D***K, Barlow, Baron, Bud, Susan, Vanessa, and McCann and his sister, who will be back later, to the house next door to clean. They 5 the boys staying there tonight. And as for Susan, Vanessa, McCann's sister, stay at your house. Jason Liu makes arrangements. Yes, my lord. I'll take them there. Martha nodded and agreed, with little Vivian in her arms. Let's go. Everyone come with me. Lena held her little nephew Michael in her hand and led the 3 Barlow brothers and Susan to the house on the right. Lord East bought it, and you guys will live here in the future. Watching Martha and Lena take everyone to the house on the right next door, Jason Liu returned to his room on the 2nd floor, closed the door, and teleported back to the modern villa. The guard had been found, but the equipment is not yet available. I have to buy some equipment. Jason Liu muttered to himself, turned on his mobile phone, and ordered 5 sets of stab-resistant clothing from the stab-resistant clothing manufacturer he bought last time, costing 5,000 yuan. By the way, their clothes are very dirty and torn, and they have to buy some clothes. He went shopping on Taobao again, and finally chose a company that sold labor insurance tooling. According to the approximate size in his memory, he ordered 4 sets of black and durable labor insurance tooling for all employees. This is 40 sets of tooling, and the price is 50 yuan per set, which is very cheap. After writing the address to the warehouse location, Jason Liu looked at the paper and pen he bought last time, and it had already arrived in Jung City. So he called the logistics company and told them to deliver the goods to the warehouse. After doing this, Jason Liu contacted the soap manufacturer and asked the other party to distribute another 100,000 bars of soap and 10,000 bars of soap. Because of the huge number, the owner of the small soap factory, Ma, realized that this was a big moneymaker, and immediately called the phone, thinking about the relationship. Hello, hello. Is this Mr. Liu? I'm the owner of the Shungue soap factory. Ma Chunming. Jason Liu is a little strange. Why is the other party calling him? But he still said politely, Hello, boss Ma. I bought so much this time. Can't the price be the same as last time? Of course, of course. You are a major customer of our factory and will definitely give you the best price. Boss Ma said quickly. Regardless of the soaps, all the soaps are charged at 0.5 yuan per piece. How about Mr. Liu? It's not my old man. Ma Chue, you can't get a lower price than me here in other places. Well, okay, just at this price. Jason Liu was also very happy. It was half cheaper than the last time. I may need more in the future, but Boss Ma, you can guarantee the quality of the product. At least don't add any harmful chemicals, although my clients are all from impoverished areas abroad. But we can't have a bad conscience. Hey, Mr. Liu, don't worry. If my old horse does those black-hearted things that give birth to a son without P's eyes, I'll be hit by a car tomorrow when I go out. The boss ma swears and swears that he will never do anything harmful. Please rest assured. That's good, but I hope everyone can cooperate for a long time. If the goods are satisfactory this time, I will definitely place a bigger order next time. Although Jason Liu didn't really believe in the integrity of these small businessmen, but the other party was swearing like this, and he couldn't say anything, so he had to hang him with the order behind him so that he didn't dare to add anything in it. Don't worry, Mr. Liu. My old horse is definitely willing to do business with you for a long time, and I must not smash my brand. On the other side of the phone, the boss ma slapped his chest thumping. Well, that's good. If possible, ship it as soon as possible. Jason Liu didn't say anything, paid a deposit of 5,000 yuan, urged the other party to ship quickly, and hung up the phone. On the outskirts of Uzbekistan, in a soap production factory with only 4 of 5 factories, the shrewd Ma Chunming, with a flushed face, shouted into the factory, Old Chun, hurry up and tell the workers to come back to work. Come with a big order. It's gone. Lao Chun, a technical engineer of a soap factory who graduated from Pheasant University, learned that someone had placed a large order of 100,000 bars of soap and 10,000 bars of soap, and he suddenly got spirited, took out his mobile phone, and called the workers back. Ready to start, the machine is in full swing. Because of the epidemic, their soap factory has no business, and the workers' wages cannot be paid, and they almost went bankrupt. This made the 6 people in the factory, including the owner Ma Chunming, very happy. The 4 workers immediately went to work in full swing. Jason Liu didn't know that because of his order, he saved a small soap factory that was facing bankruptcy. At this time, he returned to Westeros and told Lena and Martha that he was going to deliver the goods. Let others take care of the shop. Feeling that Lord Easter was a bit mysterious, Martha and Lena didn't dare to ask any more questions and hurriedly agreed. After explaining, Jason Liu took advantage of no one to notice and returned to the room only to return to the modern age. All afternoon, Jason Liu was at the warehouse on the Outer Ring Road, busy receiving the delivery of gel pens, refills, and A4 paper. 10,000 gel pens were packed in 5 half-person height large cartons, and 100,000 refills also used 5 large cartons. The logistics driver drove the car directly into the warehouse and unloaded the goods. In the end, 10,000 sheets of A4 paper were sent, and a sheet of paper was about 4.4 g, almost 44 kg, and it was also a large carton. When a logistics driver drove away, Jason Liu checked the time. It was 7 p.m. I ordered a takeaway here at the warehouse, and it was after 8 p.m. after the meal. He was about to deliver the goods to Westeros later, so he played with his phone for a while. Buzz! The phone vibrated, and a message popped up on the WeChat interface. Someone asked to add you as a friend. Do you want to add it? Jason Liu opened WeChat and looked at the WeChat account of the WeChat name XH39218 and the words old classmate in the note below. He was a little confused, but he clicked to add it. Soon, the opposite message was sent. XH39218. Good evening, old school. Jason Liu, are you? XH39218. At least I saw it a few days ago. You won't forget it so soon, will you? // anger. Saw you a few days ago. Jason Liu. Are you Lin Xiaoan? XH39218. Well, it's me, and my WeChat ID is also in the class group. Don't you recognize it? // smile. In a high-end community in Zheng City, Lin Xiaoan, dressed in white furry pajamas, was sitting on the bed chatting on WeChat. He didn't expect that Jason Liu didn't know his WeChat ID. He thought this guy, Gao, did it on purpose. Jason Liu, oh, I haven't seen much of the members of the class group, and I don't know your WeChat ID. Now I'll just change your remarks. Having said that, Jason Liu started to change the note to Lin Xiaoan. Lin Xiaoan. Well, even if what you said is true, I originally planned to exchange WeChat with you last time, but you were walking too fast, so this is the WeChat I found you in the class group and added. Jason Liu. Last time I was in a hurry and left first. Lin Xiaoan. Oh, you say yes. // smile. Recalling that Jason Liu was molested by his girlfriend and ran away with embarrassment, Lin Xiaoan couldn't help laughing. Jason Liu. Do you have anything to do with me? Jason Liu felt a little strange and didn't know what Lin Xiaoan had to do with him. After all, after he and Goddess Lin graduated in the same year, the last time they met was only the first time in 2 years. If it wasn't for Lin Xiaoan adding him on WeChat today, he would have forgotten about it. Lin Xiaoan. I'm sorry, last time my best friend Jiang Chu was just joking with you. She likes to make trouble, so don't take it to heart. Jason Liu. Oh, it's okay. Your best friend is quite lively, Jason Liu has a headache when he thinks of that eccentric girl. He is an introvert, and he has never been good at dealing with this kind of girl who escapes from thinking and likes to make jokes. If you see that girl again in the future, you must avoid it far away. No, I hope not to see you again in the future. Lin Xiaoan. It's fine if you don't mind. Seeing you walking so fast, I thought you were angry. Jason Liu complained inwardly, but he wasn't angry when he was angry. He was a single mother and child who couldn't handle the jokes with girls. Jason Liu. Well, I don't mind. After the message was sent, there was a long silence between the two. Jason Liu doesn't know what to say next. He has never chased girls and has no experience in chatting with girls. Although I have a good impression of the former school flower goddess, I don't know how to say it. To be precise, I'm not confident. I am worried that if my confession is rejected, it will be too embarrassing, so I don't dare, and I don't know what to talk about. Lin Xiaohan on the other end of the phone chatted with her best friend Jiang Chu for a long time, but she didn't wait for a message from Jason Liu for a long time, which surprised Goddess Lin. According to past experience, if the animals in the class have the opportunity to chat with themselves, they would like to keep chatting, no matter how impatient she is. But today I met someone who was not interested in chatting with me, which made Lin Xiaohan a little interested. After all, that day, she wore an Armani brand, clean and refreshing, and the most important thing was Jason Liu, who was still handsome. She gave her a good impression and felt that Jason Liu should get along well after graduation. Therefore, Goddess Lin put Jason Liu among those who will be selected in the future, and this is the matter of adding WeChat. Apologizing and explaining for my girlfriend is just an excuse. Mainly, she wanted to get to know Jason Liu. It is rare among classmates who can afford to wear luxury brand names, which shows that Jason Liu is young and promising. She has always wanted to find a capable boyfriend, or at least a successful career. Lin Xiaohan doesn't look down on those rich second-generation scumbags who rely on their parents. Although her family has no money, it is also a well-off family. As an only child, she has not lacked any money since she was a child. After waiting for a while, seeing that the other party really didn't mean to send a message, Lin Xiaohan was curious. Lin Xiaohan, is that how you chat? / white eyes. Looking at the message popping up on WeChat, Jason Liu, who was playing a small game, frowned and replied to the message. Jason Liu, is there a problem? Lin Xiaohan, do you have anything to say? Jason Liu, say what? Lin Xiaohan, anything. Looking at the phone, it was late, and it was time to start shipping to Westeros. So he sent a message. Jason Liu, what time do you go to bed at night? Lin Xiaohan, if it's early, it's 10 o'clock, and if it's late, it's more than 11 o'clock. Jason Liu, it's almost 10 o'clock, so go to sleep. I was done and fell asleep. On WeChat, Lin Xiaohan looked at the message sent by the other party. Her face was very exciting for a while, and the corner of her mouth couldn't help twitching. After waiting for a while, I found that the other party had actually been offline. This made Lin Xiaohan both angry and funny. This guy didn't seem to be pretending to be on purpose. He remembered the embarrassed look of the other party's eyes looking left and right when they met last time, and the embarrassing chat content tonight. Lin Xiaohan can already be sure that the man opposite is a straight man of steel. Perhaps Jiang Chuchu is right. This guy is really a straight male Tai Han in with advanced cancer. Depressed, Lin Xiaohan chatted with her girlfriend on WeChat again. In the warehouse in the outer ring, Jason Liu went back and forth several times, sending all the paper and pens to Westeros. He simply stayed there, lying on the bed, and fell asleep. The next day, Jason Liu came downstairs yawning, and Martha, Lena had already taken the 7 people they hired yesterday and Bella, an 11-year-old girl, and started to work. "Sir, when did you come back?" "I don't know," Lena asked in surprise, looking at Jason Liu, who came downstairs. Asterisk. Too much to say. Too many mistakes. Jason Liu didn't want to explain too much, so he pretended to be dignified and said, "You don't have to worry about this. This is the secret of our East family." Hearing that Jason Liu heard about his family, other people who had doubts all shut their mouths with awe in their eyes. Since it is the secret of the Jason family, they don't dare to inquire about it, pushing everything to the mysterious East family that he made up. In the future, he would not have to bother to explain to others where his goods came from. As for whether others believe it, that's not what he cares about. Barlow, Baron, Bud, D***K, and McCann, the 5 of you go up with me and carry the load down. Jason Liu took 5 people and carried down the paper and pen in the room. Lena, Martha, Vanessa, Susan, and a little blonde girl in a patched sackcloth were curiously surrounding more than a dozen large cardboard boxes on the ground. The modern characters and patterns on the cardboard box. Jason Liu is not worried that the people who play in the world can understand it. If anyone asks, he will say that it is the language of his hometown. Looking at McCann, standing aside with a grin, Jason Liu asked him, "Is that little girl your sister?" "Yes, my lord." Hearing Lord Easter's question, McCann immediately stood up and replied respectfully, "This is my sister Bella. She is 11 years old, and she is helping Martha and Lena in the store now." "Bella, hurry up and see Mr. Jason." Saying that, McCann called his sister over to salute Jason Liu. Bella was thin and small, and like his brother McCann, she appeared to be severely malnourished. The little girl walked over cautiously, looked at Jason Liu timidly with pure blue eyes, and said hello in a low voice. "Master Jason, good day. You're Bella, aren't you? What a cute girl." Jason Liu smiled and gently rubbed the girl's long, silky blonde hair, which looked like it had just been washed and smelled of shampoo. It was Lena who washed the girl's hair with the shampoo he brought from Hyundai. After getting along for a few days, Lena and Martha both knew that Mr. Jason East loves cleanliness, so they also began to pay attention to their own hygiene. Even Michael was washed clean by his mother and aunt, completely different from the sloppy child before. Hearing the praise from this handsome and kind young noble, the little girl showed a happy smile and lowered her head shyly. "Oh, by the way, I remember the last time I bought candy." Jason Liu suddenly thought the candy he bought a long time ago was thrown into the backpack in the room. So he went back to the room and took out 2 bags of toffee. "Come on, everyone, come and taste the toffee I brought from my hometown." Jason Liu distributed the candy to everyone, and everyone loved the beautiful candy wrappers wrapped around it. Michael eagerly peeled off the candy wrapper and put the sugar in his mouth. The strong, milky fragrance and sweetness made the little guy narrow his eyes happily. Bella carefully opened the candy wrapper, reached out and pinched the candy, licked it, and the milk-flavored candy instantly brought a big smile on the little girl's face. Martha, Lena, Susan, and Vanessa all enjoyed themselves too. Even the 3 Barlow brothers, D***K and McCann, grinned happily. After eating the candy, Jason Liu clapped his hands and instructed D***K, go and invite your father Luos here. Just say I have something to look for him. Yes, my lord. D***K answered honestly. Without asking any further questions, he turned his head and ran towards the house. It didn't take long for Old Rhodes' rude voice to come from outside the door. Come on, D***K. The old God forgive me. How could I have such a stupid son as you, if it wasn't for Lord Jason? I am worried that after I die, you will still be alive. Run faster. Do you want your family to wait for you? With Old Rhodes scolding, the two walked into the store. Rod, I'm sorry. It might take you a while. Jason Lou looked at Old Rhodes' iconic red nose and almost couldn't help laughing. Old Rhodes lifted his foot and kicked his younger sons, but scolded hurry up in a low voice, and then walked over with a respectful and enthusiastic smile, as if he had changed his face. It's a villain's honor to be able to serve you, Lord Jason. Old Rhodes smiled. Although his mouth was full of alcohol, his eyes were clear. Please tell me, my lord, as long as the villain can do it, we'll definitely serve you. I'm going to demolish these dilapidated houses I just bought and build a bigger storefront and a warehouse. I don't know who to call for this kind of house building. Jason Lou didn't talk nonsense and directly stated his purpose of looking for Old Rhodes. After listening to the words of the nobles in front of him, Old Rhodes suddenly understood the purpose of looking for him. So, he confidently made the ticket. Don't have to worry about you. As long as the money is enough, he can help find someone to do it and ensure that the new house will be built according to Jason Lou's requirements. Seeing that Old Rhodes was so confident, Jason Lou was also happy to leave this matter to him. After all, he didn't have time to focus on the trivial matters of building a house. After the negotiation, Old Rhodes went back to his tavern to talk to his wife Roma, put on his bearskin hat, and went to find a familiar mason. Now that the three Barlow brothers, D***K and McCann, are going to be recruited as guards, Jason Lou is going to take them to buy weapons. Westeros's bulky and imposing agile armor is no longer needed, and he has ordered light and strong stab-resistant suits for 5 people. Today I mainly buy iron swords, shields, and spears. Bringing the money bag, Jason Lou and the 5 went straight to the blacksmith shop in the winter market town. Call. Ding 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 ding. The fire in the blacksmith shop was blazing, and the heat wave was blowing toward the face, and the hammering sound kept ringing. Although the blacksmith master Raymond has gray hair, his naked upper body is full of muscles and looks very strong. I learned that this famous person in the winter market town recently, who is said to be a great noble from the Far East adopting empire, wants to buy weapons. Although he does not know how far this so-called Far East is, there is no reason to refuse the business. Knowing that this young great noble was not short of money, Master Raymond directly took out the best swords, spears, and shields in the blacksmith shop. Jason Lou picked up an iron sword curiously and started with a heavy one. The sword's body glowed with a cold light, and it looked pretty good. An iron sword costs 20 silver deer, a spear costs 7 silver deer, and an ironclad shield is the cheapest, only 4 silver deer. Jason Lou bought 5 iron swords, 5 spears, and 5 shields. A total of 155 silver deer were spent. Originally, he also wanted to buy a sword to play with, but thinking that the smelting technology in this era is too poor, let it go. If there's a chance in the future, I can directly find someone to order a beautiful, tough, and sharp alloy steel sword in modern times, which is definitely much better than the iron sword Westeros. The first time I took a sword, the 5 people were both novel and clumsy. After all, they used to work in the fields with farm implements and never practiced using swords, so their movements were inevitably a bit ugly. Jason Lou shook his head with a wry smile. Although children from farm families are honest and obedient, they also need constant training to become a qualified soldier. He really doesn't understand the military training. Before military training, there would be a queue. It seems that there is still a chance to find a swordsman instructor to train these boys. In the afternoon, just after buying the weapons, Jason Lou, who had not had time to bite the bullet and get on the horse himself, instructed the 5 McCanns to practice swordsmanship, was surrounded by several masons and builders brought by Old Rhodes. Master East, How big a store do you want to build? Is it stone or wood? Different materials have different construction plans. How did you think about the warehouse? How big is it to build? What are the materials? You want to build it as soon as possible. If you want to build it quickly, you will have to recruit a lot of people, and I'm afraid the cost will be very high. These masons in the winter market town, who had been timid when they saw him, immediately became confident and dared to ask their own questions when they talked about their professional work of building a house. Very good. I am glad that you have raised so many questions that I have not considered in detail before. Jason Liu raised his hand and pressed it down, motioning for these masons with messy hair and shabby clothes like ordinary people in the winter market town to calm down, and then continued, I bought these houses behind me. These musty houses look like they're going to collapse at any time. The first thing you have to do is to demolish them all. A few young masons looked up at the 5 or 6 houses on the opposite side. These are the wooden houses that the townspeople of Baidongji town generally live in. They're completely similar to their wooden houses. They didn't see it. These houses could collapse at any time. Although they were somewhat disapproving, they felt that these houses were not as bad as the young adult in front of them said, but they did not dare to object. After all, you will have to rely on the grace of Lord East to help you earn money, right? As long as they are paid, they will do what the employer asks. Jason Liu roughly explained his requirements, such as building the storefront first, all of which are made of stone. Then there are the warehouses for storing goods, which are also built of stone and are waterproof and snowproof. After all, is it possible that there will be heavy snow in the north, so don't crush your warehouse. Pull up a stone fence, at least 3 meters high, to enclose all the houses. Next is the main house where he lives, as well as the house where the guards and staff live, a large kitchen, and a small school field. Well, the focus of the toilet has made some suggestions. The toilets for men and women are separated, and it is best to dig a large septic tank. Septic tank? What is this? A few masons were dumbfounded. Seeing the blank faces of the masons, Jason Liu patted his head. Forget it, I personally know what you guys built by then. After some discussion, the masons and house builders in Bidong Market Town said that they could do this job completely. I need you to build with the fastest speed. As many people are needed, I can directly recruit them in the winter shelter market town and the surrounding cottages. It doesn't matter if I spend more money. I only care about the speed. Jason Liu emphasized at the end. Since the money is no problem, several masons said that the speed is no problem. They will call all the idle masons in the surrounding villages and then recruit more people to work, and they will be able to build the East University with the fastest speed. Man's house. As for the wages, these masons quoted them as 30 silver deer each. Jason Liu said it was no problem and promised that as long as the houses built were of good quality and fast, he would finally give them an extra reward in addition to the wages. This made the masons flush with excitement, eager to recruit people to work immediately. The job of recruiting other masons is handed over to these masons. After all, they all do this, and most of them know each other. A large number of ordinary helpers, this Jason Liu decided to recruit himself, not to let the masons intervene. After all, he intends to give these ordinary helpers better treatment to prevent these masons from turning into black-hearted contractors and squeezing the money of ordinary helpers. The second reason is to give better treatment and recruit people from Baidongji town and nearby villages to work in a large range, which is equivalent to giving most people a benefit. The locals have a good relationship. It is foreseeable that he should stay in the north to do business for a long time, and it is also very important for him to have a good relationship with these local people, at least until he develops and has a certain ability to protect himself and his property. He will never go to other parts of Westeros. It is because the world is too unsafe. Wretched development is king. After all, the life of the dog is the most important thing. After sending away the masons who were in a hurry to gather the masons in the nearby village, Jason Liu asked Bard, the youngest and most clever of the 3 Barlow brothers, to run home and find his parents. Susan was also sent to call her parents Hogg and Shula. The pub in Old Roads was directly contracted by Jason Liu, who was responsible for all the meals when the house was built. When Old Road heard the young adult's thoughts, his eyes widened in shock, and he cried out, You mean you want to take care of all the workers' meals? Why? Can't your pub serve so many people? Jason Liu looked at him strangely, wondering why he was making such a fuss. No, my lord, my tavern is enough for hundreds of people to eat. Old Road shook his head first, and then shouted, But you just pay them wages, you don't need to worry about food. This kind of thing has never happened in the North. Seeing the anxious expression on his face, he said this, breathing out white air, like an Old Road who was thinking about himself. Jason Liu smiled. Then when I come here, I have it. Old Roads persuaded the young adults in front of him to change their minds, and it was a great loss to spend so much money to feed those lazy farmers like animals. However, Jason Liu has his own plans, and the internal reasons cannot be explained to Old Roads. So, he took out the majesty of a nobleman and forced it to do so. Old Road was helpless and could only agree. Of course, this is also a good thing for him. After all, the money given by Lord East allows him to make a lot of money. Not long after, Bud, who was not far from the winter market town, brought his parents Dillian and Vamida, and Susan also came with her parents, Hogshira. The two respectful-looking farmer couples carefully greeted Jason Liu. Last time I said that I didn't like others to kneel, so the four of them just bowed deeply and saluted. Dirian, Vamida, Hog, and Shula, I want to hire you to help the Old Roads family cook for the house workers. Maybe there are other chores in between. I'll pay for each one. Would you like to give you 10 silver deer? Jason Liu directly laid out the conditions. Hearing that they could get 10 silver deer as a reward, the four of them immediately agreed in succession with joy on their faces, feeling that today must be their lucky day. No, Master Jason East is their lucky god. Seeing that the four agreed, Jason Liu asked Lena to fetch 100 silver deer and handed it over to Old Roads to buy food. After the start of work, he started serving meals. Then let Martha take Dillian, Vamida, Hog, and Shula to start recruiting helpers in the winter market town and surrounding villages. Jason Liu has only one request, to recruit more people and only one person per family, so that more families can work. With Jason Liu's instructions, plus a high salary of 20 bronze stars per day and 3 meals a day, such favorable conditions were released, and hundreds of people came to apply. It's just that Martha strictly followed Jason Liu's instructions and chose strong people. Only one family was recruited, and as many people as possible were recruited. This afternoon, and even tossing it down at night, a total of 248 people were recruited. Martha was a little nervous. This number was a bit too much. Jason Liu doesn't care. After all, people are more powerful and work faster. In this backward era, building a house requires more people. After all, transporting stones, digging earth, etc., all have to be done by people. The helpers here have been recruited, and the masons over there have also brought tools and are ready to start working tomorrow. Well, these masons contacted their nearby counterparts and formed a technical team, as Jason Liu calls these architectural talents. Although those masons didn't understand what a technical team was, as long as the nobleman was happy, he would call his love what he wanted. After all the people were found, work started the next day. The 5 wooden houses were directly pushed down by everyone. After the wooden house fell, hundreds of people rushed up, moved the logs to one side and stacked them, and cleared out all the sites. Since the house was built, Jason Liu decided to rebuild it all, so he moved from the original room to Lena and Martha's house. Originally, Jason Liu wanted to rebuild Masha and the others, but Masha refused. McCann's guards, because they couldn't train, simply went to the construction site to help. Businesses are also moved to Martha's house, and Lena is busy with Susan, Vanessa, and Bella. Anyway, the ones who have come to buy recently are small businessmen, and the quantities they ask for are not large, so it is easy to deal with them. Jason Liu acted as a supervisor at the construction site, discussing the construction of the house with the craftsmen from time to time and making some requests. In Winterfell, it belongs to the small courtyard of Vanpool. As director of Winterfell, serving the Stark family faithfully for almost 30 years, Wayenpool has won the trust of Duke Eddard Stark. Therefore, It is normal to have a small courtyard of your own in the castle. In the evening, Wei Yong, who had dinner, was in charge of the family, and the family rarely had time to enjoy leisure time together. Jenny Poole, the daughter of director Wei Yong, is Miss Sansa's maid and good friend. She's responsible for taking care of Miss Sansa's daily life. The two girls are about the same age and have a very close relationship. Jenny is 12 years old this year, with long black smooth hair and a few small freckles scattered on her upturned nose. She's a lively and lovely girl. This only daughter is deeply loved by her father, General Manager Wei Yong. "What are these white lumps, father?" Jenny noticed the soap on the table, opened the simple carton package, and saw the white soap inside. Jenny asked curiously. Director Wei Yong was drinking black tea, lying on the back of the chair, glanced at what his daughter was holding, and said casually, "It seems to be called soap. This is a gift from the foreign noble from the far east in Bidong Market Town. My gift. It is said that it can be used to clean the oil on the body and clothes. I don't know if it is really as useful as he said." Carrying the freshly brewed black tea in her hand and pouring a cup for her daughter, Buyuki couldn't help but praised after hearing her husband's words. "It's really useful. I used it to wash my clothes today, and the oil stains on my clothes were washed away. It has to be clean. I finished cooking, and the oil stains on my hands were just a little bit of that white soap, and it was very clean without any nasty, greasy feeling. This thing called soap is amazing." Butch, who had already tried it today, couldn't help showing a happy smile on her face when she talked about soap, which is a good cleaning product. Really, hearing her mother say this, Jenny suddenly became interested. "Let me try." After speaking, she brought a basin of water. Under the guidance of her mother, she wet her hands with water, smeared some soap, and rubbed for a while. White foam immediately appeared on her hands. After rinsing off the foam with water, Jenny took a towel to dry her hands. She lowered her head and sniffed her freshly washed hands. And Jenny's face was full of surprise and joy. Not only are the hands no longer greasy, but they are clean and smell good. I just said that this thing called soap is very useful." Buchi was very happy, and her daughter agreed with herself. "Your father said that this can not only wash clothes, wash hands and face, but also take a bath. I will plan tonight." "Try it. I want to try too," Jenny said happily. In the evening, Jenny and her mother took a bath with soap, and they became very clean and fresh, and even exuded a good smell. The next day, Jenny, who was in a good mood, took a bar of soap and prepared to give it to her good sister, Miss Sansa. I believe she would love this fragrant and cleanable good thing as much as herself. "Really?" Sansa looked suspicious after hearing her continuous compliments from her maid and good friend Jenny. Looking at the pure white piece in her hand, it exudes an indescribable fragrance called soap. After hesitating for a while, Sansa, like a 12-year-old girl, finally couldn't hold back the temptation and asked the other maids to prepare to take a bath. "Water, she wants to try it herself. Is this soap 100 times better than saponin?" as Jenny said. Soon, the bath was ready to go to sleep, and Jenny helped Sansa scrub herself. After taking a bath, Sansa felt very refreshed. She had long, burgundy, smooth hair inherited from her mother, and Sansa's delicate and fair face further brought out the beauty of the girl. "It's true, Jenny. What you said is right. This thing called soap is really very useful. I feel that I have never felt so fresh on my body." Sansa's blue eyes shone with surprise, and said happily, hugging Jenny, "Really? Miss Sansa, can I try? I want it too. Several other maids who were about the same age as Sansa also wanted to try it. Sansa was generous and gave them both a soapy bath. After washing, these little girls fell in love with soap, a white and fragrant little thing. "Jenny, where did you buy this soap? Tell me now. I'm going to buy one to use too," one of the maids asked Jenny, pulling her. The other maids also looked at her expectantly. Some enjoyed the attention of the girls, and Jenny told them the truth, telling them that this thing can be bought in the shop of the foreign noble from the far east in the market town. Sansa and the girls secretly wrote down the names, thinking that they would find a time to buy a piece from the shop of the grown-up in Bywinter Market Town. In the evening, after Sansa had dinner with her family, She went back to the room to get the soap that she had found in a delicate wooden box and walked into her sister Arya's room with a smug expression. With good things, little kids can't help but want to show it off. Arya. Sansa walked slowly into her sister's room, one step at a time, neither in a hurry nor slow, completely in line with the lady's pace that Sister Mordane required. Compared to her sister Arya, who is always annoyed by Sister Mordane, who is called a stone-headed and a tomboy by Sister Mordane, Sansa has perfectly mastered the embroidery and knitting required by a nun as a noble lady. Etiquette, etc. Seeing Sansa walk in, Arya rolled her eyes, turned around, and made it to the bed, with her legs on the edge of the bed, dangling constantly. "What are you doing here? Why don't you embroider with your little sisters?" Sansa glanced at Arya's dangling legs, and couldn't help saying, "Arya, you can't dangle your legs like this as a lady. It's so rude." Arya, who was taught by Sister Mordane every day, could not do well at all, and even hated embroidery and etiquette. Sansa, who was jealous and disliked the appearance of a good girl in her clothes, heard Sansa accuse her, and Arya was not to be outdone. "I like it like this. Don't worry about it." "You?" Sansa blushed with anger, staring at her sister with azure blue eyes. Arya did not show weakness, and looked at Sansa with the same gray eyes as her father. After staring at each other for a while with Arya, Sansa finally lost to the wild boy sister and decided to wait and tell her mother and let her take care of her. The blushing of anger on her face gradually dissipated, and Sansa finally remembered the purpose of her coming to Arya, simply to show off. "Look, Arya, I got a good one." Sansa carefully opened the wooden box, revealing the white soap inside. Arya glanced at the wooden box, then looked at Sansa suspiciously. "What is this?" Seeing that Arya was attracted by the things in her hand, Sansa's little face was even more proud. "This is given to me by Jenny. It is said that the nobleman from the far east in Wintertown brought it from his hometown. Only a precious soap for washing clothes, washing hands, washing faces, and bathing only for the great nobles. What kind of nobles can use it? This is purely Sansa's own brain supplement. She felt that such a good thing must only be used by the great nobles." Arya was really attracted by Sansa's introduction, but she still pretended not to care. Isn't it the same as the soap we used?" "It's not the same." Sansa's face was smug, and her tone was a little disdainful. "Soap is much easier to use than saponin, and it's clean. After washing it, there will be a special fragrance. If you don't believe it, you can smell it, but I am just washed." Saying that, Sansa put her arm in front of Arya. Arya looked at her, and the little boy, always curious, lowered his head and sniffed on Sansa's hand. There is indeed a special aroma. Arya subconsciously raised her hand and smelled it. She had just taken a shower and used saponin, but there was no such fragrance on her hand, and she could even smell a faint smell of sweat. This made Arya look embarrassed. When Sansa saw her sister's performance, she immediately realized that she had succeeded in showing off. The corners of her mouth could not help but curl up, and a smile appeared on her face. "Hee. Arya, do you want soap? If you want, we will find you someday. How about going to shop at the foreign noble in the winter market town together to buy more?" When she heard that she could walk out of the Winterfell castle to visit the winter shelter market town, Arya suddenly came to her senses. "I heard Jenny say that in addition to soap, the aristocrat shop also has a lot of amazing products from his hometown." Sansa folded her arms around her chest, with a look of longing on her face. "Maybe it's true. There's nothing better than soap. I'm going too." Arya couldn't help shouting. "Then it's settled. You go to your father, I'll go to my mother, and let them promise to let us go out." Sansa finally said her real plan. No problem. Arya decided to agree to Sansa's proposal in order to be able to hang out. "Okay, we're done." Sansa felt that her little plan had succeeded, and she was about to go back to her room with a smile. "Wait a minute. Sansa, let me use that soap of yours. I'll see if it really works as you said." Arya stopped her, staring at the wooden box in her hand. Sansa subconsciously refused, but, thinking of asking Arya to help, as long as her father and mother agreed, they could go out and buy more soap, so it is not unacceptable that this soap should be used by Arya. Having figured this out, Sansa nodded reluctantly. Yes, but you have to be careful with it. That's all I have. Arya nodded quickly, reached out, and quickly snatched the wooden box from Sansa's hand, and then ordered the maid outside the door to prepare a bucket of hot water, and she wanted to take a shower again. Sansa stayed in Arya's room and waited until Arya finished taking a shower, ignoring Arya happily telling about the magic of soap, and hurried back to her room after getting her soap back. White Harbor is the largest harbor city in the north, and the Mandalay family is the master here. As the largest port in the north, the White Harbor is home to many merchant ships from Westeros and the free cities across the narrow sea. The prosperity of business and trade has led to numerous taverns and inns in Bygang, and the sailors on the ship who are constantly coming and going have also prospered the business of the women's branch in Bygang. Ragged fishermen, pushing carts loaded with fish caught in the sea in the morning, hawked along the street on the pier. Wagons loaded with goods, one after another, passed between the port and the wharf. The upstairs of the store facing the street suddenly opened from time to time, and a woman poured a basin of water down, and the unlucky person who happened to pass by was often drenched, causing the women upstairs to laugh loudly. Barefooted children, holding toys such as wood and wire picked up from the rubbish heap, chased and scrambled to and fro in the alley, and from time to time there were shouts of scolding from men. The entire Bygang city was full of vitality for a while. Compared with the territories of other nobles in the north, Bygang was obviously richer. In particular, White Harbor City, which is the main commercial connection between the northern border and other territories, has brought a lot of wealth to the Mandalay family. Todd, a small businessman from White Harbor City, took out his only silver deer in the winter market town outside Winterfell 5 days ago and bought 10 gel pens and 50 gel pens from Jason Liu, refills, and 50 blank sheets of paper, desperate to make a fortune. Yes, according to Todd's more than 10 years of experience in the business, this magical gel pen and refill with many advantages, as well as white and flexible white paper, quills, inks, and the parchment was too strong. This kind of thing is simply born for the nobles. At that time, he saw these things and saw the young noble from the far east demonstrate with his own eyes. Todd couldn't help shouting in the bottom of his heart, "Buy! You must buy as many as possible." Therefore, he not only emptied his purse, but also sold the high-quality wheat from the east that he had worked so hard to transport from Bygang to Bidong Market Town to those townspeople at a lower price. The silver deer also bought this magical paper and pen. After spending all the silver deer on his body, and with only a few dozen copper stars left, Todd drove the carriage back to Bygang with a fiery heart. Hundreds of kilometers away, Todd hurriedly spent less than 5 days, and finally returned to Bygang City. "Todd, why did you come back so soon?" Wife Doreen opened the door and saw her husband, whose face was pale, and helped drive the carriage into the house worriedly. Todd's face was pale and bloodshot in his eyes, but he was still in high spirits. "Hurry up and give me something to eat and drink. I'm almost exhausted from the way back from Winterfell." Wife Doreen brought the evening's toast, and 10-year-old eldest daughter Eudora carried a kettle and poured Todd a full glass of water. Gumbling. "Ha!" Todd poured the water in the cup directly, then let out a comfortable moan, #Ian. Glanced at his eldest daughter. Todd waved his hand. "Eudora, go and boil me some hot water. I'll take a good shower later, and I'll go out later." "Oh, I'll go right now, father." Eudora nodded obediently, and hurriedly entered the kitchen to prepare hot water, which she had done for her mother many times. He picked up the toasted bread that was still steaming on the table. Because of his hard work, their family life was not bad. At least the bread was half wheat, not the kind of black bread that was mixed with an unknown amount of sawdust and was as hard as bricks. Chewing on the bread, Todd looked around the room, but didn't see his youngest son and asked his wife Doreen, "Where's that kid, Claret?" Doreen was in the small yard, leading the horses back to the stables, preparing hay and water for the horses. Hearing her husband's question, Doreen wiped the sweat from her forehead and replied, "Clayt ran out to play and hasn't come back yet. But he should press fast. It's almost time for dinner. He'll come back when he's hungry." Todd nodded. Not surprisingly, children from poor families are like this. When they were young, a large group ran around and played crazy, just like when he was a child. Ignoring his younger son, Todd devoured the whole piece of long bread and drank 2 more glasses of water, feeling that his stomach finally felt better. When Doreen finished feeding the horses, she saw that her husband only ate bread, and she couldn't help but say, "Why did you eat all the bread? There's still carrot soup in the pot, and I'm about to serve it." "Forget it. I'm full, and I have something to go out later. Please put the hot water for me, and I'll go out after taking a shower." Todd waved his hand, then walked into the room, opened the musty-smelling closet, found his best set of clothes, and prepared to change into it after taking a shower. Doreen wondered why her husband was in such a hurry, but she still carried Eudora's hot water with a wooden bucket and poured it into the tub in the room, and adjusted the temperature with cold water. Todd took off his clothes and scrubbed his body in the bathtub. The person he was waiting to see was very important to him, but he couldn't let the smell on his body offend him. After taking a shower and putting on his best clothes, Todd greeted his wife, took 2 gel pens, 2 refills, and a piece of white paper, and walked out of the house. Not long after walking out of the door, I saw a thin figure running quickly from a distance. Todd reached out and grabbed the other's collar. Feeling the struggle of his men, Todd couldn't help but scolded, "Clayt, you be asterisk 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 D. Come back so late, don't you want to eat dinner?" 5-year-old Clayt, who is thin and small, but has very smart eyes, stopped struggling when he heard his father's familiar voice, hugged Todd's thigh with open arms, and shouted happily, "Father, it's great to be back. You be asterisk 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 D." Todd's originally tense face suddenly melted. He touched his son's little head, slapped lightly, and scolded with a smile. "Go home for dinner. I'm going out for a while. Come back. I'll take care of you later." Asterisk. Clayt's dirty little face walked around his father with a smile, and then ran home in a hurry. Watching his son come home, Todd touched the paper and pen in his arms and walked towards Whiteport Castle with a fiery heart. "Todd, why are you here now?" One of the soldiers guarding the gate of the Mandalay family castle recognized Todd and said jokingly, "Does this guy start a business at night like Lorena?" Lorena is a well-known female branch daughter in the Bygang female branch. I heard that many knights like her very much. Ha ha ha. This guy Todd looks so ugly. Even those aristocratic gentlemen who like men will definitely despise him. Another soldier laughed happily. Being teased by these 2 soldiers, Todd didn't dare to say anything. He could only laugh with him. I can't do it. If the nobleman sees me, I'm sure he'll be so frightened that his words will be soft. Ha ha. The 2 soldiers burst into laughter again. After laughing, Todd said his purpose. He wanted to find the chief chill man of the Mandalay family, and hoped that any one of them could help to find it. He said that he had some goods in his hand that he should like. One of the soldiers smiled and said to let him go to the tavern next time for a treat. After Todd agreed, he talked to another soldier and ran into the castle himself to find Chief Chelman. Todd was chatting with another soldier outside the gate. Todd, who often travels to and from various territories in the north to do business, has good knowledge, and the 2 chatted happily. Blah blah. There was a sound of footsteps, and then I saw Chief Chillman in a gray silk coat, walking eagerly behind the soldier. "Todd, you better be like you said. You have something I'm interested in, otherwise, don't even think about selling your goods into the castle next time." Chief Cheerman complained. Come on, come over." With a ruddy complexion and a slightly raised belly, it seemed that he was living a good life. Todd immediately bent over and greeted him with a humble smile on his face. "Of course, esteemed Chief Chairman, I believe you must be interested in the magical goods that come from the far east in my hands." Hearing Todd say this, Chief Chillman couldn't help but wonder. "Hurry up and show it to me." Todd then took out the gel pen and white paper in his arms. "Mr. Chillman, look, this is a magical pen and paper from the far east, which is more convenient than the quill and parchment you usually use. If you don't believe me, you can try it." Todd generously contributed this A4 piece of paper and had Chillman write on it with a gel pen. Chillman held the gel pen, slightly unaccustomed, and tried to write on the white paper. It was a little jerky at first, but he quickly became proficient. This kind of pen does not need to be dipped in ink from time to time, or is careful not to worry that the handwriting will not be stained by clothes or something. This kind of pen, called gel pen, is indeed very convenient and comfortable to hold. It's really interesting, a very good pen. Chelman's eyes are full of love. With this kind of pen, he can write and process documents faster, and the efficiency will be much improved. Chelman picked up the white piece of paper and leaned closer to the torch outside the door and took a closer look. This kind of paper he had never seen before and did not know what to make of it was clearer than parchment. If this kind of pen and paper were handed over to Earl Wyman, surely the Earl would also like it, right? Chelman thought of this and was immediately moved, so he asked Todd to wait here for a while. He would give his kind of paper and pen to Lord Earl to try and see if the other party liked it. Todd was very surprised. He didn't expect to send it directly to Earl Wyman Mandalay. If the distinguished Earl liked it, all the pens and papers in his hand would be sold. So Todd took out the refill again and introduced it to Chelman. Chelman was surprised and delighted that changing refills was much easier than dipping ink back and forth. Bringing gel pen, refill, and white paper, Chief Chelman hurried into the castle. Earl Wyman and his family had just finished their supper when Chelman came in, and the servants began to remove their plates. "My lord, the merchants in Bygang brought some very good things. I think you should be interested." Chelman walked over to Earl Wyman, bowed his body, and whispered, "Oh, what is it?" Earl Wyman twisted his fat body, slumped in the chair, and turned to look at Chelman. The countess present, the sons and daughters of Earl Wyman, also looked over curiously. So Chelman took out a gel pen, refill, and white paper, exaggerated what he heard from Todd, and finally concluded, "It is said that this is from somewhere in the Far East, a good thing that only nobles can use. Well, don't care about anything. As long as it is reserved for nobles, it must be good." After hearing Chelman's description, Earl Wyman became more interested. Under Chelman's soft guidance, Earl Wyman took a gel pen and wrote on the white paper himself. The faster I wrote, the faster the Earl finally fell in love with this kind of gel pen that had to be dipped in ink without writing a few words. Of course, this white glossy paper is also very good. The writing is very clear after writing, and it is not as easy to blur as ink. Vera, the 13-year-old daughter of Earl Wyman, looked at her father's pen curiously and couldn't help but admire. "This kind of pen is really good. Father, you can write very quickly. I will also use this kind of pen in the future. Writing, it's much better than a thin quill. Well, this kind of pen is very good." Sir Willis Mandalay, the eldest son and heir of Earl Wyman, couldn't help but say. The Countess and eldest daughter Wilfield next to them also nodded in agreement. "Well, this kind of pen is really comfortable to use. The quill is too thin. After a long time, it hurts my finger hair." Earl Wyman stroked the barrel of the pen with his thick fingers, and his eyes were full of love. He turned to look at Sherman beside him and said, "Chairman, you did a good job. Go to that merchant and buy more from him. Some of these pens, and this kind of paper. Let everyone write with this pen in the future." "Yes, my lord, I'll do it now." Chairman received the compliment from the Earl. A bright smile suddenly appeared on his face, and then turned around and hurried to the castle gate. While Todd was anxiously waiting, Sherman's chubby face appeared outside the gate with a bright smile. Asterisk. "Dear Todd, I have good news for you. The pen and paper you brought are liked by Lord Earl and the young masters and ladies. Hurry up and take out the pen and paper. I want to buy a lot." Chelman was all smiles, and his attitude was much better than before. Todd resisted the excitement in his heart and said after a while, "It is an honor for the villain to be favored by the Count's adults. I still have 8 gel pens, 49 refills, and 49 sheets left in my house. White paper, look, is there only so much? It's a bit less." Chelman frowned slightly, but nodded. "I want it all. Todd, tell me a price." 4 silver deer for a gel pen, 2 silver deer for a refill, and 50 bronze stars for a piece of white paper. Todd swallowed, tentatively quoted a high price, and then looked at Keel uneasily. "Man, well, although it's a bit expensive, Chillman just mumbled, "The price is more expensive than a quill and parchment, but to the Mandalay family, it's nothing." Chillman didn't bargain and bought all the paper and pens in Todd's hands at this price. Todd, who was overjoyed, ran home quickly, shouting excitedly from the bottom of his heart. He made a fortune, and this time he really made a fortune. After returning home and taking all the remaining paper and pens, Todd ignored his wife's complaints and rushed out of the house. In less than 20 minutes, Todd was sweating profusely and ran back outside the castle gates, panting heavily. Chillman took all the paper and pens and counted them, no problem. 10 gel pens cost 40 silver deer, 50 refills cost 100 silver deer, and 50 sheets of white paper cost 25 silver deer. Steward Chillman took out a golden dragon and 65 silver deer from his purse and paid Todd. Todd quickly put away the money, and in the envious eyes of the 2 soldiers at the door, said goodbye to Mr. Chillman, and returned home in a very happy mood. Todd was very happy, because the cost was only 40 silver deer. He sold 1 golden dragon and 65 silver deer, and this trip made a full 1 golden dragon and 25 silver deer, which was the most he made in his life. Excited, Todd almost shouted a few words. "I made up my mind that I will go to the Winterfell market town in Winterfell tomorrow to find a respected and great Lord East and buy more gel pens and white paper. There are many nobles in Bygang City who should like it. This paper and pen." Todd, who was so excited, tossed and tossed on the bed and couldn't sleep until his wife scolded him a few words. He lay down honestly and stopped tossing and turning, but he was still excited. With the efforts of more than 200 people, the site has been cleaned up yesterday in the winter-preserving market town outside Winterfell City. The masons began to draw lines with white ash, and the foundation will be dug next. More than 200 people came early and ate the breakfast sent by Old Road, Hog, and Dillian, all the black bread and the hot carrot dice soup, which made the helpers smile. Even the masons were happy. Everyone once again thanked Mr. Jason East for his kindness and generosity and patted his chest to promise that he would work hard and build a house for Mr. Easter as soon as possible. These rudimentary foods in the eyes of Jason Liu were praised by all the workers present, and his generosity and kindness of Lord Jason East spread farther. In the morning, I visited the construction site that was in full swing. These strong laborers who were used to heavy work, digging foundations, moving stones, pushing mud, and carrying wood, all moved very neatly. Jason Liu, the father of Party A, was very satisfied. Returning to the rooms specially prepared for him on the second floor at Lena's house, Jason Liu teleported back to the modern age. The 100,000 bars of soap and 10,000 bars of soap he ordered from Boss Ma's soap factory have already been delivered from Uzbekistan. After contacting the logistics driver, Jason Liu went to the restaurant in the city center for lunch and then took a taxi to the warehouse. A heavy truck drove into the warehouse, and 2 masters who followed the truck unloaded the goods. Jason Liu thanked the master and waited until the logistics truck left and then closed the warehouse door from the inside. He picked 10,000 bars of soap and 1,000 bars of soap and shipped the boxes to Westeros several times. Called the 3 Barlow brothers, McCann and D***K, 5 young lads who have been with Jason Liu these days. Moved downstairs. Although Lena and the others were curious about how Lord Easter quietly transported so many goods, no one dared to ask any more questions after being warned last time that this was the secret of the Easter family. In the evening, in the small hall of Winterfell, the Stark family and the important helpers of the castle gathered at the long dining table. Guardian of the North, Duke of Winterfell Ed Stark, brown hair, gray eyes, his face is as serious as ever. The short, stiff beard on his chin has been trimmed and has been a little gray. He was seated at one end of the long table, with the family on his right. Wife Lady Catelyn, then eldest son Robb Stark, eldest daughter Sansa Stark, second daughter Arya Stark, second son Brandon Stark, youngest son Rickon Stark. Sitting first on the left is Maester Luwin, the Winterfell consultant, physician, and tutor. Next to Maester Luwin and down, sat in order, Winterfell's headmaster Vine Poole, coach Sir Roderick Kessel, and guard captain Jory Kessel. And then there's Jon Snow, the illegitimate child. The boy who had a thorn in Mrs. Catelyn's heart, though not admitted to be a member of the Stark family, could not sit on the right with her children. But because her husband, Ed, insisted on letting the illegitimate child sit at the table with them, this happened many times. Even so, Mrs. Catelyn couldn't help but get angry every time she saw the boy, so she always had a cold face. Ed is of course aware of his wife's unhappiness, but in order to keep the secret about Jon's life experience and protect the children left by his sister Lyanna after her death, he can only bear the stigma of being unfaithful in marriage and having illegitimate children. Endured his wife's incomprehension and the condemnation of his inner honor. Maester Luwin, Chief Vayn, the old coach Sir Roderick, and Eddard's captain of the bodyguard, Carrie, are all aware of this and understand and sympathize with Lady Catelyn in their hearts. After all, there are very few noble adults in Westeros who not only admit that there are illegitimate children outside, but even dare to bring them home to raise them. This is simply a naked humiliation of his wife. Hardly anyone would do this. However, Lord Eddard, who is known throughout Westeros for his integrity, kindness, and honor-conscious noble character, did so. Privately, Steward Vayn, Ser Roderick, and even the servants of Winterfell were quite critical of this. To be honest, Jon has been able to live safely in Winterfell for more than 10 years now, and even has a pretty good life, enough to see Mrs. Catelyn's extraordinary kindness and kindness. Although Mrs. Catelyn has never given this D a good face in more than 10 years. But being able to tolerate him living by her side, seeing this child every day, is like being reminded of her husband's infidelity in person, and being tortured by such pain. Mrs. Catelyn is already amazing. Ed had nothing to say about this, and even felt guilty about his wife. Many times he wanted to tell his wife Jon's real life directly, telling her that he had never betrayed their marriage. But reason prevented him from doing that. The reason why a secret is that the fewer people who know it, the safer it will be. If Catelyn started to be very kind to Jon because she learned of Jon's background, such an abnormal situation will definitely attract the attention of those who care. Caring people, yes, they're talking about those important officials in King's Landing and his good brother King Robert. Robert can't wait to kill all the blood of the Targaryen family. If he knows that Jon has taken his fiancée, his sister Lyanna, and Rhaegar, the son of Targaryen, Ed is sure Robert will be the first time. Carrying his warhammer, he ran to the north and smashed Jon to pieces with his own hands. He knew the character of his good friend Robert well, even though they hadn't seen each other for so long since the Balon Greyjoy rebellion in the Iron Islands was settled 8 years ago. Therefore, Ed did not dare to take the risk of telling his wife the truth, so he could only drink the bitter drink by himself. Thanks to the old god, although his wife Catelyn disliked Jon's illegitimate child, at least she didn't kill Jon's life. If a tragedy like many illegitimate children of noble families died inexplicably, Ed didn't know how to deal with it. After all, he had promised his sister to take care of her son before she died. Fortunately, this terrible situation that could drive him crazy did not happen, thanks again to the old god. Everyone was sitting at the dining table, and the atmosphere was very relaxed. Ed liked this kind of atmosphere. In a sense, Ed Stark was considered to be one of the few righteous, upright, and benevolent nobles in Westeros. He didn't understand, and he hated the bullying among the nobles, because as the second son, the education he received since childhood was simply the chivalry of loyalty, integrity, and honor that simply brainwashed his subordinates. Ed's older brother, the long-dead Brandon Stark, was the heir raised by his father, Duke Rickard Stark. In order to prevent other sons from competing for power with the heirs, Duke Rickard, or in other words, all nobles, will focus on cultivating the noble character of non-heir sons, in order to ensure the stability and continuation of the family inheritance in the face of brothers and sisters. However, who would have thought that Duke Rickard and the heir's eldest son, Brandon, were burned together by the Mad King, Aerys Targaryen? It was in such a sudden situation that Ed Stark took over his father's title and became the Guardian of the North, the Duke of Winterfell, and the supreme ruler of the North. What he learned from an early age was the loyalty, integrity, kindness, and other noble qualities of knights. And he did not have the tricks that his father personally taught to become the ruler of the North, the patriarch of the Stark family. From a tragic ending of Ed Stark's naive, pure-headed governance in King's Landing, and his head being beheaded by Joffrey, it can be seen that he is not a qualified politician, and he is completely unable to undertake the heavy responsibility of the former Prime Minister of the King's Hand. Of course, Duke Ed, who is sitting on the main seat at this time and is talking intimately with his important assistants, will not think of the tragic ending of his future. On the right side of the table, Sansa turned her head to wink at Sister Arya as she lowered her head to eat the cake on her plate, a reminder that it was time to speak. Arya swallowed the apple pie in her mouth, wiped the grease from her mouth, looked up at her father sitting in the main seat, interrupted their conversation, and said directly, "Father, I have something to ask for. Can you promise me?" Sansa raised her head and hurriedly looked at her father in the main seat. Arya, thinking that this daughter, who was giving her a headache, was going to make trouble again, Mrs. Catelyn raised her voice, looked at her daughter with a stern look in her eyes, and warned him not to mess around. When Ed heard his daughter's words, he stopped talking with Maester Luwin and turned to look at Arya, who bravely looked up at him. This daughter, whose personality was very similar to his sister Lyanna, had an ice-like expression on her face. The serious look also melted a little. He looked at his daughter with gentle eyes. Although there was still no smile on his face, "It depends on what if you want to beg me not to let you study with Sister Mordain, then I can tell you right now. Arya, neither your mother nor I will allow this." Robb turned to his sister suspiciously, wondering what weird request she was going to make today. Bran put down the fork in his hand. His handsome and cute face was full of curiosity. "Arya, what are you going to do? Let's talk about it first. I don't want to practice sword with you." Rickon was the youngest, only 5 years old. He was sitting in a chair by himself, with a maid by his side to help feed him. Hearing his sister Arya's request to his father, he stared at Arya with curious eyes, while eating the grilled meat brought by the maid with his mouth open. Jon, sitting at the end of the left, was eating quietly, trying to be transparent at the table, because he also knew very well that Mrs. Catelyn hated him and didn't want to make her unhappy. So after all these years, he is the quietest person on the table, almost a transparent person. However, his sister Arya, who is closest to him, suddenly made a request to Lord Ed, which still made him a little curious, and he couldn't help but look up at Arya. Maester Luwin, Steward Wayen Poole, Ser Roderick, and Jory Castle smiled and looked at her with gentle eyes. Miss Arya is the most popular existence in Winterfell. She is kind, cheerful, brave, and equal to others. Just like her Aunt Lyanna, she is very popular in Winterfell. At this point, everyone looked at Arya, waiting to see what chaotic request she made. Arya was watched by everyone's eyes, not afraid at all. She didn't dare to look at her mother's stern eyes, but looked straight at her father. She knew that only her father would tolerate her little rebellion. Asterisk, I've been following Sister Mordain and Schoolgirl Hong all these days. I'm really tired. I want to go out to the winter shelter market town. Arya said confidently. Too tired. Mrs. Catelyn's face was ugly. That's not what Sister Mordain told me. She told me that you are often absent from women's red classes, and you can't find anyone. Arya, should you give it to me? An explanation? It's so hard to embroider or something. I can't even hold those thin needles. Arya lowered her head, stuck her tongue out, and complained in a low voice. Hee. Hearing Arya's innocent words, everyone in the room couldn't help but burst into laughter. Especially Bran and Rickon laughed the loudest. Don't laugh. Arya threatened her 2 younger brothers, shaking her fist in embarrassment. Rickon was so frightened that he quickly covered his mouth with his hands. Bran hummed twice, saw Arya shaking his fist again, and finally didn't dare to say anything. He really couldn't beat this sister, so he had to endure it. Seeing this warm scene, Ed's mouth could not help but bend. Worried about her father's disagreement, Arya glanced at Sansa, who was still smiling, and pulled Sansa in. It's really tiring. Even Sansa wants to go out with me. If you don't believe me, ask her. Sansa didn't expect Arya to pull herself in. She originally planned to ask her mother if she wanted to see the situation, But now, she had to speak. Lady Catelyn looked at her eldest daughter, who was always obedient, almost proud. Sansa, is what Arya said true? Sansa blushed and nodded. Well, I really want to go out for a walk. Just circling. Mrs. Catelyn glanced at the eldest daughter, who blushed and bowed her head silently, and then turned to the youngest daughter, who made her the most uneasy. Being stared at by her mother's stern eyes, Arya, who originally wanted to lie, could not help but weaken her momentum and said the truth. Well, it's mainly because Sansa and I want to go to the Winter Town, the shop of the noble man from the Far East, buy some soap. Soap? Ed frowned slightly. It was an unfamiliar term. He had never heard of it. Mrs. Catelyn's eyes were also puzzled. Cough. Chief Wei Yong, who already knew what was going on, coughed dryly, and then explained respectfully, soap is a kind of soap that can wash clothes, wash hands, face, and bathe. Something with a special scent is said to be loved by nobles in the distant Eastern Empire. Everyone's eyes turned to Director Wei Yong, and listening to his description, everyone couldn't help but become curious. A few days ago, the young aristocrat Jason Easter, who is said to have crossed the endless trembling sea and came from the distant Eastern Empire, came to me to exchange silver deer for golden dragons, and then gave me 10 bars of soap. I was planning to personally try it out. I didn't expect that Jenny had brought it to the 2 young ladies to use. Director Wei Yong said with a smile on his face. However, my wife Buki and I have also used it, and it's really useful. I originally planned to give it to you and your wife, Mrs. After listening to Director Wei Yong's explanation, Ed and Catelyn were finally relieved. After reassuring, Duke Ed was also a little interested in the young noble Jason East, who came from the Far East through the endless trembling sea. God knows how far. I remember hearing people talk about this foreign young noble, but I don't know much about it. Ed said casually, Yes, my lord, recently, this miraculous Lord East almost made my ears calluses. The old coach of Roderick couldn't help complaining. The people below have been discussing recently. What a handsome, generous, benevolent, kind-hearted aristocrat. What a magical commodity. What a magical medicine that saves lives from the hands of death. In short, I heard all kinds of bizarre rumors. Well, indeed, it seems to have been heard recently that the Lord Easter bought several houses. And after they were all torn down, they are rebuilding and recruiting a lot of people to work. Jory continued his uncle's words. Is there actually such a famous person in the Winter Market town? Mrs. Catelyn was a little surprised. She had been praying in the church recently, and she didn't care much about the outside world. It is indeed very famous, and many of those rumors are true. Bachelor Lewin said slowly. Ed is more interested now, and all his important assistants have heard of this young man. Seeing the curiosity in the eyes of Lord Eddard, Master Lewin reached out and touched the special necklace representing the knowledge and status of the bachelor, and explained, Master Rickon's nurse Martha. Some time ago her youngest daughter is seriously ill. I have seen it myself, and even the best bachelor in the city can't cure such a serious illness. However, my assistant Boris told me some time ago that he saw with his own eyes that the poor little girl was completely cured. It was the young nobleman who cured it. With that said, Maester Lewin took out a gel refill from a pocket of his bachelor's uniform, and this refill, which is also from the Lord Easter. This pen is very convenient to use. You don't need to dip the ink once to write a few words like a quill pen. This pen can write all the time until the ink in the refill runs out. Everyone's eyes couldn't help but fall on the refill in the hands of the Master Lewin. So, the rumors that the young noble has a lot of magical goods from the Far East are also true. Maester Lewin finally concluded. It's really curious. I kind of want to see him. Rob's eyes flashed with the curiosity of the young man. Bran also raised his face and listened very seriously, thinking the same as his brother Rob. I want to go too. Only Rickon was young and didn't really understand what they were saying at all, and only cared about eating for himself. It's miraculous, it's a little incredible. I was also very curious. Such a young nobleman who just arrived in Winter City has made so many widely publicized stories in a short period of time. It was enough to show that the young man was indeed very capable. He even wanted to see the young man a little. However, Ed knew it was impossible because he was so busy every day that he had no time at all. "Father, please let me and Sansa go to the winter market town tomorrow. Buy some soap from that lord's store." Arya left the seat, ran to Ed, hugged his arm, and said coquettishly, "I beg you, just promise me." Asterisk. Shaking his arms by Arya, even the stern-faced Ed can't help but show a helpless expression. He really can't stand the simple request of this daughter, who looks very much like his dear sister and whom he also loves very much. Refuse. So he nodded. "Okay, stop shaking, I promise." "Ha ha ha. Thank you, father. I love you," Arya exclaimed happily. Ed looked at his daughter dotingly. Hearing her father's promise, Sansa's pale face flushed slightly with joy. "You must bring enough guards." Mrs. Catelyn did not refuse, but made a request. "Arya, you have to make sure that you are only going to buy soap from the Lord's store, and don't run around, you know?" "Yes, I promise," Arya immediately assured with a raised hand. "Father, mother, let me accompany my sisters." Robb puffed up his chest, eager to try. "I can protect them. And me, I can protect Sansa and Arya too." Bran raised a hand and shouted hastily. Seeing that her favorite son, Bran, was also going, Catelyn wanted to refuse him, but looking at Bran's handsome and cute little face and the request in her big eyes, Catelyn, like her husband, couldn't refuse at all. Jon also wants to go, but no one cares about his opinion here, so no one cares about him. He can go with Robb and the others tomorrow. Tomorrow I will send Harris, Desmond, Jakes, and Poser to protect the young master and the ladies. As Ed's captain of the guard, Jory said. Ed nodded. The Winterfell market town was just outside of Winterfell City. The townspeople were all loyal to their own subjects. There was indeed no danger, for guards were enough. "My lord, let Boris follow along," Bachelor Lewin said suddenly. "I heard him say that in the shop of that lord there's a kind of pen called gel pen, which is better than the refill, and there are other kinds of pens. Snow white and clean paper if I want it to be true. Let Boris buy it back." "Well, no problem," Ed nodded, then looked at Director Wei Yong. "Wei Yong, if you're not busy tomorrow, you can go there and see if there's anything we need, and you can also give it to Kate. Lynn buy some." When Catelyn heard that her husband still remembered to buy something for her, she couldn't help feeling a little happy, and the displeasure on her face lightened slightly. "Yes, my lord." Chief Wei Yong smiled and nodded. So, this dinner party, which was an hour longer than usual, finally ended with the joy of the children. In the winter market town, more than 200 people had already arrived at the construction site of Jason Liu's house early in the morning. The breakfast had not been delivered, but these simple people from the north had already started to work under the command of the Masons. When Jason Liu woke up from Lena's second-floor room, the workers on the construction site had had breakfast and were working hard. Sir Lena's voice sounded outside the door. Jason Liu got dressed and opened the door. Lena had a water basin in her hand, followed by McCann's sister Bella. The little girl had a towel, toothbrush, and toothpaste in her hands. With big brown eyes, Bling Bling blinked and looked at Jason Liu. "Because I can eat well every day during this time, Bella, a thin and little blonde girl, has a pale and dull face, and her face has become smooth and ruddy. Every day, she was with Lena, Martha, Susan, and Venetia, and sometimes Michael played with her. The little girl felt very happy during this time. One day, after seeing Lena serving Master Jason East to wash up in the morning, the little girl also came along. At that time, when he saw that Lena brought face wash, towel, toothbrush, and toothpaste in front of him and wanted to serve him to wash, he originally refused. However, although Lena did not dare to disobey, she still did it every day. Jason Liu was also helpless by the girl's stubbornness. In the end, he had to accept Lena's kindness. Well, it wasn't because someone was so comfortable being served that he didn't bother to go down and ran to the well to wash himself. Obviously, he hired a clerk and finally made Lena a maid. Now the maid's team has grown again, and 11-year-old girl Bella has also joined in. After persuading and not going back, Jason Liu just let her go. Under the attentive service of Lena and Bella, Lord Jason East has become completely accustomed to the aristocratic lifestyle of Westeros. Well, He got used to this kind of feudal remnant very quickly. No wonder so many people fell under sugar-coated cannonballs. Such a corrupt life enjoyment is really not something that half of the people can refuse. Jason Liu said that he tried hard to refuse, but failed. Just after washing here, another little girl, Vanessa, came in with toast, a glass of hot milk, grilled chicken, and carrot and onion soup in her hands. "Sir, I bought freshly milked milk from a nearby village today. Sister Susan warmed you up. Hee, because we bought a lot. We all got a small cup." With short black hair, although she looks ordinary, but the 15-year-old girl is very cheerful and lively, full of youthful breath. "Ha! How's it going? Is it still good to drink?" Jason Liu likes Vanessa's lively character. Compared with the respectful restraints of others in front of him, he likes Venezia, who dares to make a joke with him occasionally. "Sarah." Vanessa stuck out her tongue and shook her head. "It doesn't feel good. It's not as good as the juice you gave us." The juice Venetia mentioned was the orange juice and apple juice in large barrels that Jason Liu bought when he was shopping at the supermarket a few days ago. Compare with the plain green milk produced in Westeros, which has no taste, no added, and no residue. It is true that the modern fruit juice with various pigments and sugars is more delicious, and Venetia and the others also prefer it. "My lord, I heard from the people in the castle that the young masters and young ladies of the Stark family in Winterfell will come to our store today." While packing up the basin and towel, Lena whispered the news she heard. "It seems that Sansa and Miss Arya like our soap very much, saying that it is comfortable and has a special fragrance after bathing." Puff. Jason Liu, who had just had a sip of milk, heard Lena's words. He couldn't help squirting the milk. His throat choked, and he couldn't help coughing. Lena handed over the towel in a panic, helped Jason Liu wipe the spilled milk, and asked worriedly, "Sir, what's the matter with you?" Jason Liu coughed and waved his hand, indicating that he was fine, and after taking a breath, he said, "You mean the lady from the Stark family took a bath with soap and felt good, and wants to come to our store to buy it today?" Asterisk. Lena nodded and said as a matter of course, "Yeah. We like to use something as good as soap. Washing your face, washing your hands, and bathing is very easy to use." Jason Liu looked at Bella and Vanessa. "Do you also use soap to bathe?" Bella nodded her little head quickly. Venetia was enraptured. "It's really good to use. You gave us a piece of soap, my sister and I used one, and then gave the other to my parents, and they all said it was very useful." The corners of Jason Liu's mouth twitched slightly, and he laughed dryly. He decided not to mention the fact that soap can't take a bath. He also forgot before. Maybe he didn't explain the difference between soap and soap with Lena and the others. After all, they are all white, and they don't know modern characters, so it's normal for them to be confused. Well, bathing with soap doesn't seem like a big deal in Westeros backward and bad sanitation. Just use it. Just replace it with soap later. After eating quickly and drinking this cup of pure green milk produced in Westeros, Jason Liu walked out of Lena's house, ready to inspect the construction progress of the house. The foundations have been dug up, and the excavated soil has been transported to the side and piled up. Stones for building houses are also being continuously shipped from all directions. Anyway, there are a lot of stones in the northern wilderness, and no money is needed. Just as Jason Liu made a satisfied tour of the construction site, 5 of his guards, the 3 Barlow brothers, McCann and D***K, came over with flushed faces. It turned out that they were disliked by the Masons, and the other helpers knew that they were the guards of Lord Jason East and did not dare to ask them to help. Therefore, the 5 had no more work to do, so they had to come to the adults and listen to his arrangements. Jason Liu looked at the construction site that was almost full of more than 200 people and felt that there was no shortage of 5 people from McCann. So, when he was idle, he decided to let the 5 guard boys pick up weapons and start practicing. After finding an open space, Barlow, Barron, Bud, McCann, and D***K all put on stab-proof suits with iron swords in their hands and stood there not knowing how to start. D***K was the tallest and strongest, but fortunately his stab-proof suit was the largest. After putting it on, he looked more like a black bear standing upright. Jason Liu touched his chin with one hand and didn't know where to start practicing swordsmanship. After all, he didn't know either. After staring for a while with the 5 subordinates, a male voice with a Drake voice came from one side. If they haven't learned swordsmanship, they should start from the most basic steps and sword-holding posture. Jason Liu turned his head to look over and saw a handsome boy with black hair, gray eyes, and a height of less than 1.7 meters. His hand was on the hilt of a sword on his waist. His feet were wearing moccasins, and he was standing not far away, watching them. That's what he just said. Jason Liu looked at the handsome boy suspiciously, searched his memory, and found that he didn't know him at all. Master John, at this moment, D***K's simple and honest voice sounded, greeting the boy opposite. John? Is it Jason Liu could not help staring, carefully looked across the big boys. The boy should be the Jon Snow. Looks very handsome. Handsome after all, inherited from the father Rhaegar Targaryen and beautiful mother Lyanna Stark gene, compared to the drama actor, younger and more handsome. At this time, Jon should be about 15 years old when he joined the Vigil people, that is 16 years old adult. The distance seemed right to travel far to start the story. Jason Liu is being looked lost in thought. John D***K responded. D***K. Hello, Dash. Young nodded toward D***K. Handsome face, deliberately tight dress out of a serious, mature, very upset tone. Did not I told you many times yet? I was not a young master. When it comes to masterword, handsome boy's face flashed a haze. It seems John D***K, an understanding, but also normal. AB**********D. Identity is very low differentiable, and D***K can play this tavern owner's son together. It is not surprising. Speaking, John survivors of this tragedy really, because from an early age the identity of the people around illegitimate child pointing suffered supercilious. He grew up and was hoodwinked into the Night Watchman, only to find cheated after entering the Night Watchman, which is what this full honor legion is, clearly criminal scum concentration camp. Night Watch Commander Mormont finally get the help, and good friend Sean Moo Wire, Tully, and other partner support in Mormont's death. It became a Night Watchman Commander-in-Chief. But because he had to put the Great Wall into the savage, brutal Black Brothers' betrayal by the Wan Jien wearing body pain of tragic death. After being red, which Melisandre magic with the resurrection, and the dragon and mother and aunt and lover, fighting side by side tragic Victory Ghoul army, to invade because Monarch City, enraged enemy, the dragon mother burning the city, the heart of his so-called justice mischief, Tyrion has been fooled and Octopussy Spider actually killed the dragon mother. Finally, love is gone. The kingdom did not honor, but also saddled with the stigma of regicide go back to cold again. The Great Wall, the remaining years alone. Jason Liu does not know when the last TV series Jon been fooled with personally killed his only family and loved ones, a man burdened with dishonor, and was tortured with guilt, standing alone on the Great Wall. I will recall his miserable life and feel remorse. At least, Jason Liu, after watching the TV version of the ending, inside there are numerous grass nests spewing out. Jon men can do, such a person must not be leaders, because he only knows the knights of noble character, but not the popular dark. Do not be Machiavellian machine change. This head simple people, it touches Jason Liu can safely associate with him. Of course, the premise is to pit him of being anti-this pig teammates. I staring at Jon, Jason Liu short time to think a lot. Jason Liu was staring a long, cold, and even a handsome face, seeking to imitate the Duke of Ed mounted majestic Jon, cannot help but stare was a bit scared of. He uncomfortably small margin twisted body, hesitated, then walked directly towards the side. The lead began. You are the most recent fame spread throughout the winter to avoid the town of Eastbourne, Jason adults, right? Hello, Eastbourne Big, I Jon Snow. Jason Liu also reflect over this time. The boy himself staring at people stare too long. So he put away the hot eyes, face gentle smile, nod toward Jon. Hello, Jon, I heard about you. They say you are Ed Dash, illegitimate son of the Duke of Stark. Jason Liu made a deep impression on John when he decided to meet at the first store. How was he impressed? Is there anything more profound than the first meeting, directly exposing the other party's old bottom and pouring salt on the wound? Absolutely not. I didn't see it after hearing Jason Liu say the word illegitimate child so directly. John's handsome face changed slightly, instantly darkened, and a pair of gray eyes burned with anger. This is still well-trained. Otherwise, Jason Liu is worried that the boy will be so angry that he will directly pull out the sword from his waist and cut himself. By directly stating the identity of the other party's illegitimate child, Jason Liu is, of course, not to provoke the other party, but to make friends with the other party. Of course, making friends should also pay attention to a strategy. After all, it is the first time that the two meet, and it is generally not easy to establish a deep friendship. In a word, the most affectionate one cannot be retained, and only the routine wins the hearts of the people. When dealing with young and sensitive big boys like John, you can't just follow them. You have to create violent mood swings and then smooth them out with your own hands. In this way, the two will quickly get closer to each other and even make the other person feel that you and him have this common feeling. Well, of course, the emotions mentioned here only refer to human emotions, which are completely different from the dirty emotions between men and women. I'm sorry, I just listened to what others said. If I offended you, I apologize to you. Jason Liu pretended to be unintentional just now, with a sincere apology on his face. Well, it was the first time he discovered that he actually had such good acting skills. Look, John's originally dark face turned cloudy after he apologized. After all, John has been tried and tested for a long time. After all, many people around him have pointed at him as an illegitimate child since he was a child. Jason Liu did this and apologized promptly and sincerely, which was a rare good attitude for John. Therefore, although John is very uncomfortable, he is not really angry. On the contrary, from the conversation in front of this young and handsome nobleman who was said to be from the Far East, he felt a rare respect. Yes, it is respect. As an illegitimate child, living under the eaves of Winterfell City, and being hated and even hated by the hostess of Winterfell City, the servants of Winterfell City are of course arrogant, and they are more contemptuous, mocking, and have no respect at all. The respect from Jason Liu made the teenager feel a little good about him all of a sudden. Jason Liu observes words and expressions, although he is not very good at it. But the opposite is just a big boy who is not good at hiding his likes and dislikes. He finds that John's face is soothed, and even his eyes become softer. He knows that his apology just now has won the other party's understanding. He waved his hand and made D*** came a can, and the other 5 go backwards. Jason Liu walked forward to John and said sincerely, "John, actually, you don't have to feel inferior because of your identity." John's face changed slightly, but his face was still tense, and he continued to listen to Jason Liu. "In my hometown of Tsina Empire, people don't care about your origin at all, because it is predestined by God, but you can rely on your own efforts, be brave and fight hard, and achieve achievements that make everyone amazed by you. Then, all the people who laughed at your background in the past will be very flattering and humble in awe of you to please you. At that time, your humble background will not only not affect your achievements, but will make everyone admire you even more. Do you know why?" Looking at the teenager who was clearly attracted by his words, Jason Liu asked with a smile. John opened his eyes wide and stared at Jason Liu closely. Facing the sudden question, John, who was caught off guard, subconsciously shook his head. "Because you have achieved great achievements that even those with noble backgrounds and countless family resources could not achieve," Jason Liu said in a passionate and infectious tone. "People's nature is to worship the strong. You have proved that they are far stronger than them, so they will worship you and respect you." After listening to this, the boy's face flushed with excitement, and his eyes were full of longing. He was obviously stimulated by Jason Liu's deceitful and provocative words to the point of high. Seeing John's unconcealed excited expression, Jason Liu laughed secretly in his heart. Chicken soup for the soul is indeed poisonous, and simple teenagers who have never been poisoned by this thing before are easily fooled. The corners of Jason Liu's mouth twitched slightly. His smile was more gentle. His eyes were more sincere, and he looked at the teenager. So, John, tell me, you will not be as good as those who only know how to hang around in the women's branch and dress up like a feather every day with grease and powder. The noble children of the gorgeous C***K. No, I'm better than them. John replied immediately. As if to prove that what he said was true, he raised his head, and his tone was full of pride. Even Rob can't beat me in swordsmanship, although he's a few months older than me. Well, this young man was really fascinated by his own chicken soup. He even said what was more powerful than Rob, the heir of Winterfell and his elder brother. It was obvious that he regarded him as his own. Sure enough, as soon as these words were blurted out, John's face changed. He also knew that he was too rash just now. If Rob and Mrs. Caitlin listened to these words, he would not dare to imagine that the lady should hate him again. To what extent? Thinking of this, John couldn't help but turn pale. It can be seen that the boy is a little scared, which also proves that the words just now are his true words. After all, compared to the orthodox heir of Winterfell, Rob, who is loved and respected by everyone. No matter how hard he tried in Winterfell, he was an illegitimate John who was scorned by others, and it was not surprising that a teenager was jealous. Although Rob was also good to him, but only good. The condescending and commanding tone that Rob unwittingly displayed when they were usually together still caught John's heart. Feeling the boy's unease, Jason Liu immediately spoke to reassure him. Look, this is the evidence. You are stronger than Rob. This is a fact. It will not disappear because of the gap between your identities. So, a person's origin does not mean anything. As long as he works hard, he will surely achieve great things. Having said that, Jason Liu looked at John expectantly and encouraged, John, do you think you can keep working hard and achieve a career that will make everyone truly respect and worship you from the bottom of your heart? After being dispelled by Jason Liu, John nodded his head excitedly and replied firmly, I can keep working hard and then make a great cause that everyone will recognize me. That's right. I'm looking forward to that day. I see in you the precious, unwavering willpower that you will succeed. John, really, I'm absolutely sure. Jason Liu's tone was full of sincere emotion, as if all this said has been realized. This is the first time that John has been so sincere in his childhood to encourage him and look up to him. This makes the young man who has suffered from human affection very grateful. Thank you, Lord Jason Easter. I will definitely redouble my efforts to make a difference. The business is coming. Jason Liu reached out and patted John's shoulder lightly, smiled and said, Yes, I believe it. Also, I just happen to have some trouble here, and you just said that you are very good at swordsmanship, and you must be able to do it every day. Take some time and help me train my 5 rookie guards, They haven't even held a sword before, and it takes a lot of training to make them good fighters. How about it, John? Can you help me with this? Jason Liu took the opportunity to make this request, which can be regarded as a further deepening of the relationship between the two. After listening to Jason Liu's request, John was extremely surprised and even couldn't believe it. Master East, you want me to teach your guard swordsmanship? How is this possible? I'm just learning from Roderick's instructor. No, I must be bad at teaching. No, John, you can do it. How could Jason Liu make him refuse? So, he put his hands on his shoulders and said seriously, just give them the most basic swordsmanship, which is the same as what you learned from the Roderick instructor. Just teach them. After all, I am a foreigner. Not long after arriving in Westeros, I couldn't find a swordsman instructor who could teach the 5 of them. So, John, please don't reject me, okay? I really think of you as a friend. Don't you think I don't deserve to be your friend? Of course not. I'm very happy to be friends with you, but I'm worried that I really can't teach well. John was still young and was forced to ask by Jason Liu with a single sentence. He hurriedly shook his head, expressing himself, I want to be friends with him, but I'm just afraid that I won't teach him well. No problem. McCann and the other 5 have no basic knowledge at all. You are much better than them. You help me teach them first, and when I find a good swordsmanship instructor, let them learn from the instructor. Why? Sample. Jason Liu looked at him expectantly. Will you promise to help me? Finally, the thin-skinned boy who couldn't save his face, who was the opponent of a mature adult like Jason Liu, quickly became the swordsmanship instructor of McCann and the others dizzy. Mike and D***K, Barlow, Baron, Bud, all 5 of you here. After finishing John, Jason Liu waved his 5 subordinates over and pushed them directly to John. Listen, you will learn swordsmanship from John in the future. He will be your future swordsman instructor. You must learn from John seriously. Got it. Is it? If John tells me that any of you are not serious, then I'm going to fire him. I'm not kidding. Yes, my lord. The 5 of them hurriedly agreed, although it was unclear how the illegitimate son of the Duke of Winterfell had become their swordsman teacher in a short while, but of course they did not dare to be careless about Jason's warning, and no one thought about it. Lose the job of a guard with such a high salary and such a good treatment under Lord Jason. So, the 5 of them simply saluted John respectfully. Teacher John. He has never been saluted so respectfully before. John looked embarrassed and waved his hands in a panic. No, you're welcome. I'm just temporarily teaching you the most basic swordsmanship. John, it doesn't matter. They will all listen to you in the future. How Coach Roderick taught you. You can teach them 5. The stricter the better. Jason Liu encouraged him. Yes, Lord Jason. I will definitely teach them what I have learned. John promised excitedly. Then, if you have time today, you can start today. Jason Liu smiled. I've been fine all day today, so I can start now. John feels excited and fresh, and can't wait to start now. After all, this feeling of being valued, needed, and respected is really great. Of course, this couldn't be better. Jason Liu didn't expect John to be so enthusiastic, so he nodded and smiled and let them start directly in the open space next to him. John pulled out his saber and walked with the 5 to the open space over there and began to seriously teach the 5 of McCann. Jason Liu looked at John, who had a stern face and a serious face to teach the 5, stood by with a smile, and watched for a while, and then he didn't want to watch anymore. Because D***K, McCann, Barlow, Baron, and Bud had a poor foundation, they were beaten and scolded by the newly appointed Coach John. After saying hello to them, Jason Liu went back to the store, leaving the McCann's 5 who were trained by John to be bloody. Not long after returning to the store downstairs at Lena's house, Rob walked in from outside with his younger brothers and sisters, the manager Wei Yong, and 4 Winterfell guards. Director Wei Yong, you are welcome. Seeing Director Wei Yong walking in with several young, handsome men and beautiful women, Jason Liu immediately understood that what Lena said this morning seemed to be true. Hello, Mr. Jason East. Director Wei Yong nodded to Jason Liu, and then began to introduce the young masters and ladies of the Stark family around him. This is the Guardian of the North, the eldest son and heir of the Duke of Winterfell, Master Robb. Robb Stark, who was introduced, is a little taller than John and looks quite strong. He has slightly curly black hair, gray eyes, and a high nose bridge. His face is not as handsome as John's, but his temperament is extremely outstanding, as expected of the eldest son and heir of the Stark family. Hello, Mr. Jason East. Robb greeted politely. Jason Liu smiled back. Master Robb, good day. Just call me Robb. I like the kind words of friends. Robb's smile was gentle, and what he said made people feel comfortable, and he really received a good aristocratic education. You can also call me Jason. It's my honor to be friends with you, Robb. Jason Liu also responded appropriately. After all, his current status is a great noble from the Far East, and his etiquette must not be ignored. Compare. Asterisk. Director Wei Yong continued to introduce. This is Miss Sansa, the eldest daughter of Lord Eddard. Your beauty is impressive, especially your long red hair that's as smooth as satin. Jason Liu has also read a lot of Western-themed online novels, and he can say a few words of Western-style praise. Moreover, Sansa, who is only about 13 years old now, is indeed very beautiful. When she grows up, she will definitely be a great beauty who will bring disaster to the country and the people. Sure enough, hearing Jason Lu's sincere compliment, Sansa couldn't help but smile, with a shy smile on her fair and delicate face, and thanked Jason Lu. "Thank you for your compliment, Mr. Jason. Your handsome appearance is equally impressive." Deep impression. Jason Lu just smiled and was a little surprised. Is he really handsome? After all, it's not easy for Sansa, who is a Yongo, to praise her. This is Miss Arya, the second daughter of Lord Eddard. Director Wei Yong continued to introduce. Arya has black hair, not as beautiful as her sister Sansa's long burgundy hair, and her face is not as delicate as her sister's, but she has a heroic spirit. Arya rolled her gray eyes and looked Jason Lu up and down. "Are you the nobleman from a foreign country who's been talked about the most recently?" Arya, Robb, the older brother, glared at his younger sister. After all, it was the first time the two parties met outside. Arya's behavior was really a courtesy, and Robb didn't want to leave the impression that the Stark family was uneducated. Robb glared at him with warning eyes, and Arya also realized that her behavior just now was too rude. Although she was impatient with these cumbersome etiquette, she was born in a noble family after all, and she knew how to do it instinctively. So, Arya stood up straight and greeted again. "Welcome to the North, Lord Jason East, and welcome you to visit Winterfell if you have time." Jason Lu smiled and nodded. "Thank you for your invitation, Miss Arya. When I'm ready, I'll definitely go back to Winterfell to visit Lord Eddard and Lady Catelyn." In the end, director Vian introduced Brandon Stark, the second son of Lord Eddard. "You can call me Bran, my lord, my father and mother. Robb, Sansa, Arya, that's what they call me. He's not even 9 years old this year, but he is handsome and cute, and he will definitely be a handsome guy in the future," Bran said with a small grown-up kiss. "Of course, it's nice to meet you, Bran." Jason Lu smiled and praised the little boy who was in the same miserable situation. "It's the first time I've seen such a handsome and lovely boy." Bran was praised, but he didn't have a special reaction. After all, he was handsome and cute, and the whole Winterfell knew that he heard such praise a lot. Robb, Sansa, and the others were very happy after hearing this. After all, Bran was the most favored child in their family, not even little Rickon. Alas, sure enough, he looks handsome and cute, and he is really popular everywhere. Poor little Rickon. He is obviously the youngest and most deserving of everyone's favor, but who made Rickon not as good-looking as his brother Bran? Hatue, these goddamn face-seeking societies. After introducing the young masters and young ladies of the Stark family, director Wei Yong introduced Boris, the assistant of Maester Luwin, his daughter, Jenny, who is also Miss Sansa's maid, and Harris, who was in the bodyguard of Lord Eddard. After the ceremonial greeting was completed, Jason Lu asked Lena, Susan, and the others to move chairs, and asked the young masters and ladies of the Stark family to sit down at a table in the house. Vanessa and Bella brought trays of bright and plump apples, pears, grapes, toffee, and biscuits to the table. These were bought by Jason Lu from Hyundai to eat as a snack. Lena, Vanessa, Bella, and Michael liked to eat these. Even Robb, Sansa, Arya, and Bran were a little surprised to see such bright red and plump apples. You must know that these big and red fine apples are the fruits that have been cultivated for hundreds of years in modern times. It's not the kind of Westeros that is relatively small at all, because it takes a long time to transport apples that are picked before they are ripe, so most of them are green and taste bad. In addition to the apples, the pears are golden and shiny, the grapes are purplish red and crystal clear, and those little cookies are cute and delicate in shape, far beyond the desserts of Westeros. Bran was quickly attracted to the kind of bear biscuits. When Jason Lu sat down and invited everyone to taste it, Bran immediately grabbed a bear biscuits and ate the cookie crumbs on the corners of his mouth, his face very happy. Robb was eating the crystal and sweet grapes and nodded secretly in his heart. It seems that this Lord Jason East is, as rumored, definitely a great noble from the Far East. Otherwise, ordinary aristocrats can't afford such a thing. At least, the Stark family, the supreme rulers of the North, have never eaten such fresh and plump fruits and such fragrant biscuits. You must know that because the traffic conditions are extremely poor and the transportation time is long, the cost of ensuring the freshness of the fruit is extremely high, and few noble families in the north are so extravagant. Holding a big red apple in his hand, the juice splashed, and Maester Lewin's assistant Boris wiped his mouth with his wide sleeve and couldn't wait to ask, "Lord East, what did you treat little Lillian? The disease?" I also saw it with my own eyes at the time. Little Lillian was very ill, and with Westeros medical skills, it couldn't be cured at all. Little Lillian was infected by bacteria, which caused her body to heat up and eventually caused a very serious inflammation. It happened that I brought it from my hometown, the most effective medicine for treating inflammation, so I can cure little Lillian's disease. In fact, I myself do not what kind of medical skills do you know, but I just brought medicine from my hometown. Jason Liu immediately explained that he didn't want to be regarded as a doctor with superb medical skills. After all, he didn't understand medicine at all, so he could only give medicine by chance. Therefore, if someone came to him for treatment in the future, he would only give medicine and when a drug dealer, not a doctor. The medicine is given to you, but there is no guarantee that it will cure the disease. It is up to you to eat or not. If something goes wrong, don't hold me responsible. Well, yes, I'm a drug dealer. Don't come to me if you have a problem. Boris is very curious about the medicine that can cure little Lillian, and presumably his master, Maester Lewin, is also very curious. Maesters usually not only help the Lord to govern the territory, but also study some eccentric things. Asterisk. Medicine is also a subject that bachelors must master. After all, they also serve as doctors of the Lord's family. In response, Jason Liu took out a bottle of penicillin, a bottle of sterile water for injection, and a syringe. I briefly explained the process of treating little Lillian at that time. Rob and the others couldn't help but exclaimed in disbelief. It was the first time they heard that such a terrifying needle was put into the flesh to inject medicine. This treatment. Well, Boris also heard for the first time. Originally, he wanted to continue to have an in-depth exchange with Jason Liu about the medicine of Westeros and the Xena Empire, but was interrupted by the impatient Arya. "Master Jason, I want to buy soap for bathing. Do you still have it here?" Arya blinked and looked at him expectantly. Sansa and Ginny had the same eagerness in their eyes. Cough, cough, of course. Thinking of the fact that these two ladies from the top noble families in Westeros actually used the soap that was mainly used for washing clothes, Jason Liu's mouth twitched slightly, but the smile still remained on his face. "Actually, this time I also brought from my hometown better soap than soap for hand washing, face and bathing." "Soap?" Arya didn't understand, repeating words that seemed as unfamiliar as soap. Sansa couldn't help but said, chanting the weird word soap, "You mean this fragrant soap is better than soap?" "Yes," Jason Liu nodded, then ordered Lena to bring a few boxes of soap from the counter. Martha put the sleeping little Lillian back on the bed, and then helped Vanessa to draw a few basins of water and bring it over. The basin is plastic and bought by Jason Liu from Hyundai. Because he is really not used to using wooden basins, every time he washes his face, a lot of sawdust falls off. So, Jason Liu directly bought more than 10 plastic pots of various colors, which were light and clean, which Lena and the others liked very much. Sansa and Arya couldn't wait to unpack the soaps carton and took out the soap, which was as white as soap. "Well, it smells so good," Ginny said in surprise. Arya shrugged her nose and took a deep breath of the fragrance, her face a little intoxicated. "No wonder Mr. Jason said that soap is better than soap, and the scent is much stronger than soap. It's so fragrant. This one smells like roses." Sansa happily held a bar of soap and couldn't put it down. "Rose scent?" Jason Liu secretly pouted. 50 cents a piece of soap, there's a ghostly rose fragrance. God knows how many industrial essences are added to the soap factory boss Ma and the others. The aroma is really strong. It's more fragrant than a certain brand name soap he bought at the mall for 8 yuan a box. Mine smells like Lily," Arya shouted happily, holding the soap in her hand. Ginny sniffed the soap in her hand carefully and vowed, "This one must have the scent of wild chrysanthemum. Last year, I saw someone selling wild chrysanthemum in Bidon Market Town. and that's what it smells like. Bran fiddled with the soap in his hand and said without looking up, "Then my piece must be scented with roses. I saw roses when I climbed over the wall next to the ruined tower." Robb held the soap close to his nose in confusion, sniffed it, and then said somewhat uncertainly, "Why do I think it smells like jasmine?" Having said that, Robb looked at Jason Liu and asked in surprise, "Master Jason, do these soaps have many different scents? My mother likes the tulips grown in Riverrun's garden the most. I wonder if you have any tulips here." Scented soap. Hearing these wolf cubs from the Stark family sip roses, lilies, roses, etc., Jason Liu was also confused and couldn't help roaring in his heart. Isn't it just a 5-cent piece of soap? Can any of you tell me how you can smell so many floral scents? It's just that, of course, he couldn't ask such a rude question. So I had to remain mysterious, smiled, and replied calmly, "This soap is from my hometown, with dozens of flowers, industrial flavors selected, and after 981 processes, machine stirring. Using extremely advanced technology, semi-automation, the high-quality soap, 5 cents a piece, is made. No matter what else. The first is a blind chicken blowing, and the soap is blown into a high-end luxury that is popular among thousands of girls and attracts countless nobles to compete. The rank and status are not enough. In Westeros's words, the nobles who do not have enough titles are nobles. Can't afford it at all. In a word, expensive. Use 2 words, thief good. The biggest advantage, very fragrant. Can it be delicious? After all, there are so many flavors in it. Thinking of such a fragrant soap with so many fragrances in it, Jason Liu was a little worried that there would be no problem. After all, this thing is used on the skin of noble girls and young women, so don't have any problems. No, when you return to Hyundai next time, you must call the boss ma to re-emphasize the importance of quality. It must not be harmful to the human body. Dozens of kinds of flowers? That means there are also tulip scents. Robb couldn't help being very happy when he heard that so many kinds of flowers were added, and asked quickly. The smile on Jason Liu's face froze slightly, and then returned to normal in an instant. Tulips, this, that, he, Robb, like the specific affairs of the workers during the production process, I am impossible to ask. Hearing Jason Liu's explanation, Robb was stunned and nodded again and again. Well, yes, a great noble like you must be busy with things every day like my father. How could he have time to care about this? What a little thing. Call. You understand is fine. Jason Liu couldn't help but secretly let out a sigh of relief. Robb was a good brainer. Here Jason Liu has dealt with Robb's question, and next to Sansa, Arya and Ginny have already started to wash their hands with soap in the sink. After washing it, it was really fragrant, much more fragrant than soap, which made several girls very happy. Girls, don't you just like this kind of fragrant stuff? What? You said that many girls like stinky tofu, and stinky tofu stinks like shit? Generally speaking, they're all single dogs like him. Live alone. Does stinky tofu stink? Not smelly at all. They just smell more special. Vomit. Even if you vomit, it's still fragrant. Hey, what's painted in this blue pot? It's black and white, like a Mormont bear. Bran chewed a cookie in his mouth and pointed to an animal pattern on the bottom of a blue plastic pot. Surprise shouted. Asterisk. Jason Liu turned his head and glanced at the basin. Oh, it's really a bear, or a bear sitting in prison. This is a special animal from my hometown. It has round ears, black and white on its body, simple, honest, and cute. It is a very popular animal, the panda. Jason Liu explained to Bran. Arya, Sansa, Robb, Ginny, they glanced into the basin and then stopped paying attention. Panda. Bran tilted his little head. His handsome and cute face was full of doubts. Raised his little head, stared at Jason Liu with big eyes, and asked, Then is it a panda or a cat? Jason Liu is more patient with children, and replied with a smile. Of course it's a bear. Since it's a bear, why does it have a cat in its name? Bran said seriously, I think it looks more like a cat. There's a black and white cat in Winterfell, very similar to it. Panda is a bear. Why is there a cat in its name? Jason Liu thought about it subconsciously, and then he found himself stumped by this question too. Just wanted to say that this name was given by the ancients a long time ago. I don't know why there's a cat in the bear's name. However, seeing Bran, who had ignored him, turned his head and ran to the other side of the table to see Director Wei Yong and Boris, under the guidance of Lena, Bran, who tried gel pens and A4 paper. Jason Liu shook his head with a wry smile. What is the real difference between myself and a little brat? Going to Director Wei Yong, seeing that Rob was also very interested in gel pens and A4 paper at this time, he personally took a pen and wrote on a piece of A4 paper. Rob, what do you think? Jason Liu asked as he watched Rob quickly write a long string of words on the white paper. Rob stopped writing, picked up the gel pen, and looked at it. His face was very pleasantly surprised. Very easy to use pen. The pen quill is comfortable to hold. The writing speed is faster and more convenient, really. I don't know how to describe it. It is very useful. This kind of pen is used by almost everyone in our place because it is convenient for writing. After the ink in the refill is used up, you can continue to use it with a new refill. It is very convenient to replace. Jason Liu once again talked about the advantages of gel pen writing, not loose ink, clear handwriting, etc. Rob, Director Wei Yong, and Boris nodded repeatedly, looking very satisfied. Over there, Sansa, Arya, and Jenny also tried the soap, and at this time they also came over and picked up the gel pen to write. Wow, this pen is so easy to use. I never knew I could write so fast. Arya shouted happily. Rob, let's buy some of these pens for my father later. He will definitely like. Of course, don't worry. I've already thought of it. Rob put his hand on his sister's shoulder and patted her hair dotingly. I want it too. Bran waved the pen in his hand, then picked up the white paper on the table with his left hand. And this white paper is much cleaner than stinky parchment. Only then did Rob and the others notice A4 paper and found that this paper is indeed more suitable for writing than parchment. If the parchment is left for a long time, it will always have a rancid smell. The paper, which looks smooth and white, should not stink. Satisfied with Jason Liu's soaps, gel pens, refills, and A4 paper, Manager Wei Yong directly purchased a large sum for Winterfell. 100 bars of soap, 1 silver deer each. 500 soap bars, 50 copper stars each. 100 gel pens, 1 silver deer each. 1,000 refills, 50 bronze stars each. 2,000 sheets of A4 paper, each with 5 bronze stars. A total of 1050 silver deer. Director Wei Yong took out 10 golden dragons and 50 silver deer from the purse and paid them to Jason Liu. Jason Liu took the money and asked Lena, Martha, and Susan to find a large cardboard box and put all the things bought in Winterfell into it. The 2 Winterfell guards carried them out of the store and together with General Manager Wei Yong and Boris, sent them back to Winterfell first. The things were bought, and Rob and the others sat in the store for a while, preparing to leave. Jason Liu sent these big clients out the door. Dang dang. There was the sound of iron swords hitting in the open space not far away, and Rob and the others looked over there suspiciously. John, Arya held a big apple in her hand. Seeing John, who was competing with a tall and strong boy, she could not help but scream in surprise, and then ran towards the other side, shouting as she ran. Hey John, why are you here? Arya, we're going back. Anxious to go back to Winterfell to get her own soap, ready to use when taking a shower at night. Sansa doesn't want to wander around in the narrow streets of the dirty and smelly winter town market town. Seeing Arya run away suddenly, Sansa shouted in disgust. However, Arya ignored her and ran to Jon's side. Seeing the illegitimate brother competing with others, Sansa frowned slightly. Compared with Arya, he didn't mind Jon's illegitimate status at all and was willing to call him Brother Jon. Sansa had never been very close to this illegitimate brother. Perhaps because of her mother's influence, Sansa generally has little contact with Jon. Jon is competing with someone. Let's go and see. Rob was curious, so he followed Arya and walked over. Bran followed suit. Only Sansa, after hesitating for a while, still did not walk over, but returned to Winterfell with Jenny first. She is not interested in boy swords, weapons, or anything. Sister Mordain said that as long as the young lady of the noble family learns well, takes good care of her husband after marriage, and gives birth to a few children, it will be fine. Dangerous things like swords belong to men, and a good lady from a noble family should not touch such dangerous things. So, Arya is the kind of disobedient lady who always likes to dance with Robb, Jon, and Bran, and they are too unladylike. Seeing that Sansa chose to return to Winterfell, Robb was not surprised and ordered Desmond to escort Sansa and Ginny back, and then walk towards Jon himself. Harris Moran put his hand on the hilt of the sword and followed closely beside the young master of Winterfell. Seeing that the wolf cubs from Stark's family didn't leave, but instead walked towards Jon and his guard sword training, Jason Lew followed. Bang! The sword in D***K's hand was easily knocked out by Jon, and the match was over. Nice job, Jon, Arya shouted with joy when she saw Jon winning. Your swordsmanship has improved again, Jon. You can teach me more in the future, and I want to be as good as you. Arya. Jon was not surprised that Arya, Robb, and the others appeared, because he knew before that they were coming here to buy things. Jon, why do you remember that you are competing with people here? Robb glanced at the 5 dicks standing cautiously across from him. From the competition just now, he could easily see that these 5 people were all novices, not even novices, far worse than Jon. Jon's face flushed slightly, and he didn't know how to explain that he had actually become the swordsmanship instructor for Lord Jason's guards. If you tell Robb that he is a swordsman instructor, this guy will laugh like crazy. Seeing the embarrassment on Jon's face, Jason Lew explained in a timely manner, Robb, I just arrived in Westeros and recruited 5 of their guards. I originally wanted to find a swordsman instructor to teach them, but I haven't found it yet. I met Jon by chance today. I saw that he is very good at swordsmanship, so I asked him to teach me the basics of swordsmanship for my bodyguards. Having said that, Jason Lew took a look and looked at the 5 people who seemed to have suffered a lot. He couldn't help laughing and said, Haha, it looks like they practiced well today. Hearing Jason Lew's laughter, Jon glanced at the disgraced 5 people who had been trained by him and suffered a lot, and couldn't help laughing. Jon, it seems that you and Mr. Jason get along very well. He actually dares to hand over his guards to you for training. Ha! Robb smiled, but he felt that Mr. Jason was really messed up. Come on, I actually found Jon, a half-assed swordsman, to teach his guards swordsmanship. Jon felt a little uncomfortable listening to Robb's laughter, and the smile on his face couldn't help but fade. Arya didn't feel anything. She surrounded Jon and said excitedly, Jon, let me join in, okay? Find me a wooden sword and let me train with you. Jon looked at Arya, who was very close to him and the best sister in the Stark family, rubbed her black hair dotingly, and said with a smile, Don't even think about it. If you don't want to be killed by Sister Mordain if you catch it and lock it in your own room, let's learn to embroider with Sansa honestly. I don't want to learn any embroidery. Speaking of Sister Mordain, Arya's head suddenly became big. The needle is too thin. I can't hold it, and I can't embroider well. Sansa and Ginny are all laughing at me. I don't want to learn to embroider. Can you teach me to practice swords? Good, Jon. Don't make trouble, Arya. You know that your mother will never agree to let you practice swords. Robb took out the majesty of his brother and glared at his sister. Let's go, we should go back. Arya was reluctant, but could not resist her serious brother, so she walked back to Robb with a displeased face. Lord Jason, then, let's say goodbye first. Robb politely said goodbye to Jason Lew and looked at Jon again. Are you going with us, Jon? Jon shook his head. I'll go back later, Robb. You guys go first. Robb nodded and didn't care, then returned to Winterfell with his younger siblings. Compared to climbing the wall, climbing the broken tower to feed the crows, and sitting on the roof overlooking the wilderness in the distance, Bran has long been bored. Hearing Robb say go back, he immediately followed. Well, he was still carrying a big bag of bear biscuits from Jason Lew, and he was going to take it back to his brother Rickon to try. Watching Robb and the others leave, Jason Lew glanced at the 5 dicks who were all dirty and announced the end of this morning's training and asked them to go back to fetch water, take a shower, change into clean clothes, and resume training in the afternoon. Then, Jason Lew invited Jon to have lunch with them. John was a little embarrassed and wanted to decline the invitation. "Don't say no, John." Of course, Jason Liu wouldn't just let John go. Compared with the 5 illiterates under his command, Jason Liu wanted to bring John into his subordinates and use John's ability to be a good man. A right-hand man is more than enough. Being by his side as a subordinate, and even giving John a knighthood in the future, is much better than being fooled into joining the Night's Watch. At least, because of his appearance, John's tragic fate has been slightly changed. As for whether it can be changed, Jason Liu doesn't know. Let's just walk and see. He couldn't refuse the invitation of a noble man who was already a friend of him. John was really touched that Jason Liu didn't dislike his illegitimate status as an illegitimate child, and that he valued and respected himself so much. It's just that he is not good at expressing his gratitude to the Lord East in words, so he can only secretly decide that he must give the skills he learned from Coach Roderick to the guards of Lord Jason without reservation. This is worthy of Master Jason being so kind, respectful, and equal to himself. For lunch, Jason Liu told Lena that they make a very rich meal, including toasted bread, roasted venison, which the deer bought from the Winter Market Town hunter, roasted chicken, roasted onions, and diced carrot soup. There are also fried pork, fried chicken, fried venison, fried eggs made with modern methods. Apple pie, rock sugar Sydney soup, no rock sugar, but white sugar. Jason Liu bought a lot. A table full. At Jason Liu's request, he sat at the head of the long table, with John first on the left, McCann next to John, then D***K, Barlow, Barron, and Bud. First on the right is Lena, followed by Martha, Michael, Susan, Vanessa, Bella. It was an Easter family dinner. As for Old Rhodes, as well as the 3 Barlow brothers and Susan and their parents, they were busy cooking for the workers in Old Rhodes Tavern, and they also followed the workers to eat in the tavern. "This is John Snow. I'm here to teach McCann and the other 5 swordsmen." Jason Liu solemnly introduced John to Lena and the others, giving John the greatest respect. It was the first time John was introduced to such a formal occasion, and he couldn't help but feel a little unnatural, but more excited. In my heart, I am very grateful to Jason Liu, who has just met him today, but has made him feel the respect he has never had in his life as his best friend. Hearing Jason Liu's introduction, Lena and the others could also see that Mr. Jason attached great importance to this famous illegitimate child of Winterfell, so they didn't dare to neglect and greeted John kindly. Next, Jason Liu introduced all the others to John. It made this meal have a strong taste of joining in. John didn't think about it. Jason Liu was actually thinking of taking him in as his younger brother. He simply thought that this young adult looked up to him, and was an extremely kind, benevolent, and noble. After all, John had heard a lot of rumors about Jason Liu before, and the townspeople of Winterfell Market Town simply praised him. Jason Liu certainly knew why the townspeople in Bidong Market Town praised him so hard. Just look at the more than 200 workers on the construction site who received high salaries and provided meals. Jason Liu scatters a lot of money, and most of the families in the winter shelter town have received his favor. How can he not boast about it? In John's eyes, this lunch, which was absolutely sumptuous, ended in a happy atmosphere. I didn't drink. After all, the people here are not very old, and Jason Liu himself doesn't like drinking very much. After having a full meal and resting for a while, John took the 5 of McCann to practice swordsmanship responsibly. Looking at the enthusiastic John, Jason Liu is satisfied. In the afternoon, he explained to Lena and then teleported back to the modern warehouse. He counted the time, because today the black work clothes he ordered from the internet arrived. A total of 40 sets were sent to the warehouse, and then sent directly to Westeros room with the tooling, and then returned. After leaving the warehouse, he took a taxi back to the villa. I don't plan to go back to Westeros tonight, so I rest in the villa. After paying for the soap, food, and tooling, and seeing that there was less than 30,000 yuan left in the account, Jason Liu felt that he should find a way to make money. I had previously considered buying gold through Odover, a merchant in the West, and selling the goods to him for settlement in gold, but I don't know when he will come back. After all, the traffic conditions in Westeros are poor. If you go from Winterfell in the north to Casterly Rock in the west, it will take at least 1 or 2 months. God knows when he will come back. Otherwise, continue to sell gold dragon coins. Thinking of selling gold dragon coins, Jason Liu lay on the luxurious sofa in the living room and checked the recent gold price. Suddenly, a piece of news caught his attention. A herdsman in Mongolia picked up a piece of 1.47 kilograms of doghead gold in the grasslands while shepherding sheep. A buyer offered a maximum price of $1 million to buy it, but because the ownership rights were not confirmed, the herdsman dared not sell it. On the internet, the ownership of precious items such as doghead gold and even cultural relics, their ownership rights, and the amount of rewards that should be awarded after handing in, rushed to the hot search. Seeing that doghead gold is so expensive, Jason Liu couldn't help but search for information about doghead gold. Doghead gold, a kind of gold-rich ore, is a nugget of naturally produced, impure texture, large particles, and irregular shapes. It is usually composed of native gold, quartz, and other mineral aggregates. Because of its shape like a dog's head, it is called doghead gold. There are also horseshoe-like ones called horseshoe gold. Because it is extremely rare and has a high collection value, it is sought after by people. Usually a piece of doghead gold can be sold for several times the price of pure gold of the same weight. The world's largest doghead gold so far was found in 2AO, weighing 235.87 kg. There are not many found in Dacia, and the weight rarely exceeds 10 kg. Therefore, it is so rare that it is highly sought after by everyone. Seeing the introduction of Gatujin on the internet, Jason Liu suddenly came to his senses. Westeros has nothing to say about doghead gold. That is to say, in the eyes of Westeros, doghead gold needs to be melted to extract the pure gold inside, and doghead gold is not as good as pure gold of equal weight to them. Gold is valuable. Thinking of this, Jason Liu felt that he had suddenly discovered a more profitable business than selling gold, buying doghead gold from Westeros and selling it in Hyundai. The more he thinks about this idea, the better. Jason Liu has already begun to hope that Odover, a merchant from the West Border, will come soon. Maybe through him, he could buy doghead gold in the gold-rich West Border. After thinking about it for a while, at night, I ordered takeout and searched a lot of news about doghead gold on the internet, as well as identification methods, and went to bed very late. The next day, he got up early, took a taxi to the nearest supermarket, and bought another batch of flour, cooking oil, pork, beef, chicken, mutton, sugar, salt, bowls, chopsticks, and toilet paper. Jason Liu is not used to spoons and prefers to use chopsticks. Although Lena and the others are not good at using chopsticks, since adults use them, they also try to learn to use them. Fruits bought apples, pears, grapes, oranges, watermelons, and more. For vegetables, I bought some cucumbers, tomatoes, spinach, cauliflower, and peppers. I bought a few big bags of candy and a big bag of biscuits. A total of tens of thousands of yuan were spent, and there was not much money left in the account. The manager of the supermarket asked the handlebar to help him deliver it to the warehouse for free, and also enthusiastically gave him a super membership card, which will give him a discount next time. Although it is not bad for this discount, it is always good to be able to save a little. It is a virtue to be diligent and thrifty. Remembering that the batch of soap I bought before was too fragrant and worried that there would be a problem, Jason Liu called the owner of the soap factory and asked what was going on. "Oh, Mr. Liu, don't worry. There's absolutely nothing wrong with that batch of soap, and it will never cause harm to the human body." Boss Ma promised again and again, and then thanked Jason Liu. "You don't know, if it weren't for your large order, my factory would have really closed down. So, I really want to thank you." "You're welcome. As long as the soap produced by your factory is safe and the quality is guaranteed, I'm going to place a bigger order next time." Jason Liu felt a little relieved after hearing the assurance from Boss Ma. "That's great. Then I'll be waiting for your big order. When will you come to Uzbekistan? My old horse will invite you to dinner." Boss Ma said with surprise when he heard that there was a bigger order in the future. The largest wholesale market for small commodities in the country in Uzbekistan. He can go there when he has time. After all, the amount of things he will be transporting to Westeros is relatively large in the future, so it is better to find a manufacturer in Uzbekistan to do it. After all, Hui Province is separated from Hunan Province and Zhejiang Province, which is not far. After hanging up the phone with Boss Ma, Jason Liu shipped the things he just bought to Westeros several times. During this period of time, he interrupted his stay in Westeros and began to let out the wind among the merchants, buying doghead gold, or natural nugget at a high price. In order to increase the enthusiasm of the merchants, he would use the price of pure gold to repurchase the doghead gold, so that he would not be afraid that those businessmen would not work hard to find the doghead gold and sell it to him. Well, this method is good. First, use cheap commodity blood to earn a wave of golden dragons, and then use the earned golden dragons to buy doghead gold, and then take it back to modern times to sell it. The doghead gold alone can be sold for several times the price of pure gold. Over and over again, the profit has definitely reached hundreds of times. What a great deal!